Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Australian National Championships for 2023 for Flesh and Blood. My name is Matt Brandwood. I'm going to be your guide for the next 2 days of the best Flesh and Blood that Australia has to offer. Hope you guys are all doing very, very well. We're incredibly excited to be bringing you the National Championship coverage here thanks to Fluke and Box. And we are just about to jump into our very first game. Now, before we jump into anything like that, let's just talk a little bit about what the day brings us. So, when it comes to actually what our schedule is looking like, this is just day one right here. So what does that actually look like it's going to involve? We're going to start off with 3 rounds of Classic Constructed, followed then by 2 separate draft pods. So the first one will have draft 1, then they'll play 3 rounds of that pod, and then they will draft again. From there, we will then look at cutting to at the end of the day, and we'll actually then look at seeing exactly what we're looking into. But we already have some players look like they're about to start lining up and playing. But welcome everybody. I'll give you guys a couple of minutes just to jump back into it. Please, if you have any questions in chat, let me know. I'm going to be here all day. The other thing as well is that this is brought to you by Fluke and Box. Fluke and Box has some incredible singles and an amazing, amazing range on flukeandbox.com. If you use the code OZNATS, you actually get 5% off all orders, which is amazing. But let's jump into game. We've got starting off with Lexi versus Drom. So we actually have William Bucknell versus Zachary Katsu. Zach is going to be the Lexi player on your left from Queensland, and William will be your Victorian Drom player. We actually do have a little bit of audio as well from the table. This is something I'm going to have to monitor throughout the day, but we do have it as we come through here. Now Lexi, as we actually see from the other, from the other national championships so far, Lexi is definitely your premier aggro deck. It's the deck currently that a lot of people are putting towards the top of the mountain, the one that really is just going to be that super oppressive deck. Even after the loss of Bullseye Braces, something that recently came through, it is something that definitely affected the deck. That the deck does have to adjust a little bit ever since that change, but seems to have bounced back pretty successfully. And then Dromai on the right hand side, which is going to be William, a deck that I personally thought has a lot of definitely has a lot going for it, but is one of those decks that really just requires so much skill and so much sort of knowledge of not only your individual deck, but how you have to pivot into matchups, because you've got so many lists as well. And this is the thing that I think for our Lexi player of Zach that is going to be a little bit challenging, is you have to figure out what list they're actually preparing. Are they bringing one of those more red line, I'm going to smack you in the face over and over again with 0 for 4s lists, or are they bringing that more dragon style control deck? And I think if you're the Lexi player here, you definitely want them to be more on the side of the aggro, because there are not many decks in Flesh and Blood that can consistently out-aggro a Lexi player. But we'll wait and see. How many entrants do we have? Let me just double-check that one for you. I'm pretty sure we were looking at 128. We were completely full, but I will have a proper suss and I'll get back to you on that one. Thank you everyone for joining us. I know it's very early in the morning. I myself have my tea nice and ready. So if you haven't already, this is round number 1, so you can get yourself a tea, and everything like that. So that way we really can just sort of settle in for the day, as we are going to have some incredible Flesh and Blood throughout the day. If you are sitting there in chat, please let me know what decks you're really excited to see. That is a really good call. I'm going to try and add the player names for us now. You'll have to just give me a minute just to add these. Player cam swapped. No, they shouldn't be. I don't believe so. Zach on Lexi is on the left, I think. If the player cams are swapped, just let me know. Dromai gamers rise up. Yeah, I'm very excited to see how Dromai's go. I saw on Twitter just before that the previous calling champion, not Nick Butcher, but Hayden Dale is also on Dromai. So definitely thinks that it's a really good call for the meta. And I think if you are thinking about the meta as well as a Dromai player, I think you're really happy, because, I mean, Dromai to Icelander is an incredibly challenging matchup for Icelander. I know that for a fact as an Icelander player myself. And as well, I think just overall in the meta it's really good. It obviously has really good gas and a Bravo with the Ghostly Touch plans. I also think it's got really good game plans in a decks like Briar. Viscerai, I know a deck is one that sort of does get a little bit of a challenge, but I don't imagine we're going to see much Viscerai today. But hey, I'd love to be excited. I'd love to see a little bit of Viscerai come through. So yeah, definitely interesting. Definitely interesting to see. You guys are going to have to help me a little bit with this one, because I've definitely played a lot of Dromai, but the card names always a little bit challenging. I've got on my other monitor, I've got a little bit just to make sure that I can be helped. Looks like the cams are switched based on the pile shuffling. All right, let me look and see if I can fix this for us now. Let's have a sus. Give me a second. Sorry, everybody. How are you all doing this morning as well? It is nice and early, and yeah, these players are going to have an absolutely long and arduous day, but that's what we're all here for. Cool. Oops, I almost just spilled my tea everywhere. But that's fine. Transform. Whoops, turned him upside down. Excellent, there we go. Let me just pull the cameras back up now that I've fixed it. And it looks like we are jumping into game. So, starting off here, let's take a little bit of a look at that equipment suite. Pretty regular. Storm of Sandakai is going to be on Dromai's side, along with Wave of Reality. Currently no legs. He looks like he had the opting legs just to build up that first Ash. Already starting off nice and strong. With a Mirror Guy into a Dust Up, 0 for 4 with a pretty nasty on hit. Players jumped into it pretty quickly, but it looks like the Lexi player opted to go second. Opted to go first. Just set up that double reload. Wants to block out a little bit here. I'm guessing doesn't want to give the Ashwing creation. Has a CNC. Does have an Art of War already though. Yeah, it does have the 0 for... it does have the Art of War, which is... Art of War, when it looks like we've got 2 cards in the arsenal, is pretty scary. And yeah, just opting to immediately take that damage creates the Ashwing, but this is going to be a very explosive turn, even just out of the gate. And if you are playing Lexi, these are the turns you're playing for. These big spike turns where you're going to absolutely dominate. Plus, does have the poppers as well available. Command and Conquer, probably going to be thrown, but does actually have... that down and dirty Art of War. Going to start us off on this chain. Blue pitched as well, meaning we're going to have plenty of resources coming into this. Lexi hasn't been flipped yet, which is always something interesting to keep track of, just because when we're looking at it, it is one of those things where you actually sometimes want to put stuff in later. And look at what we've ripped off the top. So Art of War looks like it's going to be Banish Draw 2 + 1. We have Heat Seeker in Arsenal with another card, but we also got that Codex of Frailty. Lexi activated. That's going to be a a yellow Icequake, it looks like. Which is going to be a little bit of a problem for the Dromai player. That is one thing that I have noticed that Lexi players have sort of changed. They're putting in a little bit more of that Ice Disruption, just because they have less of those spike turns. In response, the Sigil of Solace is going to come out, in response to that Frostbite being created off the Lexi ability. So gaining a little bit of life is definitely something we need, because this is going to pump up the next attack. It is going to be looking like, as well, Endless Arrows. I'm going to assume Endless Arrows is going to name Go again. So we have the first activation off of Voltaire. Probably not even probably the best Lexi weapon that you have. It looks like this is coming in for, I believe it's going to be for 6, if that is a yellow. If it's a red, it's going to be for 7. And this one is one of those cards, for 8. So yeah, it is going to be, of course, plus the +1 off the Art of War. This one here, definitely one of those cards you need to look at committing a block to, because otherwise he's just going to get so much value off of the ability to play it again and then shoot that Heat Seeker. So it's a bit of a hard read. Your opponent has 2 cards left in hand. You do generally assume that one of them is going to be arrows because the Lexi deck is, as you can imagine, predominantly an arrow-based deck. And so having that there is a little bit of a challenge, but pitching the red, going to make an Ash just to play out that Fate Foreseen, clears the Frostbite out, and actually has the second Fate Foreseen as well. So he's going to be able to block up the entirety of this Endless Arrows, but means no cards left in hand. The next turn's probably just going to be looking at swinging that Ashwing over and going from there. Now this is also an interesting decision because we can actually close the chain manually here and then Codex of Frailty, but in doing so we have to discard that Down and Dirty, which I think is probably a card you want to keep in your arsenal in this matchup. You do lose a bit of value off of Heatseeker doing that, so it's interesting. There's a lot of decision points on both sides of the table here, and it is only, you know, turn 2, but it is one of those things where in Flesh and Blood, even how it goes from the start here, we can definitely sort of set up how the game is going to go, and having no cards in hand as Dromai when your opponent's still sitting there looking at attacking is always a bit scary, but we'll go from there. On the equipment side for the Lexi, we didn't really go through New Horizon and the Spring Tunic, standard. We're also going to have the Snapdragon Strays, and we're looking at that new piece of arm equipment, which is obviously, again, having to replace it. It's interesting because Shock Charmers is a card that I remember we were running on Lexi very early back in the day. But doesn't look like we're really going into it because the arrows now, we don't really need those fuse abilities. We're just looking at incredibly strong arrows. The 6 damage is going to be here. Snapdragons is coming out already. So the Wave of Reality is going to get popped as well, which is just going to initially reduce a little bit. But Snapdragon's getting popped already, and that's going to be that Codex coming through. The chain manually closed just so we can get it out. And there, look at this. Codex of Frailty. One of the all-star cards, and seeing it early is just so scary. Endless Arrows coming out, so we're going to get at least 5 more damage here off that Art of War turn. Looking at that Frailty token and the Ponder token. And Dromai already has a card in the arsenal, so it means doesn't get any extra value off this. Now, we do have the Singular Soul Shield, and that is going to reduce a little bit of damage here. But even so, this is so terrifying. And the more important thing as well, because an arrow hit, a Frostbite's been created, meaning it is incredibly likely that the Dromai just has to pass. Spectral Shield is going to pop. 3 damage is going to be here. The Endless Arrow is going to go back into that arsenal slot now. Has the second Frostbite, so yeah, really no chance of anything coming through. That's just going to be a huge turn, and this is exactly what we're looking at when it comes to how you start to break these. Heatseeker activation as well, and look at that off the top. Going to have the Falcon Wing, which is one of the few cards at 0 for 3 with that natural go again, meaning that that is no longer a card in the arsenal that is dead. It means that it doesn't have to be played at the end of chain, which means that Endless Arrow can then be loaded back in as well. And I always love this about Dromai, is that it's one of those decks where traditionally when we're playing Flesh and Blood, we try and keep that equipment for as late as possible, but because we're using a piece of equipment that's a single use with the Opt and then also with the damage, and then also when it comes to actually reducing the damage created in that Spectral Shield with the Wave of Reality, it means that more often than not you're starting pretty early with a not much. He did see the Heatseeker trigger. That's where the Falcon Wing came from. And look at this, clearing off that dragon with the Endless Arrows, the best card in the game for not actually in regards to Lexi, the best card at clearing those dragons, purely because you're not losing a card. And that is one thing about why Dromai can be so scary for these sorts of decks, is that it has these sort of axes where you can create all sorts of board states, and it's so hard for Lexi to clear them because they don't have a weapon they can just swing at these dragons. Sleep Dart going to be the arrow coming as well. It does look like this one's going to be for the +1, so 6 on hit turns off the hero ability, which is a bit of a challenge as well. If you are looking on the side of Dromai, you wanted to try and sort of take a bit of damage here, set up a board state, just so you can kind of bounce back, and not having any of that go again. Throws 2 cards under it just so we still have the Dromai ability. But interesting though, Command and Conquer being used to block. Command and Conquer, one of the best cards into Lexi. Definitely an interesting decision, but we don't know what's in that arsenal slot, and that's always scary. Second Mirror Guy going to come out. That one is the one that disables your ability to pop these dragons, and sort of means that all of those poppers that we're sort of sideboarding in lose all their value. Now we can see, obviously, that Zach doesn't have any poppers. Just going to use the Frostlock, use that card economy, just make sure that he's not leaking unnecessary damage. And now coming in with a 4-card hand here, I'm definitely able to pump some pressure back into it. And this is one of these things as well where when you're playing Flesh and Blood, you sort of want to efficiently use all your cards as often as possible. I mean, Lexi is one of those decks where it is obviously a little bit restricted with how it plays its card based on Voltaire. You can really only load twice, but for the singular blue, we're going to have that blue Boltyn shot coming in for the +1. So it's going to be coming in for 3 here with the go again. We've got the Endless Arrows in the arsenal as well, and the Sleep Dart once again for the side of Zach. And again, Sleep Dart's such a scary card if you are the Dromai, which means that if you're going to commit cards to blocking, you know the Endless Arrows is coming, and you have to sort of make a decision here whether or not you want to spend the 2 cards or a card and a piece of equipment to block out the Sleep Dart and potentially either lose a lot. Ooh! Look at that. The new tech coming in. The 0 for 5 with Phantasm. That new defense reaction coming in through Dust Till Dawn. A card I personally haven't seen, but I love it in this matchup here. Not often having a lot of ways to... not a lot of 6 attacks coming in a lot of those turns when it comes. And we want to talk about all-star cards and cards I'm sure we're going to see a lot today. Chromai. A 0 for 3 dragon here. Eats up a singular ash, but the thing with it, it gives you that extra action point, meaning you don't really have to be afraid of the poppers as much as you normally would be. Because even if it pops, you still have that action point. You can still go again and do things. And what, such a scary card. Now, we do notice a Rake the Embers in the side of William. And Rake the Embers is a card that Lexi can kind of struggle to deal with. While it does have no problem clearing off those large dragons, particularly when we've got something like an Endless Arrow in the arsenal that's been there for a few turns, an army of Ashwings is something that is really challenging for it to efficiently clear. You can pop one of them, and that does kind of end the turn when you are popping it, but you'd rather use those poppers on those big dragons, you know, the Mirror guys, the Chromais, and even, you know, some of those massive dragons. Which is one of those things that is actually probably the most scary card that you're imagining. I'm going to look up the name, but there is one of those dragons that does actually eat up the armor. It is interesting myself as a player. I do kind of struggle to remember the names of the dragons. I know exactly what all of they do, but we're going to... Tumultai is the one that I'm referring to. Tumultai, if you're on the Lexi side, is the card that you are just crossing at your fingers and hoping that you are not seeing at all, because it's the one that's going to eat up your New Horizon and taking a little bit of damage here. And yeah, coming back into it with a 4-card hand. Second Art of War been seen. We've not seen any 3 of a kinds, not seen any Rain Razors, but Art of War is most definitely one of those cards you definitely want to see. Tunic counter is going to come off. And that's going to be played for that Art of War, meaning that we are getting as big of a hand as possible. And this is where you have to decide, what do you toss? You don't want to get rid of that Endless Arrows. And the Heat Seeker looks like it's coming to the front of the hand. But they are 3 pretty big arrows that you want to be using. Now, it does look like it is a yellow Boltyn shot, but we don't have the resource card that really enables this turn. So probably digging a little bit for that. And I would be... I guess assuming that we're looking at I'd be assuming that we're looking for a blue card and then probably a +1. I'm trying to figure out if we do actually have the player cams mixed up. We'll figure that out once we sort of get there. And yeah, drawing some extra cards. Has ripped the blue off the top, so that's definitely something you want to see. But again, no 3 of a kind yet, no anything. Interesting. We're actually... Oh, so he's named Go again off of the Art of War, meaning that this Endless Arrows can actually come out and present a little bit of that scary damage. And this is one of those decision points as well, if you're the Dromai player. He's drawn up... He has 4 cards left in his hand, and he just starts off with the Endless Arrow, which, as we've sort of discussed previously, is a great way of clearing off those dragons. So you're worried whether or not you give him the value. The Sink Blow is a perfect answer for it, but if he didn't have the defense reaction here... It is one of these things where you have to decide whether or not what else is coming. If he's throwing this out initially, you have to think, what else is in the hand? We have 2 more arrows left to go. Is there something I'm more afraid of? And again, that Sleep Dart has shown to be one of those cards that we're definitely a little bit scared of. Frostlock's going to come out as well. A card that usually is just spent as a resource, but has some really scary abilities. And while we mainly talk about that fuse ability, which talks about not being able to, restricting the play patterns, one of the other abilities is its static ability as well. Its ability to cost additional cards, so the defense reaction and any abilities being activated on the turn costing an additional 1. So it's not the most amount of damage that we're seeing, but it is really restricting the use of those defense reactions. We're going to see this pathing helix as well, hitting the chromite, allowing potentially for a reload, which we are going to do. So Go Again was named off that parking helix. Really great sequencing here, because it means he's going to clear the dragons, and if he would like pressure with his endless arrows again, it looks like he potentially is just passing. So it doesn't really matter that he got the activation, but I love the sort of one of those things. It's good to make these habits, even though it necessarily doesn't matter. It's good to sort of get into the habit of announcing your triggers. No, he is going to do it, and he's going to throw it at the face. This endless arrow for 4, and Lexi's disruption has certainly changed without the use of the ice fuse, but this almost in a way is disruption, because you don't want to give them the 5-card hand. You kind of want to stop them from enacting their game plan, but Dromai not had the opportunity to sort of explode with 3 or 4 dragons out at once. This is where we sort of come to that really difficult decision as well. Still has the Frostlight going on the turn, so can't use any defense reactions again without pitching for them. And yeah, Endless Arrow is definitely one of the scarier cards. And one of the OG Ranger cards as well, which I really love. It's one of those cards that came around with Azalea back in the day. Endless Arrow is one of those super rares as well, so the long lost card rarity. And throws a piece of equipment as well. Flamescale Furnace, super strong, and Dromai easily the best chess piece, and the one card that you definitely want to make sure you have running into that deck. Draws up the 4 cards, and look at that. We're talking about power cards. Does that look like double Rain Razors? So this is where we start to get a little bit scary. Rain Razors, as we know, a fantastic card on offense. Talking about Rake the Embers again, going to make a couple of Ash Wings, and this is where it starts to become a little bit challenging for Lexi without that popper available. Double Rain Razors, though, an interesting interaction that can be used with Rain Razors, as it's instant and not a reaction. It can actually be used to pop up, to buff up arrows on defense and go for a pop. Now, obviously, if you're the Lexi player, not what you want to be doing. You want to be using those cards aggressively and pushing damage through as quickly as you can. But always has an option. Going to block with the arm piece here, just block the singular one. Just have a read exactly what that does, because it's a card that I personally haven't versed a lot. Oops. Throughout the day, I'm going to try my best to see whether or not I can get a card viewer on the side as well, just so that way, if you guys want to look a little bit through and see exactly what's going on, we can. But you know, that's something that we might try and get for the second day. Hornet Sting. When it defends, reveal the top card of your deck. If it's an arrow, put 1 damage to target a hero or ally, which is really interesting because he's done that. It pops the Ashwing, essentially, because even though it does have Go Again from that Burn Them All, popping it does sort of actually end the turn already. Now, this is a little bit of a challenge here if you're the Lexi player, because you don't really want to just throw the Rain Razors, so I wouldn't be surprised to see, yeah, so Winter's Bite, the first one, guaranteeing that we're going to rip a card out of Dromai's hand, and then we're probably going to pitch and throw the Heatseeker Arsenal, that second one, and try and set up for a 5-card turn. An interesting point here, though. Dromai has that Burn Them All out, has plenty of red cards in the graveyard, and that is something really interesting, because with the loss of the Bullseye Braces on Lexi's side, they're not going to be sideboarding in any of the arcane damage. Now, 25 to 21, 21 being our Lexi player here. Definitely we got a little bit of a way to go, but it does sort of open up that little bit of that alternative wing con towards the second half of the game. As life totals get lower, if we can keep out some of these Ash Wings and burn them all, we are just going to be able to slowly start chipping away. And no Asvalai has currently been seen either. So that's also another option where we're going to be looking at arcane damage. So plenty of options here. Popping another one using the Blood Rod arrow, and yeah, just arsenaling. So one of those little hands that's a little bit awkward when you're Lexi. I'm going to probably refer to it as the Rune Blade hand, just where you draw up, the all non-attack or the all attack action. Not as bad for Lexi, obviously, but something that does just happen. But this is where the Draw My player can probably look to turn that corner. 3 cards left in hand, some Ashwings out on the board already, and that Burn Them All. Starting off, pitching the dust up, so a red card has been played, so we're going to give it go again as well. Billowing Mirage. Taking the 2 damage immediately and turning on go again. So it's going to be the 1 and 1 for this first one, and then 2 more damage coming through. Down to 16. So 25 plays 16. Going to the 14, and then are we gonna play it? One of those blue auras, and when we are drawing in a matchup like this, it can be a little bit of a challenge to play them. But I think, yeah, maybe we just arsenal it here. Means that if we do have our hands ripped, it does mean that we have at least some sort of play. But it is one of those things where it does automatically end the turn. And because it's not presented proper, Pass Mirage is going to come out. 2 auras on the battlefield now. No ability to swing them, but we do have that option there. Burning 2 of those red cards, get them out of the graveyard. And it is interesting as well, you notice he's getting rid of the Sink Belows. So it does mean he's trying to probably keep his attack actions in there in case of another Codex coming out. But this is where you sort of get a bit nervous. Lexi has sort of agreed and has showed you that she's keeping her hand, and the flip coming through of that Rain Razors. Now, Rain Razors is usually a card that you kind of want to play in the reactions to leak a little bit of damage, but needs to play it here just to reveal. Blue Boltyn shot getting pitched for that first one. Falcon Wing for +1, I'm assuming, because it naturally has that go again. Takes out the first Ashwing, and this is an interesting point as well. It does look like maybe instead of actually pressuring as hard as we can with that Rain Razors, we actually, we're going to set up that 5-card turn, clear off one of the Ashwings and that Passing Mirage. And Passing Mirage, again, one of the scariest cards when they sort of present those bigger dragons. And then we're going to set up this 5-card hand. And the interesting thing, the Boltyn shot is going to be the one that's set in the arsenal. So with that Rain Razors, it's going to have that natural go again. So kind of like the better Falcon Wing in that instance, allowing him to set up these 5-card hands. Arctic Incarceration in the side as well. So that is actually one of the scariest things you can play towards the end of the turn. Just because, if you're the Drom player, you're seeing all this damage getting pumped through. And if you want to keep that hand, having those 3 Frostbites just sort of present themselves at the end is just so scary. And it actually turns off everything. And so it's one of those sort of gotcha cards that we've seen a lot of the Icelanders sort of come back into. But yeah, fantastic coming through. 4-card hand for the Dry again, though, because when we clear off those things, even though obviously you're sort of playing the turns and setting them up and then they're getting destroyed, it does mean you've got this 4-card hand to come with. And this one here, Kyloria, Snatch on a Stick, one of the scariest cards inside the Dry deck. One of the ones that does force you to block. And we are going to just start leaking a bit of damage as those Ashwings come through. Have to play it first to give it the go again. Just looking at potentially making a post just so people know that the stream is live. Very, very excited. Very excited. Ooh, I just heard my voice a little bit there. I'm sorry, guys, if that's what I sound like. And yeah, double block coming out. And this is one of those things, well, like regardless, even though he's got it in here in the hand with the Boltyn shot and the Rain Razors, it does look like he's still going to be able to get a little bit of value. Has the Tunic available as well. Still haven't seen a 3 of a kind. And 3 of a kind is that card. Ooh, the Enigma Chimera Blue. That is a card I haven't seen in a little bit. Phantasma coming out. Life totals 8 life for the Lexi player here. But the important thing is 3 of those cards were stripped out, meaning that it's going to be kind of challenging to crack back. Probably just going to clear off the Kyloria. But once again, if we're just clearing dragons, we're not putting the pressure on. And 25 to 8, Dry sitting pretty, burning 3 of those cards again. And we're looking at that life total, where that Burn Them All is really going to start to have that massive impact and start eating away at that life total. Technically, you're on an 8-turn timer, and I don't know if they've got that many cards available left in their graveyard. But is something, and just keeps the red Arctic Incarceration, really going to slow that turn down. So it might mean pitch 3 reds, swing Kyloria past. I don't know. It's a little bit of a challenging one. Finds the 3rd Rain Razors off the top, and yes, Rain Razors is a powerful card, but we really would just love to find some more arrows. And look at this triple red pitch here, removing the 3 ice, and it's going to be a Chromai as well. The perfect option here, because now even if we're playing with a popper, which does look like I have with the down and dirty, it's just so challenging because we're still going to be having the Kyloria come in, which is either going to draw him cards or rip other cards. So such a difficult situation. This is what happens with this matchup, and probably why we're going to be seeing a fair amount of Dromai today. Just along that line of, yeah, it's one of these things where we're going to have this persistent board state, and Lexi on the back foot is going to struggle a little bit to pull it back, and it definitely can happen. You know, 3 of a kind, Rain Razor start killing everything. But it is definitely a challenging situation. At some point as well, that New Horizon can be thrown on defense, but you have to lose all the cards in your arsenal. So definitely a bit of a challenge. Definitely a difficult spot, and I am going to be very excited to see a little bit of Dromai coming through. And it sounds like a lot of Dromai. Ooh. Taking the 4 damage initially. Double action points. We are going to have to look at blocking here. I wouldn't be surprised if he just takes the 2 damage, uses the down and dirty to remove the Kyloria, because it still has that Phantasm, and then trying to crack back 2 to 25. Let me just make this post. Sorry, guys. Wonderful. So, Boltyn shot's going to be played from the arsenal. Even though it doesn't have go again, that Rain Razors is going to come out. Give it that go again as well. It is hitting, but I do believe Boltyn shot does require the hit to actually come through on a hero for the reload mechanic. Let me just double check. Oh no, it is just if it hits. Going through from there. I think he took down his own life from his Ashwing attacks. I think the life is actually backwards. I'm not 100% sure. I'll double check. I think it is 2 to 25 regardless. And if you are on the side of Lexi, you're very happy to see that card get pitched. That's going to be the Tumultide, the one that's going to start eating away at your armor. A 7 attack coming through. Again, the Sleep Dart. This one here is going to require a block. But regardless of whether or not he just throws the whole hand here, and this is the really scary thing now, if you are on the side of the Lexi, you have to put pressure every single turn, because you're only 2 turns away from that, from the Burnable killing you. We'll get confirmation whether or not that is actually going to be the life totals are correct. But yeah, Burn Them All, definitely presenting a difficult situation here. Has plenty of cards left in that graveyard, and this is the thing as well. He can just decide just to throw the entire hand here, to even fill that graveyard ever more so, and then it's just Ashwings, and then you're in a situation where he has to clear off as many dragons as he can, purely because that arcane damage is going to kill him. If the arcane damage starts killing him, then again, you're not pressuring, and so it's this really sort of like stranglehold that Dromai can put you in. Very reminiscent of back when you had, 3 auras out in play versus the original Prism. So really well navigated. Had a couple of really scary turns towards the start of the game. If you're Dromai and you're seeing, double Art of Wars within the first 4 hands of the game, you're kind of a little bit worried, but as we were sort of saying, no 3 of a kind being presented, nothing like that. A little bit challenging. See how we go. And again, this is a very interesting block because he's trying to decide what he wants to do. Has the Command and Conquer in hand as well. Look, gonna take the 7 damage. I love that. Throws a hero, turns it upside down just to represent that it is asleep. Just having a little bit of a nap as she's upside down. And yeah, keeping 3 cards. And this is the thing. He's probably just, Command and Conquer. Just throwing out that Command and Conquer instead. Has the Burn Them All. Doesn't need it because this is going to guarantee rip 2 cards from the hand. And very lucky has a couple of 3. Yeah, it looks like 3 blocks in the hand. So it is just a clean 2-card block. Not sure what that Arsenal card is, but if it's nothing of major value here, you can also look to throw the New Horizon Tunic in a singular card just to sort of start pressuring back. This is such a challenging situation. Yendrai is going to be going into the Arsenal as well. And as we sort of said, leaking any damage here is so scary because all he has to do is play Dragon, swing, burn them all, take the Arcane, do that twice in a row. And this is the other thing as well. Crown of Providence is still available for Drom. I hasn't felt the need to use it once this game. And, you know, Crown of Providence is one of those cards that we saw come out and has definitely been the staple headpiece for a deck that doesn't sort of require something more specific. But we very frequently will actually see that card thrown early, trying to sort of keep tempo. But because Drom kind of didn't have tempo for very long and then almost like stole it away. It's one of those things where it's like, oh, just by naturally sort of acquiring and building up that board state, the tempo was thrown towards them. And so it is one of these things where it's not been required. And so that's also a scary thing. Double block coming through. It's going to be Drill Shot and the Falcon Wing. Burn them all will tick up once again, burning 5 of those red cards. And look at that graveyard. So much available. 2, 3... 4, 5, yeah. It does look like potentially we're actually running a little bit low, so we might not be able to do the double burn them all, which if you're on the Lexi side, you're definitely breathing a bit of a sigh of relief. But there's still 2 more left in the deck. Lexi flipping the Rain Razors. And yeah, we're going to be able to present a little bit of damage here, but it's just going to be that Heat Seeker, it looks like. Yep, Heat Seeker going to kill off the Ashwing, yeah, just to make sure there's no chance of sort of getting Kadachi'd out, which is sort of what we refer to anything where you've got a lot. Ooh, that's a good draw, though. Codex of Frailty is going to allow it, but Chroma is going to come out. That turns off all the ability to pop those dragons. As we were sort of talking before, can definitely use that Rain Razors in the arsenal to buff up those arrow attacks, should it be required, and allow for those double popping. But yeah, it looks like it's just going to be trying to block it out. You know, it's going to be in the arsenal. So not a huge amount coming back at least, but going to 1. Oh, no, sorry, we still have 3 cards left in hand. Yeah, throw the Tunic here so we don't get Kadachi'd out. But yeah, look at that. Also Miraging Metamorph in hand, so a 1 for 7 coming out. Yenderai is going to be here as well, pitching Kyloria. So, and then towards this, yeah, it looks like this one's going to be sealed up here. Yenderai is going to come in for 4, and then towards the end, a 1 for 7 with that Miraging Metamorph, which is, when we talk about terrifying cards, that one is going to be, that one's certainly very high on my list. Yeah, activate the Flamescale Furnace. Has 2 resources floating now. Doesn't really need it, but that's fine, because yeah, this Miraging Metamorph is a 1 for 7. Can block it out. 2, 4, 6. No, he can't. It's actually just going to... Oh, is that a 3 block? Yeah, no, it's going to be 7 damage, and yeah, the 6 block coming through, and that's going to be round number 1 as Droma is going to be able to take that one. Excellent gameplay coming through, and already showing how much of a great day we're going to be looking at. Plenty of sort of swinging moments towards that game, and this is that thing with Droma. It's just very slowly needs to just bring up and actually go through and sort of bring up that board state and just progressively increase it. And that is why I think it is a really great pick into Lexi. And if you think Lexi is going to be super represented, you actually missed that. Let me show you back. He was actually going through the rest of the deck, and you actually saw how many 3 of a kinds were sort of left in there. The Art of War left there as well. So yeah, it's one of those things as well with Lexi, is that with the loss of Bullseye Braces, you are really searching for those power turns pretty rapidly. It's one of those things where you want to try and find them, and the 3 of a kinds really enable that. But yeah, really excellent play coming through. We see our Hedge Knight ability. That's Nora in the background, feeding me the information throughout the day as well. If there's anything you guys would like to see, any decks in particular that you find incredibly fun, let me know. We'll see what we can organize. But I'm looking forward to seeing what's happened. I have heard there's some Levias floating around as well, and we love Levia or Levia, depending on what you want to call it. Lexi's going to be there. Wouldn't be surprised to see some Icelander as well. Bravo, I know there's going to be some representation. Briar is probably going to be around. We're in such a fantastic spot for Flesh and Blood, where the meta is so diverse, and there's so many decks with game into everything. We were actually talking about it. Boltyn is a deck that definitely got a little bit in Dusk Till Dawn. Is a deck that I think is actually pretty strong. Might be a bit of a hot take, I don't know. But it's certainly a deck that we could see floating around. Dorinthia, I know Fluke's going to be playing that one. But that is going to be the end of round number 1. We're not going to have someone else. We're not going to cut to another match. So we are going to go to a little bit of a break just to save my voice. But you are joined at the Australian National Championships for 2023 Flesh and Blood. Please, once again, use code Fluke, code OZNATS on flukeandblocks.com for 5% off your singles. And we'll be back in a little bit when round 2 gets started. Thanks for joining me, guys. I will be back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Flesh and Blood Australian National Championships for 2023. My name is Brandwood, and I am going to be the one hosting and joining us all for the rest of today. So, hope you all had a nice little break. It does appear that we have a little bit of time just before we jump into the next round. Obviously, at round number 1, we saw Lexi versus Drom. The wonderful thing brought to us by our lovely head judge, I actually have the meta breakdown for you, just so you'll get a bit of an idea of what we're looking at. So, number 1 in the meta is going to be Lexi with 21 entrants, but then alongside Lexi, other top, we've got 13 on Drom, 11 on Bravo, and 10 on Icelander. So that's going to be your top 4 in regards to our meta representation. But we've also got a couple of really interesting decisions. We have 5 Prism players. 5 Prism players. I want a Prism on stream. Now, the problem we have Prism on stream, I have no idea what the cards are. I haven't versed a Prism yet, but very excited for that. We also have 1 Arachne, 5 Kano, 8 Levia, 4 Azuri, 7 Dash, 7 Katsu, 8 Briar, some Fire, some Reiner, 3 Azalea as well, 2 Viscerai, and 4 Boltyn. Oh, plus 5 Dorinthia as well. So we've got plenty of representation here at our Australian National Championships. I think we're expecting some of what we had, which is going to be that top spot, being Lexi. But I think that's also why we see such a big uptick in oh my god, sorry, the word just completely disappeared from my brain. And that's why we've got so much Dromai, I'm pretty sure, because again, Dromai I think is a pretty decent meta call into Lexi, which I think is excellent. I love the fact there's an Arachne. I don't really know why you would pick Arachne over Azuri, but hey, they probably know something I don't. Milling out Lexi. I guess Lexi has less explosive turns, but I love the fact that people are rocking the Lexi. A couple of Kanos coming up as well, and I don't know about you guys in chat. I love Kano. I want to see some Kano. It's sort of Kano for myself. I've always been a wizard player. At least ever since Chane got banned, I was pretty much a Chane one trick for the longest time, and then when Chane got Living Legend, I moved over to Kano and Icelander, and I don't know about you guys. I'm infatuated with wizards. What are you guys playing? And if you were playing at national championships, being outside of Australia, or if you're in here, shouldn't you be focused on playing if you're in the Australian national championships? But what are you guys playing? The Arachne player is undeniably best at Nats. I agree. Regardless of who the player is, the Arachne player is the best. But yeah, so it'll be interesting to see. Looks like we are getting ready into round 2 right now. So we'll be getting a feature match popping up shortly. But yeah, what are you guys playing? If you're playing international championships, or if there's something coming up as well, what are you guys on? Let me know. Let me know in the chat. Round 2 does look like it's starting to get underway. We're just looking for a feature match. It looks like it's starting. I think, yeah, I love the fact of how diverse the meta is at the moment. And I know for a fact that, at least in South Australia, which is where I'm from, we do definitely have our pet decks. So I know there's going to be people who are playing decks just because they love them. But also just, yeah, the fact that people have decided to sleeve up, everything from, your OG heroes all the way through. Looks like there's representation, I believe, from every single set, which I think is wicked. Just shows you how sort of eternal the game is. And obviously we throw around the term eternal formats a lot, but yeah, it just really indicates to us how good of a meta we're in as well. Players are sitting down, and we are getting a little bit of that background audio now as well, but we do still, yeah. Alrighty, who have we got coming to sit down? Guys, just remember as well, flukeandbox.com, use the code OZNATS for a little bit of a discount. Nice little Fluke and Box thing here. Table 9 is what we're at. We have Toby Firth versus Frank Commodius. We have Frank from the Australian Capital Territory on Viscerai. A little bit of Viscerai for us here. Let me just sort of get this one set up. And then we have Toby from Victoria playing Lexi. Oh my god, what is that token? That's the greatest thing I've ever seen. Oh, okay, so we actually had the player cams correct, because I can tell you right now Toby is the one on the other side. So let me just fix all this up, everyone. Yeah, Viscera, I think... Players realize that we can hear them. I, for one, am a very big believer in Viscera. I actually think the hero is very strong, personally. Alright. Cool. Just fixing this one up here, guys. You fooled my plan. Alrighty. So we have the players now in the right spot. Let me just add their names as well. Sorry, it's a little bit hard to read, guys. I'll see if I can get that one sorted. Make it look a bit nicer. There we go. I'm still on Scope, but it's slightly different. It's slightly different. Wonderful. Alrighty, we've got all set up. We know where we are now. We're definitely looking at the right names. I know that for a fact. And yeah, Viscera versus... Wait. No, oh my god. I had it right the first time. I forgot. Toby's the... Sorry. Toby has been a when I met Toby for the first time, he was playing Viscera. So that's why I got all confused. Okay, you guys all right? I'm sorry, I messed it up. Toby's the one on Lexi. I know what I'm doing now. I promise I'm a professional. We're here. We're hanging out. It is just me, so that's why things might be a little bit scuffed. There we go. Okay, fixed. Everyone, I can say with 100% certainty that we are now in the right way. There we go. Yeah, Frank is Viscera. Okay. Yeah, Frank is going to be your Viscera player now. Who scuffed engagement with chat. Yeah, exactly. I'm making sure that we all have time to hang out. But yeah, Toby from Victoria versus Frank from the Australian Capital Territory, going up against Lexi versus Viscera. Now, I don't know how this works, to be honest, this matchup ever since. I don't know how it goes, but I'm gonna guess that it's one of these things where if the Viscera can sort of play really off that arcane damage, I don't know if how much arcane barrier Lexi's even boarding in, particularly with the loss, like I said, of Bullseye Braces. I wouldn't be surprised to see some Null Rune Gloves, but maybe he doesn't even have any, so we'll definitely see. I was talking with a very good friend of mine, Ty, and I think that Viscera really has some gas. That deck has got a lot of really interesting cards in it, and it has some really overrate cards, in the sense of like when you have like rune chants available, you're sending, you know, your 0 for 6s plus 3 rune chants, which means it's technically... Oh, Frank giving a little bit of love to the camera there. Oh. No blinks. How long do you think we can do it for? Frank staring into our eyes there, Chad. I hope you guys are all okay after that one. A little bit flustered in here. Is everyone else a little bit warm? But yes, I think that that Viscera definitely has a lot of really interesting stuff, particularly some of these newer cards. I'm very curious to see how this all goes. But yeah, Lexi vs Viscera, not a matchup I definitely necessarily would have thought we'd be seeing. But That's great. I love it. Lovely, a little bit of Viscerai. As long as it's not the Blitz one from back in that skirmish season, because that was the time. That was scary. Very glad we actually have some player audio now that I fixed it up.
I didn't keep any files. I like photoshopped them all, like outlining people every single time. But it wasn't efficient. I just got really good at it. So I could do it really fast. And yeah, it was just like a fun way.
Yeah, we're going to be in for round number 2 of the Australian 2023 National Championships for Flesh and Blood. About to get underway. Thank you, Serena. Thank you for being here. We're very grateful to have you all here, and I feel very honoured to be able to bring the action to you guys for the entire day. So this is our second of 3 CC rounds for today, and then from there we're going to jump into draft as well. So the draft going to be popping up. Players look like they're about ready to present. Looks like we're ready to go. Yeah, Viscerai vs Lexi for our number 2. And what is this? It is going to be, so we're going to have the Crown of Dominion Royal Viscerai. Do we have the Arcane Barrier available, though? That is the question. No, we do not. So, this one here, this could be very... What is the card top left next to the rune shop? I think it's the Eloquence. Oh no, it's a gold token. It is a gold token. As his Royal Viscerai, that is a gold token. Oh, that's amazing. Oh, that is excellent. But yeah, Royal Viscerai. We usually mean that the card cash in for those explosive turns. Look like Jeff Bezos, the CEO of Amazon, for the gold. That's so funny. That's amazing. But yeah, no Arcane Barrier, it seems, presented by Lexi here, and it does look like Frank is going to be the one going first. And it's always really interesting when you're playing Viscerai. You kind of are in this situation where a lot of the time... Ooh, starting off with the Mordred Tide. That is a really good start. So Mordred Tide's a card that doubles the creation of rune chants. This includes everything off Viscerai's trigger, off of your Grasp of the Arknight. Yeah, so you're going to pitch 2, activate Grasp of the Arknight. Goes up to 2 rune chants here. May have another rune chant generator. If he has read the runes here, this is like the perfect start for Viscerai, and it like quite literally is going to represent a ridiculous amount of damage towards this Lexi. And as we were saying before, it doesn't appear that Lexi or Morvian Skies are going to double it up to 4. It just looks like he's going to look to pass. Now, this is a really interesting thought process here, because with Lexi, with Voltaire, you have the ability to activate it on your opponent's turn and load an arrow. This doesn't come up very frequently, but turn 0 allows you to play that 6-card hand. But passing with an action point here, having the card available, 1 card in hand, what you can do is if you pass with your action point and they go to put arrows into the arsenal, particularly if they get real greedy and they put 2 of them into the arsenal, what will then happen is they have the ability to actually use that action point back and then swing into you and just chuck a bunch of damage. But Toby knows this is available and actually decides just to pass. Doesn't want to mess around with that at all. Doesn't want to mess with it. Just instead opting to go forward. Allow to play off that 4-card hand. We'll draw up here. 3 of a Kind is going to be the very first card played for Toby. I also had the Codex in hand, so this is exactly what you want if you're playing Lexi. This is how you want to start every single game. Honestly, if you want to start every single game with 3 of a Kind, most of you would win, I would think. Sleep Dart going to be the first one with Go Against. There's going to be 5 Go Again. And Sleep Dart, again, another card that isn't always good in every matchup, but into Viscerai, it is awesome. Turns off the ability to create the rune chance off of just playing your cards. So it means, again, we're talking about that overrate ability because you have a little bit of extra arcane damage coming along with it. Turning that ability off for a turn is fantastic. Looks like, yep, just going to take the damage though. 5 damage going to come through. I'm going to see whether or not we can actually have the life total counter moved. Just so we can see. And what is this next one? I can't actually make it out. It does look like... I think that's a frailty shot. I'm going to check that one. It's a little bit hard for me to see just because on my end it's a little bit distorted. Oh, hang on. I'll just pull this up instead. That's much better. Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, so we've got the frailty shot that came through. That one doesn't look like it was blocked out either, so Toby leaking through a fair bit of damage off that 3 of a kind turn. But this one here is the scary part as well. Morbin Skies, the red coming out. So on hit to create 3 more rune chants. And we're going to see a lot of this Spellblade Assault coming through as well. So now we're going to have a Viscerai trigger. So it's actually going to come up to 3 rune chants, it should be. No, Sleep Dart was activated, yeah. So because Sleep Dart was activated, it's just going to be the 2. So on hit, this one here is going to also make an additional 3. Judge just confirming as well there what I was saying with the Sleep Dart trigger. And this is one of those challenging situations. Premeditate in the hand. A card we didn't see in round number 1 from Lexi, and look at that, yeah, 4 damage, nice and clear. It's going to be a singular point of damage. Trading back. So using that piece of equipment earlier, and I like that. Rattlebones and Command and Conquer is another great card here coming through. 2 rune shots, Command and Conquer. You know what's better than Command and Conquer for 6? Command and Conquer for 6 with 2 Arcane along the back side of it as well. And you'll actually see Toby just immediately taking all of the damage whenever that Arcane comes through, because he is unable to block Arcane. And we're talking about Premeditate, one of those really powerful cards coming through, kind of like Plunder Run Junior almost, but in Lexi everything's coming from the arsenal, so it's essentially better than Plunder Run. Losing the singular card, that was a Sleep Dart coming through. We want to talk about fast games here. It's going to be one of those ones. What's the card that he's actually running? Is that Trench? It is Trench. That's really interesting from Toby. So, I was incorrect. He does have a little bit of Arcane in that Trench. I just thought it was going to be Spring Tuna. But yeah, Trench, a really awesome card that Lexi actually has access to now. Kind of allows you to nullify some damage you guys are going to gain a resource by moving the card from your arsenal onto the bottom of the deck. Premeditate coming through with that Endless Arrow. And we talked a little bit about Endless Arrow in the previous game, but one of those cards that is really, really important for you to block out, just because it just represents so much. We talked a little bit before about how you can get those non-attack action hands, where all you sort of have is, like, you know, Premeditate and the Ice Disruption. So having the ability to pop an Endless Arrow into the arsenal is just always so scary. Just that recurring value off of that card. And I definitely know for a fact, yep, it's going to be double blocks here with those new cards. Using the Grasp of the Arcanine. Our players really just throwing the equipment nice and early. But look at the life totals already. And looks like, yeah, so we'll take a bit of an off turn from the Viscerai. Pitching, make a rune chart, swing the Rosetta Thorn. Just presenting 3, set up the arsenal. It is giving Toby a 4-card hand, but it does mean that we're setting up for that big Viscerai 5-card hand. And the thing to look out for, the power cards are going to be the 3 of a Kinds and Art of Wars from the Lexi player, from Toby. And then Frank is looking for that ever important cash in or land to draw the cards off that gold token. Real question. That second Premeditate coming out here. Plenty of decisions. Pitches the blue Boltyn shot. Load up Voltaire. I'm going to assume for goal again off this one. Drill Shot. Now that's another card that is really scary. 7. One of those cards that I really love that they've added in. It does affect the armor. Now, with usually what you'll find with cards like Drill Shot is that you'll actually just throw the armor into it. But you, particularly when it's like not doing, throwing the armor when it's not to do with like breaking it, and that's probably why you saw he actually didn't throw the chess piece here, because he doesn't want to put the counter on the Spellbound Creepers. We want to talk about important cards. Spellbound Creepers, one of those ones that is just the absolute power. 4 go again, and just immediately takes it. Frank, no hesitation. Oh, look at that. So gave it go again, probably assuming that he's just going to reload it with that resource floating, but instead plays out the Arctic Incarceration. Arsenal's doesn't decide to Arsenal. Oh, no, sorry. Has the Ponder trigger, draws the card, but yeah, is going to Arsenal one of them. And has the Endless Arrows in hand. Another Codex. That 3. Cash-in being played, though. This is what we're looking for. Has the blue, cash-in, turning on the non-attack action, paying for it, drawing 2 cards. Now, obviously, you'd rather play the 7-card hand here. But yeah, here we are. Cash-in's coming through. And this is going to be that big turn, the one where, while the life total is towards Toby's favor, this one's going to be where we start to generate a bunch of value off of those rune charts. We have the non-attack action played already. We just start to absolutely chunk down the damage. But I don't expect to see Toby blocking anytime soon, particularly because swarming gloom veil here. It's going to make the rune chart off of the Viscerai trigger, which is really important because it gives it go against. This one is just coming in for 3. No rune shot on the way through. But yeah, so 3 with the go again on that swarming gloom veil. Has the go again because what happens is the card goes gets played, and before the card actually resolves, Viscerai's trigger goes on the stack. That resolves, creates their enchant, which is an aura, which means Swarming Gloom Veil gets that go again. Plus, technically cards don't check for go again until the very end. We're breaking the chess piece here now to generate 2 resources. We have the non-attack and the attack played. We're going to see more rune scars. This is a red one again. This is the one that if you're going to look at blocking something, it's going to be the next attack. And talk about power cards here. So we've got the 2 rune chants coming through, and the Shrill of Skull form. Now that is the red one, so I believe that's going to be coming in for 7. Off the top of my head, 5 plus 2. Yeah, 7. So 7 on hit. Also make 3 more rune chants. This is representing, well, it's 9 damage on the face, but actually representing 10, 11, 12 damage because of the rune chants that get created as well. Toby opting not to block. And again, this is when we talk about the power of the rune blades in particular, things like Viscerai. A little bit of a cheeky wink going through from Frank there. But this is the really sort of scary thing that you're looking at, because this is representing a huge chunk of damage. And you have to remember, while Toby does have the trench, the last thing he wants to be doing on his turn is pitching cards for Arcane Barrier. Lexi is a deck that generally pivots off of the singular blue. You can do your entire turn with that singular blue, and as a result, the blue count isn't as high as some other decks. So if you're trading your 1 resource card to reduce damage, that's when we start to get really scary. Frank doing the little bit of
that was for Greg. I know you're watching, Greg.
Frank giving us a little bit of the shout outs there. I don't need to do it, but as he did say, flukeandbox.com 5% off singles.
That's me.
And playing out to the camera. That beautiful Marvel Codex sitting in Toby's hands. Such a gorgeous card. I've only ever seen 1 in person, but they are stunning. This is a really interesting point, though, because he has to decide what he wants to do. Because the moment you start to relieve the pressure and you don't continue pressuring the Viscerai player, that's when you start to get real scared. But this is representing so much damage. It's representing quite literally over half of his current life total. And that's when, again, because of how rune chants are and how challenging they are to block, Frank can then start to pivot into this more kind of like controlling gameplay. And can sort of just start to grind it out with those, like, I guess, like 2-hand cycles and that sort of thing. So really, a really interesting moment. And I'd be interested to know what you guys would do here, because this is such a challenge. It looks like it is going to be the trench blocked. Yes, that's going to be 7. And this also brings up an interesting point. Now, because that trench is blocked... Oh! You want to talk about power cards, ladies and gentlemen. Oh! Revel in Rune Blood, creating so many rune charts. I bet you right now Toby is so glad that he turned off the Viscerai ability, because that is only making the 4. This is going to be 6 rune charts and 2 and 2. Revel in Rune Blood, an absolute power and monstrous card. Because yeah, the trench is gone, which means that he's also lost his only arcane barrier. So now this is guaranteed 8 damage. So it's 12 to 18 right now, regardless. And yeah, just going to take it all. So it's going to be 10 to 18. And look what happens, right? Toby considering in that turn not blocking, but like made the correct decision, chose to block there, because this one here is just so scary. Yeah, just going to play out that Blood Rot shot. 2 resources floating. And just, yeah, it's kind of come in for 5. Create potentially the Blood Rot pox on hit. So this is representing 7. But again, you're looking at 10. Yeah, blocking for 6. Snappies. Ooh, okay. Going to use those Snapdragon Scalers now. Codex is going to go in. And this is the thing, right? Because he doesn't have an Arsenal card, this is a really powerful Codex play here. Because he is going to be forced to discard. And Viscera does generally work best off of those 2-card axes. I would not be surprised if he goes for something along the lines of maybe goes for the Swarming. Kobe does have to reveal first, which is interesting. Yeah, Heat Seeker is going to be the play. Because that sets him up potentially for that next card. No cards left in hand, but Command and Conquer, and that is the perfect one to ditches the red card. And as a result, it is going to be that it's going to swing it across. Is definitely going to hit, so it's absolutely going to be a card in Arsenal for Toby. But then he's just going to have the Command and Conquer swung back. I'm assuming that's a blue or yellow card that's going to come in. So it goes into here. Blue Drill Shot, Ponder Token Trigger. Is probably not going to opt to Arsenal that one, just because it doesn't look like it has a card with natural go again, so he sort of soft locks himself out. But considering here, he's going to keep it in hand. Command and Conquer coming in only for 5, which is important. So one of these things where we potentially could be looking at blocking, or Lexi might just decide, I'm going to take the 5 here. There's no Arcane. You're not going to have an Arsenal card. And just sort of instead opting to just absolutely start smashing damage back. And that is, I think, how he needs to get back into this game. But again, it's so hard. It's one of these things. Drill Shot in the Arsenal is also a really good play. Does have the second one in hand, so maybe not considering it. Going through the lines here. And you don't really want to go to 5 because, again, no Arcane Barrier. Does mean that Revelant Runeblood just straight up kills you. But this is sort of where we're at a point now where we have to take a little bit of risk. We have to start pumping that damage back because you now have an inevitability clock. Yeah, taking the 5, going to lose the card in Arsenal. Doesn't really care. It was a free card anyway. Now needs to start cracking damage back. Really just start pumping it out because the more cards you give Viscera, the more ability he has to make rune chants, and the quicker you're going to start dying. So Premeditate's going to be the first card off the top. Frostlock here is going to load up. 2 resources floating. It's going to be the first one. It's going to be the Boltyn shot here. Coming in for 7? Oh, sorry, coming in for 8. And this is where you start to get scared, right? Because you probably don't block this one. He's got a relay left on Voltaire. There's no, there's 1 2-cost arrow, but I don't think you're really afraid of it. Command and Conquer doesn't do much here. So you just start to look at take the damage. You're at 13 and you just crack back. The only reason why I can imagine Frank wouldn't do this is whether or not he's bricked his hand a little bit, whether or not he's drawn up too many non-attacks or too many attack action cards. This is threatening the Ponder on hit, but it's one of these things where you're at 5 life against a Viscera with no Arcane Barrier. A little bit sad that, Frank just takes it.
13. Okay, did it. Good.
Yeah. Reload. See the Drill Shot for +1 here. You're going to come in for 5. Goes to 1. Okay, Ponder Trigger goes into the Arsenal. Going to 1. And this is sort of when we talk about using that life total as a resource. Lead the charge, going to give something go again. Pitches the cash in. Or it's going to come in for 2 and 2. Comes in for 2 here, has an extra action point, but makes the 3 rune chance, and then Rosetta Thorn's going to be towards the end, because there is no way here to stock that Arcane Barrier. The concession's going to come out. It's going to be just face on the wall.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and I was like, the artist concentration, I was like, okay, I've got a blue here. If I block, so I never blocked the first go shot of this 2. It's just like, I want that extra block. You take 1, but it's like, fine. And then, the artist thing, like, oh, wow. Yeah.
I knew getting that early was like dangerous, but I had to
I think it was fair, but that mob was like longer after.
Yeah.
And like an arch
was a big swing. And then if I had that
yeah. Cool.
But maybe that's a good card on the trend to make it out there for on.
Yeah, once that happened, I was like, okay, we can play a bit of a slow game.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yes, as you can hear the players chatting amongst themselves. I thought I'd give you guys a little bit of what they were talking about. But yes, really well done. Frank clutching out with Viscera. Oh, talking to the camera. Sorry, I've cut off from you, Frank. But yes, Viscera coming through. Look at the arcane damage. And this is the thing, right? These decks, like Viscera is a deck that does block incredibly well because most of its attack actions have the 3 blocks. But it is one of these things where it's just like the explosiveness that can just randomly happen. You know, you saw cash into the massive Morvian Skies and then the Revelin Runeblood coming through. And Revelin Runeblood really is that card that just allows Viscera just to push itself over the edge. And you have to consider as well that turn he had the Viscera ability turned off. So he would have had like 3, potentially 4 additional rune chants on that turn if it would not been for that sleep dart from the previous one. Really well played from both players. Excellent stuff. Toby, great stuff. Still in the tournament, obviously. I believe he was 1-0 coming into it. So Frank continues on in, I believe, in the 2-0 position, and definitely not out of it yet. We have one more round coming through. The drill shot does have piercing, though, actually. Oh, that is a really good point. Is it? Does it not have piercing? Is it an aim counter thing? Okay. Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while since we've looked into it. Let me just double check that. Yeah, if it has an aim counter, it has piercing. Okay. I was going to say, I was like, ooh, that. But yeah, no, there is a judge sitting next to them as well because we are at the feature match, so that would have been caught on pretty quickly. That could have been a really awkward way of going out. Aim counters, something that we don't really see in Lexi. Azalea gets aim counters really stuff. Yeah, thank you guys so much for joining us. If you guys have any questions, but that is going to be round number 2 of the Australian National Championships for 2023. Plenty of action to go. I'll just bring that up just so you guys can see. We'll bring the schedule back up again. This is what our day looks like today on the Saturday. So we have one more classic constructed round, and then we're going to jump into some drafting. We're sadly not going to be able to have anyone actually drafting at the table just because of how it all goes, but we're definitely going to be bringing you the coverage from the drafts. It's going to be 2 separate pods of 3. So you're going to have plenty of draft action to actually come along with. Players still hanging out and chatting. But we're going to cut to another little quick break. Just give yourself some time to rest. Get yourself a tea. Get yourself something to eat. It's 10 o'clock. It's 10:30 for probably most of you here. You know what? Go get yourself a snack because we've got a long haul to go. Plenty of stuff to go. I've got some healthy snacks. I'm also going to get some McDonald's on my lunch break, which I'm very excited for. What are you guys going to have for lunch? Let's take 5. Let's come back in just a little bit. But yeah, my name has been Matt Brandwood. Please remember, flukeandbox.com. OzNats is the code for 5% off all singles. You're welcome. And you're watching the Australian National Championships for 2023's Flesh and Blood. I will be back, ladies and gentlemen. Hang tight, and we'll see you soon. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Flesh and Blood Australian National Championships for 2023. We're about to jump into round number 3 of our classic construction portion in day 1. My name is Matt Brandwood and I'm going to be bringing you all the action for the entirety of the day. I hope you guys are all had a little bit of a nice break. So just to guys give you a bit of an update of where we're at currently, like I said before, we're in game 3. So this is the third and last round of classic constructed. Cool, there we go. This is going to be our last round of Classic Constructed for the day. And then we're going to jump into a couple of drafts. We're getting a couple of players coming over right now. We are going to have, who is it? Luke versus Quan Lee. Rana Singh. Yeah, Luke Rana Singh versus Quan Lee. We've seen some really interesting stuff already. We've seen a bit of Drom, which was very heavily represented at this National Championships. We've seen a lot of Lexi already. And we've also seen some Viscero take it down as well. So, really interesting already. Great stuff that we're seeing. We're going to cut to the players in just a moment as well. So after this, we're going to jump into 2 Monarch First Edition drafts. The first one will be commencing at 12:30 Eastern time. And then we'll play the 3 rounds, and then they will draft again, and then we will see who makes it to day 2. Now, we're also going to have a little bit of a lunch break after this one as well, just as something important to note. So just be aware of that. After we're going to have a slightly extended break, just so you guys can sort of see exactly where we're at and what we're doing. I hope you guys are having a good time, having much fun as I am. Make sure you've got your teas and everything. Make sure we're all nice and ready to go. Just remember as well, this stream is brought to you by Fluke and Box, which you can see down in the corner just here. Use code OZNATS for 5% off any singles purchases that you might be making. Who do you guys have it? If you like, I'll give you the breakdown of the meta once again, just so you know. Hang on. Sorry, table 2. I lied. We're going to have Cody Gilbert versus Philip McKay. Philip is going to be on Lexi. I know that one for a fact, so we'll jump into the table. And just so we can see everything going on. Let me fix up those names as well. Yeah, sorry, Quan won't be there. Beautiful. We have Philip and Cody. Wonderful. Jumping into it. Philip has the beautiful bucket hat there. Look at that. Showing off the Lorcana playmat. It's representing that. That's hilarious. Philip on the Lexi. We'll sort of wait and see what Cody presents as well. Cody looking very dapper in the suit there as well. Really came to play today. Was Luke on or not? No. So Luke was originally supposed to play, but it appears someone at table 1 didn't really want to. So both players. So Philip is from New South Wales, while Cody is from Victoria, and Cody's going to be on Katsu. Look at that oh my god, I've never even seen that playmat. That is gorgeous. Wow, that's something else. Yes, we're going to have Katsu coming in as well. Katsu, a deck that we've seen a little bit jump up recently as well. A deck that that sort of disappeared for a little bit and then got just a little bit of support here and there. And it's got enough to where it seems like it is going to be something that is quite strong. We could see as well, we have the Crouching Tiger on the playmat. We have Crouching Tigers on the playmat, but that does not necessarily mean that we're going to be using Crouching Tigers. Look at that nice altar as well for Katsu. Again, so one of these decks where plenty of different choices to be made in regards to what you're running. And so it's going to be interesting to see whether or not we see Master Momentum, we see Pouncing Links. Into Lexi, again, this is going to be probably another one of those matchups that's just going to go real quick. And people are are going to take a lot of damage, and they're going to take it hard and fast. Yeah, Cody on the left playing Katsu versus Philip, and Lexi on the right. Third Lexi of the day as well, but again, 21 players are on Lexi at this event as well, so it's not surprising that we're getting a few of them. Now, the interesting question is going to be whether or not we're going to see the needle coming out from Katsu. I doubt it, because Lexi does have a lot of 3 blocks, and I think the double Karachi is really important into the deck as well, but I may be wrong. We will see. But yeah, definitely a matchup I'm not the most, I don't have the most amount of knowledge in personally. I have played a fair amount of Lexi, but not into Katsu particularly at the World. It's always interesting as well. I love the fact that Katsu's made a resurgence, even though Fi was so dominant for a while there. And I love the sort of like the trickery that can happen. And there are so many different ways you can build the Katsu deck now as well. You've got, you know, your Roar the Tiger, Crouching Tiger's lines. You've got the traditional lines. You've got Bonds with Dishonor. You've got this kind of like, I guess almost Ira-esque lines as well. Where you can like play all the flick flacks and just sort of like present Karachi threat. I don't think that is like good enough anymore, particularly not in CC, but you know, we'll see. We could be wrong. There's so much stuff that can happen. And yeah, Katsu, just a hero that I love. I really like the altar for Katsu as well. I think that's really cool. Coming through from Cody. Players just shuffling up, making sure they get it all nice and ready. Make sure the decks are completely random, and that is one of those things as well where it's like you kind of, sometimes you feel a little bit inclined to just sort of like, yeah, give it a couple shuffles, but you should be doing like a full shuffle every round, because the last thing you want is, particularly in a game like Fab, you don't want your pitch set coming through accidentally from the previous game. But yeah, it's interesting. Maybe the playmat's a little bit of psychological warfare. Are we actually going to see Crouching Tigers? It's one of these things where, like, I think the floor for Crouching Tigers is lower than the regular, but the ceiling is just so high. And we see the equipment coming out now as well. And yeah, it is going to be the Trench. So the Trench gaining that resource by getting a card away. We're going to have the additional block as well coming through from the Perch Grapplers on the bottom. And yeah, Musk of Momentum. Ooh, not the Tunic though. Going for the hardened cross traps. We want to just really explode out and really do as much damage as we can. But here we go, jumping into it. I'm not sure actually who won the die roll, but a few other Lexi, I think, generally speaking. It's interesting because into Katsu it's kind of weird going first because they can just leak damage with the Karachis. Having a bit of a look through. Yeah, we're going to have Philip going first, pitching for blue. Activating Voltaire. Wouldn't be surprised just to see a card activated. Put in, so Falcon Wing, giving it +1, I'm going to assume. And yeah, just the Arctic, that's such an excellent play. So loads the Falcon Wing in face up, because that is a card with natural go again, and then plays the red Arctic Incarceration to make the triple Frostbite. Such a great play. Now, setting up for the 6-card hand into the next hand means he can also block a little bit, has a natural go again card, and forcing through making a block, and just going to be a red Snatch coming out. It's interesting though as well, because this Snatch is a terrifying card. The ability to draw and give go again off the Snapdragon Scalers if he wants to, but has a card in hand, so I wouldn't be surprised to see if Phil just wants to take this damage because he already has the card. If he doesn't pop the Snapdragons here, he's essentially drawing an additional card. It just gets to change the arsenal. In Katsu, that is important, don't get me wrong, but having to pitch away that Art of War is so scary if you are on the side of Cody as well. Sort of considering the interesting thing, and the thing that is kind of annoying me, and I don't know about you, is Cody's got the Karachis on the wrong sides. Karachis facing inwards, and he is, as someone said in chat, looking like he's going for the tilt Darchi, where he's got the white bordered one and the black one. Cool. Yeah, so just taking the singular damage, just has the sort of spare card, doesn't need it, so just mitigating, doesn't care too much about the draw, but if you don't need the card, you may as well just block, save a little bit of damage there. If you want to premeditate, from the arsenal. Probably, yeah, premeditate into Falcon Wing. So that's going to be the 6 damage on hit with Ponder. Warmong is sitting in hand. That is a bit of spicy tech there coming through. I feel like it does make a lot of sense in cards there. While it's not like a combo card or anything like that, it's a zero cost blue that costs 0 cost blue, blocks for 3, and in some of these matchups is really powerful. Can be very strong into Lexi as well. Kind of makes it challenging to go for the reload. So we'll see if that comes into play. Just takes the 6 damage. Loads Heat Seeker. I'm going to shoot with go again. Has a Ponder token as well already, so he's going to be able to set up that 6-card arsenal if this Heat Seeker hits. And that's sort of the point now where you have to think about it. Now, an interesting thing with how Katsu sort of has, we see a Bonds of Ancestry in hand, which sort of gives us a little bit of indication. Generally, you're not going for Crouching Tigers and the Bonds of Ancestry because you sort of dilute both of the game plans a little bit too much. But with Bonds of Ancestry in the deck, it's a little bit interesting because sometimes you can be incentivized to actually block and put cards into the graveyard, just so we can sort of make sure that there is stuff to banish off it. And massive damage turn coming through, as the drill shot's going to come through, blocking with the bonds and with the armor piece. Just value off of that. You need to block with the armor piece anyway. Just in case, because get the value off it means that you can pop Breaking Scales at any point to get through. Leaks a single point of damage and is now going to put that counter on top of the Mask of Momentum. And that's fair because you want to get the value off it anyway, because if he didn't block with the Breaking Scales there, the Breaking Scales are 100% getting the counter put on it. You see the Boltyn shot low off of the Heat Seeker, and then Phil sort of considering whether or not, the Ponder token card's going to go into the arsenal as well. Essentially meaning now potentially that card there is not a card, that is a card that either has go again or has a very easy way of enabling it. We'll see if red 100 wins coming through. So yeah, definitely doesn't look like he's going for the Crouching Tigers, or he's just sort of got like the cheeky one of like make 3 Crouching Tigers with the Art of Wars that are in the deck. Rain Razors in hand for Phil, so lucky for him. I'm sure he set it up in such a way, but it is lucky that now he can get that Boltyn shot out of there with go again, nice and early, as he does have a way of doing it. Potentially an Incarceration there. 100 wins take. Ooh. The wrong way. Yeah, cool. So 100 wins coming through. Katsu trigger on the stack does have the ability if he wants to discard a card. I'm not sure. No, it looks like he is avoiding it. And I think his game plan... Oh, no, he is going to do it, so he gets rid of the red Fluster Fist. As he wants to try and probably find a line here. Descendant Gust Wave, I believe that one is. Which is an interesting choice. I guess it just has go again. No Surging Strike on the chain. So it's just a 1 for 3 with go again. Probably wants to just go a little bit wider. It's going to be interesting to see whether or not he pitches the Warmongers or if he plays it. And Warmongers... definitely going to be a card to watch out for throughout the entirety of the day. When I first saw it as an Icelander player, I thought the card was much better. No, it's just going to pitch it, going to play the Descending Gust Wave. So this is a 3-form with go again, 2 resources floating. Doesn't have a Katsu trigger available, and he did ditch the bonds, so it's interesting what that third card in hand is. Yeah, takes the damage. This next attack is going to come in. Oh, it has the second one as well. So it's going to banish the Fluster Fist to find another one. This is a 0 for 4. This also threatens Mask of Momentum here. So see whether or not we're going to trigger that one. Yeah, puts the Fluster Fist into the bin. And yeah, I guess the thing you're not really scared of, you're not really worried about like some big dishonor line here. I don't know how much value the Fluster Fist gets, but it's damage, and I think in a race matchup like this, particularly when such a huge turn the previous, you need to be able to keep those cards. And that is one thing with Katsu in particular, is there is very frequently it is one of those things that it's pretty frequent that you need to keep larger hands. Just because you need to have those combo lines, because otherwise you're just throwing like little bits of damage here. So we're interested to see Phil considering whether or not he wants to give him the draw. 2 resources floating, Fluster Fist is banished. This is an interesting choice, and it is again like Lexi also wants to be keeping cards, has the 6-card hand set up though, but because he has the Rain Razors, he might be thinking about whether or not it's just worth to let him draw. Yeah, Fluster Fist is just a 0 for 4 in this one. Doesn't have the open the center to actually make it sort of it doesn't have the open the center to make it as stronger. I guess the thing Phil would be concerned about here, yeah, takes the damage. The worst thing that can sort of happen is whether or not he draws the open the center. Doesn't look like he has, otherwise we'd be seeing that one pretty much played straight away. 2 Kodachis coming through, and then yeah, just the 0 for 4 takes it. So life totals equalized a little bit. Have a 5 life lead coming through for Cody, but facing down a 6 card hand with a Rain Razors from Philip here, and this is where you start to really see the damage pump on, I think. Has the Winter's Bite as well, so if he's got extra resource cards, does mean that he can forcefully strip cards from the Katsu player. Premeditate started off. Yeah, there are a lot of ways to sort of buff up this Boltyn shot. See you guys in chat talking there. So Boltyn shot's the yellow Boltyn shot, gets the +3, so it's going to be for 6. Just going to try to send a message just to get them into encourage to use the dice. Just for damage. I should be okay in regards to like doing it out for you, but definitely one of those things where I think it's easier for you guys to see. Phil looks like he's passed to reactions. I see a lot of wind in hand for the side of Cody. So that's whether or not he wants to just let the... Is that double Rain Razors that I'm seeing? No. I can't make out what that other card in his hand is. It's definitely one. Might be 2. Yeah, I was going to lay it down. Yep. Additional damage. Yeah, so 7 coming through. Makes the Ponder token as well. No reload because there is still a card in Arsenal. Currently not pitched anything. We're going for the... Ooh, reveals the Codex. That's a scary card. That one is the Frailty Codex. Such a beautiful piece of art there as well. I love what they... I really love what they did with those cards. Ooh, yellow Winter's Bite. So that one... Oh, no, it is a blue, sorry. You can see by the one little red pip, one little resource pip inside it. So you're going to, again, definitely forcefully strip a card from hand. And then I wouldn't be surprised to see pitch to activate Voltaire, I'm going to guess. Yeah, activate Voltaire with nothing float, like with nothing there to get the card out of hand. Activate the Codex now to get something back from the graveyard. Technically the Boltyn shot's in there, but yeah, just going to go for the Heat Seeker. Get a bit of extra value here. Has the Frailty. Has 2 Ponders now as well, which is interesting. And then the Heat Seeker is going to come through. That one's going to be for 7 because you have to remember we still do have the Rain Razors on this combat chain. Lord of Wind, E-Strike, and Snatch for the side of Cody. So might choose to block and just like swing back either the Snatch or the E-Strike, depending on how much he wants to block with. But regardless, Phil is going to have at least something in the arsenal. Because yeah, those double Ponders are going to be there. Lord of Wind's going to take the brunt of this damage. It's going to take 4. Keep the life total healthy. 16 plays 23. Heatseeker is going to be active, so the first thing's going to trigger first. And it is actually up to the active player what you would like to do first. So he's going to let, as they're both end of turn things, you can sort of decide what you would like to do. Heatseeker going in first is usually correct, because then that way you have enough information to which one you want to be face down. Popping through. E-Strike, yeah. Just E-Strike for 7, just trade back some damage. Once again, though, facing the 6-card hand, and these are the ones that really get you. The 6-card hands are the ones where it's the most scary, I would say. just because, yeah, just taking the damage. 16 plays 16, but you're facing down another 6-card hand. Falcon Wing. Oh, Falcon Wing was the draw off the Ponder, which is one of the best cards to actually hit, purely just because it has that natural go again, and it's sort of the reason why you run it. It just allows you to have those really wide turns. We're actually going to see, more likely than not, assuming the resources are available, we're going to see 4 arrows this turn. So 2 arrows, and this is where we talk about the sort of most explosive stuff you can do with Lexi, and why the banning of Bullseye Race was so big, because we had those 4 or 5 cards. Why the banning of the cards, just because it enabled these turns to be a lot more consistent. But when you're sort of setting your turns up anyway, it is one of those things that really does allow for these really wide turns. Second activation of Boltyn coming through. It's going to be another Heat Seeker with Go again. So then once again, we're looking at setting up these really big sort of like 6-card hands. Plenty of equipment available for the side of Phil as well. Has a card and a drill shot left. Doesn't have any activations left of Voltaire, so he knows that that last card is not going to be played if it's an arrow. But he could also be worried about like Winter's Bite as well, ripping that as well. 5 damage coming through. And now finally the drill shot's going to come for 4 here. Needs to be blocked, so see the Winds of Eternity coming through, take him down to 2 life. Now, the scary thing here as well is that this is essentially 1 because the piece of equipment, the Hornet Sting, is still potentially going to be able to do that. 2 plays 16, but with Katsu, as we know, we can see these really big explosive turns come through. 4 cards available. 3 in hand though, which is an interesting thing. And to note as well, while the Arsenal card, we always talk about it being like the extra card in your hand. 2 Katsu, it doesn't allow you to banish. Now, Be Like Water, one of my favorite cards that came out in recent history for the Katsu deck. I just think the card is so cool. If that is, I think it's Be Like Water, isn't it? It's kind of hard to tell. But yeah, Be Like Water essentially allows you to turn on a lot of these big combo lines without the, I guess the challenge of always drawing them in the right order. Yeah, so you can make a head jab, surging strike, or twin twisters, which I think is really cool. There was also the mask winning faces, which obviously it's hard to print ninja cards in the mask slot that aren't masking momentum, but it is one of these things, you know, where it is one of these things where it sort of allows you to have that consistency. One of the scariest things, though, is the 3 of a kind face up in the arsenal of Phil here, because it means that he's very willing to just block with a couple of cards and then just play that 3-oak. And the 3 of a kind is going to sort of allow him to, you know, a lot of people think 3 of a kind is used to play these like massive like 9-card hands, but particularly without bullseye braces, it's a lot less efficient to do that. As a result, Frostlock's going to be off the top. And again, this is another interesting thing. It's a piece of information for Phil. He can now know for certain he's drawing an arrow and a blue off the top of that 3 of a kind, which is scary, because it now means he can sort of craft his hand a little bit more. It's going to be hardened cross strap into a surging strike. So it's going to be 4 to yellow surging. We're looking like we're starting to set up a bit of a line. The other thing with the drill shot, so he's no equipment left to block either. So Cody really has to put Phil in a situation here where he has no way of cracking back on the purpose of, otherwise it's just going to be sort of, he's almost going to Kadachi lock him. I have to check something about Trench. Yeah, the other thing as well, though, is that Phil really, if he wants to, can afford to block with his entire hand, trench the face down card, and play 3 of a kind off of the resource gain, because it's not all, it's just 1. And it has to be the face down card as well. So, inertia shot is going to be the play with the block, blocking it all out. Whelming Gustwave did have a really big line actually come out here. And I think this is sort of the one that Phil really didn't want to see. because it is another 0 for 4, but this one is threatening a card draw. Can block with the trench if need be. I don't think he's going to want to throw his entire hand. But it's one of these things though where one miss block here, if for example the other card in his hand is Mugenshi release, it's a bit scary. Doesn't have the resources to pay for it though, and so I think it's this thing where Phil has to decide. There's been no Katsu trigger yet either, so he has to sort of figure out how he wants to block this, because the scariest thing that can happen here is whether or not he draws a card. Yeah, he's going to trench 1, block here, and block for 4. The scary thing though is he might have to look at blocking for 5, because it's this situation where it goes like, okay, if he doesn't block this all out, because he does have the breaking scales. If he doesn't block this all out, all of a sudden, 1 leaks over, Katsu ability triggers, discard the card in his hand, find Mugenshi release, and draw a card to pay for it. Mugenshi release, all of a sudden, then you're playing for 5, then you've got the Lord of Wind stuff going on, and it's one of these things where all of a sudden, this life lead that you see, 16-1, doesn't matter when you're all of a sudden just throwing Lord of Winds and pumping them with each other. Phil checking the graveyard. Did see a Lord of Wind was in the grave, I believe, which means... Interesting. Doesn't look, maybe he's not blocking with the trench. It's a really challenging spot now because he has trenched something away already. So yeah, this is challenging because then he finds a couple of Lord of Winds, goes Kadachi, Lord of Wind, and all of a sudden, like, this turn's looking real scary. I don't think... Feeling the tank a little bit here. I don't think he's dying. But it puts him in a situation which you don't want to be, which is Kadachi Town. And Kadachi Town is like the worst place to be.
Oh, this is so tempting.
Shifu saying it's so tempting here. Has to decide whether or not he blocks with the trench. And this is again the power of Katsu as well. Sometimes, the big thing with Katsu, it's never been a deck that lacks power. It's just sometimes the consistency can be a bit off. And this shows you that with some of the printing of these new cards and some good draws, all of a sudden we just start smacking people. Yeah, the other card... Yeah, Bonds is another one that's quite scary as well. He can find it. Yeah, he's going to block for 4. Is it 4? Yeah, so he's going to Breaking Scales this, 1 over the top. $15. Yeah, so the blue Philosophist is in hand. Now, the interesting thing, and I have to check this up, is can you cut... Does the Katsu trigger... Yeah, okay. First time attack actually you control hit, so it's an on-hit trigger, meaning it's also the same as the Whelming Gust Wave trigger. And so, because of how that works, you can draw first and then look to discard, I believe. Yeah. If it hits, draw a card. So because they're both on-hit triggers, you can actually look at discarding when you would like to, which I think is really good. Yeah, well, he's going to find the Bonds here as well. Now we're starting to get scary. So he finds the Bonds. What can Bonds find here? Oh, oh my god, he's got a Lord of Wind in the graveyard. Might just find, yeah, looking for 100 wins, so potentially could have got 100 wins off the top. I think if you're Phil here, you're pretty happy that he's only getting 100 wins. Yeah, so he's going to find another one. Just gets the red once. It's going to be another 7 damage. And then Phil's going to try and crack back with the 3 of a kind. And he knows a Frostlock is there, so he knows he's got at least 1 arrow. But, you know, he could get... And this is sort of the thing, right? There is a chance that he goes Frostlock and then gets, you know, I don't know, Rain Razors into 3 of a kind and can't do anything. So it's scary. Speaking of scary, it's going to be another 3 damage coming through here. And he still has a card in hand. That's the blue 0 cost. No, it's a snatch. Oh my god. So he's going to be able to present 3 here and then another 4, so 7. So it's going to go to 3 and draw a card to put into his arsenal. What a turn coming through from Cody. Oh, he's going to Snapdragon it as well. So takes 4. Draws a card off the top. Okay, so interesting. So the 3rd hit went through for Mask of Momentum. I do believe Mask of Momentum is a May ability. Oh, it is it's interesting because it's not a May ability. I think it is a triggered ability. I think it is triggered. It's going to be interesting. We have a judge call. Let's listen in. Oh, interesting. Okay, so because the trigger was missed, and he drew 2 cards, what happens is, in the way that the judge call works, is that essentially he gets to decide what card goes back on top, and the other one that gets drawn. So that's one missed trigger there could cost him. Decides to Arsenal as well. Draws the Art of War. Is now going to play, has a Frostlock already, so he's going to draw the 3 cards, and this is where it starts to get serious. 4-1, needs to survive, and if he can survive, oh no, has 2 Art of Wars in hand, so it might actually end up being beneficial to him. He can banish a card, draw 2, and give it +1 defense. It also say defend from Arsenal, but because it was that reaction, might not actually be able to, so this is looking real scary now. Double Art of War in hand, is going to be able to at least get a little bit of contingency. Frostlock's going to come through. The other thing to note as well is we do still have the Quiver available, which is not something you see particularly frequently. I think, yeah, so he's fusing it. Yeah, pitch the Art of War, play the Art of War. Just going to be banished, draw 2, and a +1 block. Yeah, so the fuse is part of the cost. So he has to fuse as part of the cost. So it's going to be 4. Any D-Reacts become dead. Oh no, he still has the 1 pitch floating. So it's not too bad. Frostlock's ability though is brutal for Katsu. We talk about being Kadachi Lock, but Frostlock, because it's fused, it gains +1. If it hits, well, look, what am I saying? If it hits, he's dead. I was going to say the best on hit in the game is on hit lose. So disregard that one. But yeah, being able to have the Art of War might actually save him a little bit here. Pitching 1 is the safer play, but it does mean he loses a bit of power and doesn't have the ability to give it like 5 block. Phil does have 1 other card in hand as well. So should he decide, if it's a big arrow, he can just do that. If it's Blood Rot, that's scary. But then again, any on hits here is just sort of death. So it has to tidy everything up. So banishing and drawing. And I'm assuming it's +1. Okay. So he has 2 attack action cards. So it's going to be for 4. The Whelming. Oh, has to activate the Quiver here. So he's going to pitch it. Oh, it's a red Boltyn shot as well. So the red Boltyn shot's going to go into the arsenal. And I believe this is just another 0 for 4. Has the attack action here. Now the other scary thing as well is that Phil knows. Yeah, so it has to block it out and just pass. And this is where all of a sudden, card in Arsenal, that one little mistake, that one missed trigger, all of a sudden looks like it could potentially cost him, because Phil was on the ropes. He was going to have 2 cards in hand. One of them was going to be another attack and a reaction, so he's going to not be able to have the 3 of a kind turn. Has to pass back, premeditate in hand now. And this is where all of a sudden 1 life available, no block available on the equipment either. On the other 3 of a kind is going to be the other card that he drew off the top. I talked about potentially bricking the 3 of a kind. Now all of a sudden, Rain Razor's 3 of a kind, premeditate, sitting here, 4 cards in hand? Yeah, 4 cards in hand with 2 resources available. And this looks like potentially he's just going to be closing this game out, because I don't know how you cover up all of this damage. So taking some time to consider. Again, you don't need to really be worried about on-hit effects or anything like that. This is going to have go again. Sedation shot, so it's just... this is a lot of damage. Yeah, so for 10, has to load another arrow. Hamstring shot, and that's going to be game in an absolute heartbreaker for Cody. That one little miss trigger. It's one of these things where at this sort of professional level, one little miss triggers is such a difficult situation. But what a close game. Yeah, just that missed mask trigger. Just enough just to sort of inch it out here. And then into the double Artivore, so it was really challenging to actually look in between. But ladies and gentlemen, what a tight game. Back and forth. We saw some incredibly big turns. But yeah, insane stuff. That one little miss mask trigger. And as well, just the unlucky. I think even if, you know, he only drew the 1 card after missing the mask trigger, it still would have been the reaction. So it would have just been a Kadachi. So the situation probably would have been the same. But yeah, such a challenging situation there. But what a game. What a game. Congratulations to Phil. I believe he's going to be 3-0 coming into it now. Cody 2-1, definitely out of it. And that does conclude our classic construction portion for the day. So players in a moment are going to be going out and grabbing some lunch. So I'm just going to I was just checking the schedule there, as we can see. So the next round is going to start at 12:30. So we have about an hour. So what we're going to do is we are going to take a big break from the stream. I'm also going to grab some lunch. Just so that way I can also eat before we jump back into it. Yeah. Cool. So we're going to take about a 55-minute break here, ladies and gentlemen, just so that way I can grab some food, you guys can grab some food, players have a little bit of a rest and sort of relax. I hope you guys are having a fantastic time, having as much fun as I am. You're going to buy me a green screen, fair enough. Yeah, look, my camera's on this monitor instead of this one because there's a lot of mess on the other side of the room. But that doesn't matter. But guys, hope you're having a great day. This one here, like we sort of said before, is going to be our last round of Classic Constructor. We're going to jump into draft after this as well. So we're going to have a bit of a chat about draft. We're not going to have anyone sadly be able to show us their draft hands during it. So we're going to have 2 separate draft pods. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be back. Like I said, we'll be back in probably about 55 minutes. So grab a bite to eat. I'm going to keep the stream up though, so don't worry, we'll still be here. But have a lovely rest of the hour. Grab something to eat, and we'll be back. Like I said, you are watching the Flesh and Blood National Championships for 2023, brought to you by Fluke and Box. Make sure you use the code FABTCG for 5% off all your singles at the checkout. We'll be back soon, guys. Thank you so much. Cheers. Ooh. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are back to the Flesh and Blood National Championships for Australia 2023. You're back with Matt Brandwood, and I'm here hosting all of the fun. Now, we are only back for a little bit here because if we take a look at the schedule, we are at draft round number 1, meaning that what we are looking at is we are going to start that draft process. Now, just due to some technical difficulties and the ability to actually get players here, it's a little bit challenging. We only have the singular setup. So what we're going to do is we're going to sort of talk through what the draft looks like, how it actually works for those who've never drafted before, and then we're going to cut back to another break just while the players actually draft and get their decks ready. So the format that we are drafting will be booster draft, and we are playing Monarch First Edition. Okay, so for those of you who have never played a draft before, it kind of looks like this. You are given a pack, and you open up that pack, and you look through the cards, and you are going to take one card from that pack. From there, you then take the pack and hand it to your left, and then there will be another pack, and then you take another card, and you continue around the table until there are no cards left. You then open your second pack, pull out a card, and then pass it to the right, and do the same thing as they pass through. You pick one card, and they are passed around. Finally, you open up your third pack, then you do the same thing, this time back to the left. And then from there, you are essentially going to build a 40-card minimum deck of the cards that you have drafted. Now, hero restrictions still apply. So there are 4 heroes that we could see. For those of you who are not newer players who haven't really sort of touched Monarch Draft before, we are looking at the original Prism. We are looking at the Chane. We're looking at Levia and Boltyn as the 4 heroes that are currently available. What's the breakdown for the tournament? Does it follow the schedule as the US Nats? I don't know if it exactly follows the US Nats schedule in regards to like timing and stuff like that. This is what our schedule looks like. But I do believe it is the same format, which is constructed, draft, constructed, top 8. So we have 2 more rounds of draft that are going to be coming through to us now. Just to give you a little bit of an insight, as we can see, we see some of our players just on the cameras there, setting down, getting ready to draft. They're split up into pods of 8, essentially meaning that there are going to be 8 people drafting alongside you, and then we sort of cut to the games. Now, the other thing with draft that is very important is to know, you'll notice on the schedule it says that we have 6 rounds of draft, but they will only be using their decks for 3 of those rounds. So what's going to happen is they're going to do their draft, pass the packs around, pick the cards, go from there. End of that, we will then cut to another break because they are then going to do another draft where they get another set of packs. They will then pass them around again and then play another 3 rounds. From there, we will have our 9 rounds completed for the day, and we will be able to determine who makes it to day 2. No worries. Yeah, that's right. I'm pretty sure US is a little bit more spread out. I also think that that's based on attendance. We have 100 and... Let me get the final number for you guys as well. Also, just while we're here and we have a little bit of time just to relax, I will also run you guys through what our breakdown is. Yeah, so we... let's have a look. 121 players a total in the Australian National Championships. We have as our most represented Lexi at 21 players, followed by Drom at 13 and Icelander on 10. Bravo also sitting at 11 there as well. 8 Briar, 7 Katsu, 7 Dash, 5 Dory, 4 Boltyn, 5 Kano, 8 Levia, 4 Azuri, 2 Vis, 2 Prism, 1 Arachne, 3 Azalea, 3 Fire, and 3 Rhina going to be your sort of CC breakdown. Not really important today, as we are over our constructed rounds, but it's just good to know. Yeah, been a really great day so far. I've seen a lot of the Lexi on stream as well, but we're going to not see any more of it due to the draft portion. So we're going to let the players start drafting, let them get into it. It takes a little bit of time, so I'll put the just like the draft screen up as well, just so we have a little bit of stuff to do. But please just remember that the Australian Flesh and Blood at National Championships for 2023 are brought to you by flukeandbox.com. Use code OZNATS for 5% off any singles that you're after. We're going to cut back into a little bit of a draft break. We'll go from there. Packs are being handed out, and the cool thing about the packs, which you'll see on stream, is they are all stamped with LSS, which I'll talk through in just a little bit. But we'll be back shortly, guys. Hang tight, and we'll see you soon. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Australian Flesh and Blood National Championships for Australia 2023. I'm kind of glad I was muted because I stuttered a little bit, but our players have completed deck construction. That's what I'm trying to say. And are now moving to their positions for round number 4 of the day and our first draft round. Thank you guys for letting me know I was muted. So, as I was explaining just previously, this is going to be Monarch first edition draft. So we're going to be looking at the pack distribution based off of the first ed print run of Monarch, which I believe is the same for first ed and unlimited, but we are looking at the first edition ones. Our players are just getting situated and finding their positions as we are pulling someone over to the feature match area. Hope you guys all had a nice lunch as well, or dinner, wherever you're coming in from. I myself had some McDonald's, just because it's kind of what I felt like having. But yeah, I hope you guys are all doing very well. Very, very excited to be bringing you this coverage. Like I said, we have 6 more rounds to go. 3 from this draft pod and then 3 from the second. The streamers, of course, are brought to you by flukeandblocks.com. Use the code OZNATS for 5% off, which is pretty awesome. They have a lot of really awesome stuff on there. A bunch of sealed product as well, and also a bunch of slabs of cards that have already been graded. So, as you can hear in the background, our players are talking and having judges talk. You can sort of see a little bit. It's 11:10 on a Friday, calling in from America, I'm guessing. Welcome. But yeah, so Monarch, really interesting draft format as well, as obviously there's the 4 heroes, and it's 4 talented heroes as well, which I do believe hasn't popped up in a little bit. So we're going to see a bunch of really cool cards, which I think is really cool. What I'm also going to do is just get, and I do this for all of them, is I pull up the card lists. For tomorrow, I'm going to see whether or not I can actually pull up, I can actually get like a card view for you all, just so you can see. I'm trying to stay and work and watch these rounds. That's fair enough. Well, thank you for joining us. I appreciate it. Obviously, we have some really fantastic Flesh and Blood coming for you as well, which should be good. We've had some really interesting spreads of our meta. It's pretty diverse. We've got an Arachne player somewhere in there as well. We sadly couldn't get it on stream, but there is an Arachne player, which I think is awesome. Azuri has a bit of representation. A bunch of Levia, or Levia, depending on how you pronounce it, which I think is great. I think it's a hero that is very, very strong. Who are you guys playing in the current formats? Are you guys currently, are you competing? Are you guys entering into your national championships? I'm assuming if you're Australian, you're probably not, because if you're in the chat, shouldn't you be, playing right now? But also, yeah, what else have you guys been playing? I've been really loving Icelander. I've pretty much one-trick Icelander ever since the hero came out. Anything interesting you guys are playing? I'm going to play a little bit more Azuri. Going to move into some Levia as well, because I think Levia is just such a unique and interesting hero. We're just waiting for our feature match players to move their way over to the table. It looks like are they in construction still? They may actually be in deck construction. I'm not 100% sure. Interesting. I'm just going to check the schedule. For those of you interested, well, this here is our schedule for the day. Draft round 1 should be starting in about 15 minutes, actually. So yeah, I think they're probably still in deck construction. So what we might do is that we might actually jump back into it then and jump back out and jump back into the last little bit while they construct their decks. I'm going to leave it up on the screen just so you guys can sort of see our players in the background. I'll keep it going just so you can hear them as well. And I will be back in just a little bit. New mech in a few months, isn't exciting. Not only just one new mech, we're going to have a bunch of new mechs. We're going to have the new Dash, we're going to have the two new heroes as well. And I'm really excited to see what these Evos do. Because I think it's going to be really cool assembling Voltron. But I'll be back, ladies and gentlemen. I'll leave the players up on the screen just so you guys can see and watch them construct their decks. I'll be back shortly.
Yeah, those are like my football picks. About to run those in prison. Wait, so I give you that.
Boltyn players are presented in the layout. You can sleep at the page where you are, sleep entry for the drive. You can't play with you cannot play basic as a penalty.
Last chance, Adam, just keep it thick.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Australian Flesh and Blood National Championships for 2023. I am Matt Brandwood, your host and guide throughout the amazing quality Flesh and Blood games that we're going to be having for the remainder of the day. It looks like the players are just wrapping up their deck construction, so we should have them with us relatively soon. But in the meantime, we'll just once again go through a couple of little things. So this right here is what our schedule looks like for the remainder of the day. It just sort of shows us what's going on and when we're at. So we're about to hit into the 1:30 mark, which is going to be when we start the actual draft games. Now, for those who've never actually drafted before, draft construction takes a little while because you have to sort of determine what things you want in your deck. There is still sideboarding, much like regular, constructed Flesh and Blood. So you don't need to be too concerned in that regard if you want to make some changes depending on the matchup and stuff. But it's a really interesting format when you look at some of the cards that are available. You have a deck like Chane with this like hyper oppressive game plan and constructed that doesn't really work the same way in these sorts of formats for two main reasons. One, the power, you just don't have all the cards that you need compared to like these classic constructor versions, but also what you have is you have the ability to get decked really easily because you have to remember you only have 40 cards. So it's not a big deal, but yeah, players are writing out their deck lists just to make sure that they're handing those ones off because deck lists are required as well, even though it is a draft format. But yeah, really excited to watch some of these games. I've been reading through some of the chat as well. It looks like we've seen some people. OTK Vincent I find really interesting, but Fire for Tim Gunderson as well. Such an excellent deck to play through and just really get to know how you can sort of most efficiently push damage and sort of identify what role you need to be in any game. Really awesome stuff there. I personally, when I draft Monarch, I've not drafted Monarch in a very long time. I did a couple of drafts back in the day, but I didn't really do much in regards to the actual draft while prepping for that, because obviously I'm sitting here. But it's a really great format from what I remember, and I think there's been some new technology that's sort of discovered as well, which is interesting. So it looks like our players are starting to move around. Hopefully now we're about to jump into game and we'll see who we're going to get. But just remember, we don't have any more classic constructed on today. It is going to be draft rounds, but I do highly implore you to watch draft rounds if you've never watched them before. While we're going to be looking at some weird cards, we're going to see some things you guys might not see super frequently. I'll be able to guide you through it, and that's why I've got the little thing open off and to the side. I will say, and I will let you guys know, that I have seen that at the Australian National Championships, there was a cold foil Fabled unboxed in someone's pack. Someone's pack one, pick one, was a cold foil Library of Solana, which is pretty hectic. Now, is the card actually good in draft? That's debatable. If you get real lucky with the Prism or Boltyn list, absolutely it's probably good, but am I taking that 100% of the time? Like, I don't know. Like, it's interesting, right? I think if it's not your very first pack, I think there are instances where you look through the pack and you go, you know what's better than this cold foil library? Something else. So it'd be interesting to see if it was drafted. But draft format, yes. So we are looking at a traditional booster draft. It's not sealed. It is going to be handing the cards on and off, which is really good. First edition Monarch is what we're drafting here today. What's been your guys' favorite draft format that you've played? I think Monarch for me was definitely a really, really good one. Welcome to Wraith Draft is also a lot of fun. If you've ever played Welcome to Wraith Draft, when we did the Farewell to Wraith events, that was some of the most fun I personally have had with the with sealed Flesh and Blood. And I personally, I'm not a draft player. I very much am ingrained in classic constructed and the Blitz formats, but obviously through competing in these events, I've had to get better at draft. But Flesh and Blood has such a wonderful just such a really, I'm not going to say easy, but a really just like user-friendly draft, at least in Monarch and stuff like that. Some of our draft formats are a little bit more challenging than others, but I think it's a great format. Players are starting to move around, so it does look like we're very soon jumping into it. Once again, guys, this is the Australian 2023 Flesh and Blood National Championships, brought to you by FlukeandBox.com. Use the code OZNATS for 5% off of your orders of singles, sealed product, as well as slabs if that takes your fancy. We'll cut back into the camera in just a moment, but I'm very excited to see who we're going to have up on the feature match area. Obviously, we only have 4 heroes available, so we are probably going to see some repeat heroes over the next 6 rounds. But again, these decks are going to be wildly different, and I think that's why the draft format is so fun. Tell me, when you guys draft, are you very much to sort of keep yourself open and draft along the things that you want to see, or are you kind of, you know what, I like this hero, let's force this hero 100% of the time? Because I definitely know some people who go both ways in that regard. I don't know what I would personally be doing, but at these sorts of events, I'm trying to try, I think, and keep open. Some key cards that I think are really important in the format. First of all, is the equipment. Unlike some of the later formats, there is no guaranteed equipment. So you definitely want to be looking for those and trying to identify the equipment that you want. Captain's Call is a pretty good card to allow slightly longer turns. Nourishing Emptiness is a great 3-block 6. And you've also got some power cards like Exude Confidence is in there as well. All the Ironhide equipment along the side. And then obviously your M's, and they're your big things as well. Soul Reaping is just a card, and it is ridiculous and insane. So if any Chane players out there, Soul Reaping is a card you definitely want to be seeing. Boltyn, you're obviously looking for things like Lumina, and those sorts of cards, like the really powerful reaction cards are super important as well. You've got stuff like Spillblood if you're deciding to go with axes as well. Halo of Illumination is another great card, in particular because it's got the Spell Void. And you have to remember that there is a Runeblade in this format. So cards like Seeds of Agony giving arcane damage, which turns on things like Rift Through Reality, if you're able to find those, and also like things like Dimensional Gateway and that sort of thing, dealing arcane damage. So definitely a lot to sort of look out for, and because you have to remember there is no actual regular, just like basic null rune in this set to be drafted. So that is definitely something you have to consider. Can you outrace it? That sort of thing. We also have Prism. Prism is a deck, obviously, that in Classic Constructed was ridiculously powerful, and that's definitely the same in these formats. But you have something like Levia to sort of keep it in check. So it's this really interesting and unique format where there's a lot of things that are really powerful, and there's a lot of things that, you know, you draft the right deck are just going to run you over. But there's so much you can play around, and there's like interesting cards. Every card in this set is just like, I find, has a spot, which I love, particularly in the draft format. And obviously then there's going to be things like Beacon of Victory, Luminia Ascension, V for the Vanguard. That sort of stuff is going to take over games. In case you're wondering and you're not super comfortable and super yeah, exactly, it all depends on how people read signals and draft heroes and they pop, and that's super important, and that's with any draft format, but in particular when it comes to talented draft formats, it's also a very, very big deal. If you didn't know, the token weapons I will read out to you. So for Illusius, you have Iris of Reality, which is the auras get +4, get 4 attack and once per turn. You can pay 3 to give it go again and attack. Hatchet of Body and Mind are going to be your Boltyn tokens. So essentially they swing for 2 each, and then if the other attack was, so if you go Hatchet of Body, then your Hatchet of Mind will get +1 for the turn. Levia's side, let's have a bit of a look. I believe it is the Ravenous Meat Axe, but I'm just going to double check that one for you. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the Ravenous Meat Axe. Yeah, Ravenous Meat Axe. So 2 cost for 3. If you attack, draw and discard a card. If it's with 6 or more that you discard, it gets +2. Really great weapon for Levia because you do have to be using that graveyard as a resource. And then Chane, you've obviously got Galaxy Black, a 1 cost attack, a 1 cost 1 attack, which if you played something from Banish, it deals +2 until end of turn, and then if it hits, it deals an Arcane, which again does mean a little bit more for this than it would be for regular. Plus, it also works on that curve of the single 1 cost that Chane really enjoys. Obviously, when Classic Constructed, when Chane was around, we had a slightly more powerful 1 cost weapon, but, you know, Briar, a deck that is pretty well teetering on the edge of Living Legend. So 2 and 2 might sort of be towards the end of its days, and we might not have to deal with that again. But yeah, really interesting draft format. Got a lot going on for it. Lots of like micro decision making too. When it comes to some of the equipment, obviously all the legendary equipment is fantastic and incredible and terrifying. In particular, number 1 is Carrion Husk, I think. You have the boots from Prism as well, the Phantasmal Footsteps, that are also really scary, but I think Carrion Husk is just like this particularly in a format like draft, is just so scary. Just being able to present 6 blocks. So if anyone pulled a Carrion Husk, that's a really big thing. You've obviously got Doomsday and Eclipse as well. Less important in these formats because if you're getting to that point in Chane, you often can't play the stuff and you're probably just dead. So this is, I think, probably one of the few times where Doomsday is a better card than Eclipse. And then going along as well, there's so much stuff. Valiant Dynamo is also a piece of equipment that just can just accumulate value. So when we talk about the legendaries and that sort of thing, obviously if you pull a legendary in a draft, you're pretty happy regardless. But it's still just something to consider. And, you know, legendaries, even if they're not the best for your deck, they are, generally speaking, worth hate drafting. Because the last thing that you ever want to do is pass a Carrion Husk down to someone who has like an already scary deck. There are some other really key cards that came from this set that we sort of don't really think came from the set. Sonata Arcanix is probably my favorite card in the game, even as an Icelander player now, and that thing is absolute gas. You've got Exude Confidence, which again we sort of talked about before. Nourishing Emptiness is a great 3-block 6 power attack that you pull at turn 1, you're just off to the races. So yeah, we've got plenty of stuff that we can sort of go through. Players look like they're finally getting situated. We're figuring out who is going to be playing who. This is round number 4 overall, which again, we're looking at Monarch Draft at this point. So the first round of draft, we're going to have 3 rounds of this, then we'll cut to another break. Players will draft again, and then we'll be able to do the last 3 rounds of the day. Thank you all so much for joining me. Having you guys here makes this a lot better. Tomorrow I should have a co-caster with me as well, someone who I can have a bit of a chat to in between games. But until then, you're stuck with me, just sort of talking at you. If you guys draft, who are you drafting generally? Who do you love to draft in this set? I'm a bit of a Chane person. I just love Chane, but I think Levia is a lot of fun as well. The deck has a lot of moving parts that, you know, one mistake you can just sort of randomly die. But also you have the option to just kind of throw these really efficient 3-for-9s like Endless Maw and stuff like that at people, assuming you get lucky. Either Prism or Chane. Prism's again another one that just runs over people, but then can also just get absolutely run over as well. Pulling Luminaris is a really good point as well. If you can ever find a Luminaris for that Prism deck, it's just you off to the races. But again, 1-for-7s with Wartune Herald, Herald of Erudition when you don't have equipment, Herald of Protection's fantastic. Boltyn I really like in this too. We talk about some of the efficient things. Valiant Thrust is a 1-for-7 if you've charged, which you can obviously give go again. Battlefield Blitz is one of those 1-for-5s where it's getting charged. Luminar Ascension is just what a card. If you guys have never been on the receiving end of a classic constructed Lumina combo, I'll tell you right now, it's an experience. Particularly since they added in the gem, it's not a gem, you know what I'm talking about, the thing that makes Lumina an instant. The name will come to me. That combo is even scarier. Dread Scythe is also a great pull with no AB in the set. That's true. Dread Scythe is really, really strong. And I think if you can pull Dread Scythe, it's one of those things where you put your opponent on a clock. It's just, you can just essentially afford to swing Dread Scythe every turn, you know, and that sort of thing. But it's, Chane is just, as a deck, inherently is very powerful. And I definitely know, and I've definitely heard that some Chane players will actually put their whole sideboard in, just so you can't get fatigued. If you haven't already, grab yourself a glass of water. It's a long day today. Keep yourself hydrated, alright guys? Make sure you get some food and some snacks in between as well. Is there a way to see standings? I'm going to try, once this round is, once we get to the end of the draft round, so after round 6, I'll try my best to get standings. It's really hard for me to get them, just because I'm not actually, if you didn't know, I'm not actually at the event. The event is in Sydney, Australia. I am sitting in my room, comfy and cozy in South Australia. So I am a solid 2-hour flight away, which is why it's a little bit challenging for me to sort of run backwards and forwards. We're sort of communicating via text a lot of the time. But I think it's working well. We're having some fun, but I'll try and get standings at the end of the draft rounds. Let's see if I can organize that one. Because I agree, I'd also love to see standings. Do you know what Fluke's record is? I don't know. I heard he was 1-1 in round 2. I don't know if he won round 3 or not. But if you go look at Fluke's Twitter, he's the one that actually pulled the cold forward library, which of course he did. So I'm not 100% sure. I'll get in contact with him after this round as well, try and see if we can figure it out. I'm really interested to see how our previous national champions, Nick Butcher and Hayden Dale, are going. And hopefully we get them up on stream relatively soon as well. But yeah, it looks like players still just sort of figure everything out, shuffle it up, making sure that their decks are nice and ready. It's really cool seeing a couple of my mates in the camera as well from all across Australia. I think that, I don't know about you guys, I think that's one of the most wonderful things about our community. It's just, our community is just so lovely. Everyone's just sort of chatty and everything like that. So it's always good to see. Wish I was there, but at least this way I get to hang out with you guys and provide some, hopefully some insightful and entertaining commentary on some pretty impressive stuff. But of course, like I said before, this one here is brought to you by flickerbox.com. Use the code OZNATS for 5% off. It's going to be cool if we get to see some people crown a 2-time champ. It would be really cool, Jonathan, if we could see a 2-time champion. I think a 2-time champ would be really, really cool. But also, it'll be lovely to see some new blood as well. Joe, good to see you, man. Speaking about co-commentators, Joe, sad you're not there at Nats. Joe, a South Australian player who top 8'd the first Australian National Championships. Join us in the chat. Also holds the title of my favorite endgame of Flesh and Blood ever, where we had 3 invert existences on the stack in response to my last shackle in a chain mirror. Was crazy stuff. It was literally the most insane thing I've ever seen. Nick Butcher all the way for you, Cat Freaker. Who you guys got to win? I was going to say, like, Nick Butcher is obviously the, I think the safe bet. Hayden Dale is also up there as well, but I want to see some new blood. I want to see some people, some new fresh faces sort of start coming in and seeing. Hayden, for you, Jonathan, for you there, Jonathan. Good to see. I'm hoping for one of my South Australian friends. That's my hope. I'm hoping to see that. Lumina Ascension, you don't care who wins, you just want to see a Lumina played. Ooh, we've got one player sitting down at the table now. And we've got a second one. Who do we have? Let's have a look, as we are going to cut into game now. Wonderful. I'm just getting fed some information about who our 2 new lovely players are. We are going to have Prism Vs Chane, a matchup that we've seen in Classic Constructed a lot, but in Monarch Draft, again, it's a little bit different. Let me just update these ones for you as well. So we have Justin Lim. Ooh. Yep, so we have Justin Lim versus... Oh! We have 2 Justin. So I'm actually going to do their last names. So we have Justin Lenihan and Justin Lim. Wonderful. Shout outs to our judge team, by the way, providing me with all the information that I need throughout the entire day. So yeah, Justin Lim is going to be from Victoria on Prism, as you can see, versus Justin Lenihan from New South Wales. On Chane. So what we can see here is we do see some equipment coming out. So we have drafted some equipment. So that Blood Drop Brigade, the Dreamweavers, and the Halo of Illumination. The Halo and the Dreamweavers are 2 very important pieces of equipment, mainly just for the fact of it allows for some blocking of their arcane damage because it's spell void. And then on the side of Chane, you have the Braces of Relief, the Eben Fold, and then the Aether Iron Weave. Your money's on Justin. Yeah, fair enough. I think it's a pretty safe bet. And yeah, Chane versus Prism. This is a bit of an interesting one because Chane, generally speaking, other than a few exceptions, is not a deck that really has a huge amount of 6 attacks. You've got some cards like Consuming Aftermath, which is a 6 attack, and then a couple of others. But a lot of that stuff is a little bit towards the lower end. When it comes to... Oh, it's Stubby Hammers, sorry, not Braces. Thank you for correcting me. So we're not going to see a huge amount of poppers, which means that these heralds are going to come in and do a lot of damage and smack for some pretty big damage. Fist bump coming through as we are into our game of round 1 of your Flesh and Blood National Championships draft phase, round 4 overall for the entire afternoon, as we have Justin Lim versus Justin Lenihan. Players are going to draw up and we'll get it going. So the interesting thing with Chane is whether or not you actually want to be shackling every turn, which generally speaking it is not. So we're going to see All-Star for a very long time before it was banned, the Belittle. This is just a blue Belittle coming in for 1. We are going to fetch a Minnowism, which gives a little bit of information here for Justin Lim, as we fetch the yellow Minnowism. So we're going to be having +2. And see whether or not he wants to sort of use it now, or whether or not it's just the sort of thing where he's just fetching it out, maybe use it for some pitch. We'll get the audio back on as well. Lining up a couple of blocks here. One other thing that's really important in the draft formats comparatively to something like your classic constructor is your card economy, because you really want to squeeze every point of value out, because it's a lot easier to get fatigued. And that is one thing with Prism, that you don't have a regular weapon. So you kind of have to make every single card count, because if you run out of cards, you have, even if your opponent has 2, you have no way of actually doing it. We see Chane shackling up turn 0 as well. So not afraid of actually putting cards into the bin and making sure that it gets really strong. So we're going to pitch here. Ooh, okay, interesting. We still got the Bounty Demagon in hand here, as we play out the Rifted Torment. If it's played from Banish, it deals an arcane damage. This one here is the red one. So with the Shackle, 1 resource floating, he's going to be able to just come in for that 4, and then probably swing that Galaxy Black in the background as well. A lot of matches in the US Nats in Vegas got fatigued. Yeah, and that's a big thing in draft, particularly versus Chane. Fatigue is a really... it's definitely a good strategy, because Chane as a deck is inherently going to deck itself faster than quite literally any other deck in the game, because its mechanic is to banish cards off the top. And yes, you're growing that hand if you can't grow it. If you can't take advantage of those cards that you are banishing, it doesn't really do a whole lot for you. Thinking about blocks here, and this is the thing. Well, one thing you are going to notice a lot more in these sorts of matchups is we're not only just going to have class cards. Generics are really important when it comes to draft. Justin Lim taking a little bit of time here, just sort of trying to identify what he wants to do. I'm just fixing some of the cameras as well. There we go.
Oh, shit. Okay, lovely. We can go... Galaxy Black.
So see, we close up the combat chain here again. Prism ditching everything. Now we're going to sort of draw up, and now we start the first actual game. First actual turn, sorry, as now we're no longer drawing. Looking at the hand here, and this is the interesting thing with Prism as well, is that usually when you sort of think of Prism, you think, oh, I'm sort of stuck on yellow cards. But no, look at this. So we're going to immediately break the Halo. So we're going to charge a card into Soul, and then if it is a Light Illusionist card, we're going to be able to draw. I believe it's if it's a light card, sorry, not specifically illusion. If it's a light card, you get to draw a card. We have 1 card in Soul now as well, which means that we do at least have a weapon, so we can create a spectral shield, and then swing the weapon and then come in with an attack. So you kind of have to think of those spectral shields kind of like Prism's little weapons. Yeah, so coming in for 4 here, pitching the blue. Oh, maybe, sorry, no, he's just creating it, I believe. So it has 2 floating. Take a moment just to think. This is one of the challenges with Chane in particular. Draft less so, but you need to sort of figure out how many cards you can afford to block with and how many cards you might need for the things you banish off the top. And it's sort of a little bit of like, a little bit of guessing, a little bit of luck and that sort of thing. But we'll see what happens. 2 minute time. Just going to swing for 4. Gonna block with a yellow Riftbind here. So take 1 little bit of damage. Yellow Riftbind. Riftbind is definitely a really powerful card in the Chane deck. Really just allows them to sort of string together a bunch of these non-attack action cards. But not as powerful as, you know, something like the classic constructed versions and that sort of thing. Looks like a Brandish about to be played onto the stack here. Yeah, Brandish. 1 resource floating now. Brandish means his next weapon gets +1 if it hits. Now this really doesn't do much into Prism, but it is just something where, just again, it's a 1 for 3 with go again, and then with a thing like Boltyn or something like that, it is very powerful. There we go, going to put them all down to the bottom. A little bit of damage leaked through, but Chane has a 4-card hand set up, but needs to banish a card off the top first. Oh, didn't actually banish there, which is interesting. Hang on. Oh, no, he did banish, so I didn't see it. It was the Arcanic Crackle. Yeah, okay, sorry, I didn't notice him banish it because, like, when you've played as much Chane as I have, like, I do things in a really specific way how I banish, and I didn't catch him doing it. I'm like, oh, I forgot to do it. But yeah, Dimensional Gateway is going to be the card off the top here. Coming through. Dimensional Gateway, again, talking about no Arcane Barrier, means that it is going to deal a little bit after you opt. So you opt 3. If it's a Runebait card, it deals a damage, and then if it's a Shadow card, you can banish it. So a lot of the time, it just means banish. So essentially means deal an opt 3, deal an Arcane, and then draw a card, because we see the Riftbind that has been put into the graveyard. That is enabled, which is an important thing to note. We can get a little bit of extra value because he's going to come in for 3 as 1 non-attack action has been played, 2 resources floating with a card in hand. The Arcane is going to eat up. Oh, Seeds of Agony coming out as well. Talk about all-star cards in Classic Constructed. A card that was banned for a very long time because it gave Chane this inevitability. Coming in for... Yep, so coming in, activating the Soul Shackle as well. So there's going to be 4 and 1 Arcane with Go again, as the Seeds of Agony is enabled on this card. And now we're going to sort of look at them potentially throwing either the card out of the arsenal or the sword. That is an interesting point, though. At least with Prism, you have the ability to create spectral shields, and those spectral shields are going to block some of the Arcane. Blocking over the Herald of Triumph is going to eat up one of the equipment, and then just the Galaxy Black coming through. This is for 3, which is important. Galaxy Black for 3 because we have played a card from Banish, so Herald is going to block it out, save a little bit of life, and then pass the turn. We still have the card in us, and again, the big thing to remember, though, is we are shackling currently on every single turn. At least of the 2 turns so far, meaning that the deck is going to start to get a lot thinner, a lot quicker. And here we go, talking about cards that we don't see very frequently, looking at Invigorating Light. Now, Invigorating Light, really, really good in Draft in particular. If there are no cards in Soul, essentially this card charges itself into the Soul. Used a lot by Boltyn. Coming in for 5 here, and then afterwards it's going to go into the Soul, which allows then for that Spectral Shield... yeah, essentially makes a Spectral Shield afterwards. Oh, another Dimensional Gateway coming through. Off the Banishers, we did sort of Rip Through Reality. Now, Dimensional Gateway here does turn on the go again for Rip Through Reality if it sort of goes through. Now, what Justin Lim can do is he can actually, in response to the arcane damage, make a Spectral Shield. Should he choose to do so, and that is going to turn off that go again if he's worried about it. He may also just choose to tank it and then go through there, because you also don't know whether or not something else is going to happen. It is going to be a blue bounding Demigon off the top as well, so it's a 0 for 2 out of Banish, because it is going to get the +1 as that non-attack action been played. So if he takes the arcane damage here, you go Rip Through Reality into bounding Demigon, then you still have a Shackle and the ability to play something else, maybe the card out of graveyard, out of your arsenal into the sword. So it could potentially be looking at a pretty big turn here on the side of Justin Lenahan. Oterath, though, one of the cards in Justin Lim's hand. If you want to talk about powerful auras, that one there, in conjunction with Spectral Shields, is just really quite oppressive. So that's something definitely to keep an eye out for. Taking a moment just to consider. It does actually opt just to take the damage, means this Rip Through Reality will be coming in for 2, and the arcane damage will be sort of leaking forward. We'll have to see what happens here, lining up some blocks. After that Minnowism into the bounding Demigon. Now, no sword, so nothing to worry about there, but does have at least the 1 no block, and when we start leaking this amount of damage, it does start to get a little bit concerning if you're the Prism player. No cards in Arsenal either. That is one thing with Prism. It does take a little bit of time, and does often require all the cards in hand. So very unlikely for you to have those like 4. Blinding Light, I believe that's the card to come off the top. Blinding Beam. So yeah, it gives it -3. If that is the red one, because it's targeting a shadow card. So it's an instant, so just 1 damage will leak through in the end. But it's one of those cards that if you're the Chane player, you're kind of happy to see it. It takes, it's one of those things that's really hard to play around with later in the game. And I think likely to see the Oterath deployed here. Or we're going to look at, instead of just arseling that Oterath a little bit later on, just flash it out when we've got some Spectral Shields. No, pitching it instead. One of those things, I guess, where in something like Draft, a little bit less impactful than some of the sort of high-powered decks that we have seen prior. This does look like it is Rising Solar Tide. If it hits, it puts it into the Soul. This one's a 1 for 4. Blocks for 3 as well. So one of those things where in Boltyn, really, really powerful, gives you a way of sort of recharging without needing the loss of card economy, which is something that deck can struggle with. Lining up a block for 3. I guess he doesn't really care about if the Soul's going through. 1 damage is going to go through. That card is going to go to Soul. And then we'll just look at probably arseling the card. Now, I have been saying the word recharge a lot in regards to actually if we're recharging into Soul. But the thing to note is that recharge is a different keyword. So if it's something that says put it into Soul, that does not count as charging. Which is a really interesting point for Boltyn. Because a lot of his stuff says if you've charged this turn X or Y. Has a card in hand, sort of considering maybe what do we do with it. Ooh, gonna break the Blood Drop Brigade. The interesting thing is the Solar Tide doesn't actually have... Now, with the Blood Drop, I thought you had to have taken damage on your turn. Now, let me just double check that, because I may be wrong. Blood Drop Brigade... Oh, they have dealt or been dealt physical damage. Okay, that's right. I only ever ran that card in Kano, so it's just kind of like I was never dealing physical damage, so that's why. But that was back before we have some of the cards we have access to now. So understandable, that's why. Back over to the chain now. 2 big cards banished here. We have a Void Wraith, as well as the Seeds of Agony. It's a red Seeds of Agony. Got some really big hitters in this chain deck. May not have actually had a lot of people drafting chain. Things like Void Wraith red, Seeds of Agony red. Seeds less impactful than in Classic Constructor, but still a sensationally powerful card to be able to turn on a lot of these playing from banish effects. Because you have to remember there are a lot of chain cards that are specifically request that you need to have the non-attack action played first. And so having a non-attack action that costs 0 plays from banish really just sort of enables the deck. Oh, if we actually take a little bit of a look here, a little bit of a judge question away from the tables. We see Stephen Lim, Justin Lim, sorry. Take a moment just to consider, think through his plays. Has only the Dreamweavers left available. Now, Dreamweavers is one of those cards that can really push through big bits of damage when we're looking at like things like Wartune Herald, Stop Poppers, and that sort of thing. Might actually, though, be trying to save that card, you know, use it for its alternative value, which is going to be that Spell Void, which is, again, sort of similar to the headpiece from Chain, where they might want to use it to like the Banish Draw effect, but it is one of those things where the Spell Void can be really impactful because there is arcane damage that can come through from Prism. Creates a Shackle. Oh, I want to talk to you guys a little bit about some absolutely incredibly powerful cards. Now, this is a really interesting point because I think Prism only has the 1 card in Soul. It's kind of hard to tell. But as a result, he's shackled the card because what you can do is in response to the Soul Reaping, you can actually instead just make a Spectral Shield. And what that will then do is then lose the goal again from it. But 1 card was banished. It wasn't a Shadow card, I don't believe. Oh, looks like a Hungering Slaughter Beast. Maybe it was. I'm not sure what the card he banished was, but doesn't gain any resources, so it wasn't a Blood Deck card. But it is still reducing that card from 6 cost to 0. So a 0 for 6, pretty good from what I've heard. And sometimes with Chain, it's a 0 for 6, draw a card, gain a resource. So talk about big hitters and that sort of thing. This is a pretty hectic card. And this sort of puts Justin Lin a little bit on the back foot. Really need to take some time to consider what you want to do here. Hand does look a little bit awkward though. Justin Lim over on the side. Couple of 2 blocks. It's not what you want to be seeing. Now this is a good card though, in fairness. It's Rally. So what that essentially does is that Rally the rear guard blocks for 2, but once per turn instant you can discard a card to give it +3 block. So with a lot of the there are a lot of cards in this set that do block for 0, particularly with Brute and then Prism with the instance, which essentially does make things a little bit challenging. Yeah. Yeah, so a little bit of a conversation there. So Stephen did make a Soul Shield in response to the sort of end of turn, closing the combat chain, but didn't realize that the shackle had gone through, so was trying to deny that goal again. And in doing so, he now only has the 1 card in hand and the singular Spectral Shield. And as a result of that, the Spectral Shield is going to get popped, meaning we don't have a way of cracking back. And then all of a sudden now, the singular card in hand is going to leak a lot of damage here. So the Spectral Shield is going to lose based off the Seeds of Agony trigger, and then has to take the 5 off the Void Wraith. Passes back, has one card in hand. I think it was a Glisten, potentially, but doesn't actually have any targets for it now. So Glisten distributes 4 counters on any weapon they control. So you usually would put that on a Spectral Shield, and yeah, it was a Glisten, and so Minnowism, blue in the hand, and 2 other cards, and Chane still drawing up, and this is sort of the scary thing. Chane does have 2 cards in the Banish Zone, and not only are there 2 cards, it's a red Ghostly Visit and a red Riftbind. This Chane deck is terrifying. Oh, and look at this. Lots of non-block cards here as well. You have Genesis in hand. You have the Glisten, like we sort of said before. This turn, this might be it. No cards in Soul to make Spectral Shields. 2 blocks and 2 no blocks. And Chane, well, Chane's hit 2 of his most powerful cards off the top. Seeds. Want to talk about arcane damage? Shackle. Now, this is a really important thing that we got to watch out for throughout the rest of the day here, chat, is whether or not someone shackles and then plays a card with Go Again. Because I've done that before and it's lost me the game because it gives it to the next Runeblade or Shadow card, regardless of what that is. So this is Ghostly for 4 and 1. Ghostly Visitor card that is an absolute staple, not only in Chane but also in Levia, in Classic Constructed in particular. We'll use it for like a recursion package, which I think is really cool, because you can like find ways of like banishing it. Takes the damage. Let's have a look here now. Is it gonna? Yeah. So just gonna play the Riftbind. This one's another for 4. So just swinging these 4 attacks at him. 1 for 4, 1 for 4. A little bit. It's interesting because sometimes you want to leave the cards in banish, so that way if your hand gets stripped, you have something to do. But it is a little bit challenging in this sort of format when the life total is so low. So I think, yeah, just getting them out now I think is definitely a great play. Justin Lemon's also going to be left with a couple of cards in hand as well, purely from the fact that Justin Lim wasn't able to pump anything back. Doesn't want to go to 1 because going to 1 versus an Arcane Barrier deck, particularly when you only have Spell Void 1 remaining and currently no Spectral Shields, is quite scary. And you also don't know if the card Invert Existence was drafted, which is a way of instant speed. Banish 2 cards from your opponent's graveyard. If you do, and it's a non-attack and an attack, you do 2 Arcane. It is one of my favorite cards in the whole game. It's either Invert Existence or Sonata Arcanics. Those are my 2 favorites, but Blood Debt has been cleared out, so nothing to be worried about there. Goes to 3. Justin Lim keeping 3 cards in hand at least, though. And look at that deck on Chane. It's looking a little thin. Not much going on, but Genesis is just going to be the card to be played. So Genesis pitching 2 blues. Not enough to do anything else, so the Genesis is going to get played. 2 whiffs. 3. Ooh, that's a Go Again enabler. Oh my god, and a Seeds of Agony. So if he has a Riftbind in hand, he has another Seeds. This is going to be a lot of arcane damage potentially coming. And this is a little bit unlucky for Justin Lim, because he's found the Go Again Phantasm attack, the Spears of Serenity. Oh, activating the Evenfold this time. He's going to banish. Yeah, banish. Oh my. That's a red Rip Through Reality. Oh my god, this deck is gas. This deck is insane. This is essentially a Blitz deck at this point. So yeah, Seeping Shadows yellow gives Go Again a +1 to a card. This guy has more Seeds than a Watermelon. Yeah, Seeds, pretty good card. This is interesting, right? Because the Rip Through Reality is naturally going to have the Go Again if arcade damage is dealt. Going to pitch here. Just thinking through his plays a little bit. Just really wants to make sure. Yep, so we're going to play the Seeping Shadows. Means this next thing's going to have Go Again, 4 of them. Ooh, hang on. No, okay, so Caesar is different because it's attack action card specifically. So this Bounding Demagon is, yep, just going to be for 4. It is a red, and it has the 1 Arcana along with it, but it's a +1. It didn't come from Banish, but because of the Seeping Shadows, it is going to give it +1 and Go Again due to the cost nature of it. So still very, very powerful. Very lucky that this didn't come from the Banish zone, though, because if it did, this would actually be coming for 6. Yep, just conferring, seeing what exactly is going on. I'm going to assume this isn't going at Genesis and it's just going straight to face, because at this point I don't think you're too scared of Genesis. Yep, so he's going to block the arcane damage using the Spell Void. Line up a bit of a block. And yeah, Spears is really... and the Enigma Chimera as well. So would have had a pretty big crackback. But because of the life discrepancy, he's going to have to just use it to block. Hasn't shackled yet either, so we're definitely looking at a time where we could play that Rip Through Reality. Doesn't have the go again though, and this is a really smart play. Didn't actually... opted to not take the arcane here to turn that go again off. Has another Seeds though, but I think this Seeds is a little bit dead in this instance, so I think maybe you just play the Torment. It's really interesting because he had the option to banish like 3 different cards here, and all 3 of them are really, really powerful. But regardless, you can just shackle here, play Torment. The really interesting thing that I like to do with Chane a lot as well, because the interesting thing about it is that it doesn't necessarily need to do with a card. So you can actually shackle swing sword here and try and force an overblock. Yeah, so 4 go again with the Rip Through Reality. And then, yeah, it's probably just going to play the sword and then Arsenal one of the other cards. But yeah, it's definitely interesting because you can actually swing sword here with go again and like not reveal what you could potentially have in your hand, which I think is sort of like scarier. Only 4 cards are left in deck here for Chane, and so I think, yeah, if you're Justin Lim, you're trying to block out as much of this as possible. But one miss block here can cost you the game, is the only scary thing as well, and doesn't have the most amount in it when it comes to like actual 3 blocks. Goes to 1. I'm going to pitch and swing the sword. He's going to force out 1 last card. Card's going to go into the arsenal and then we'll pass. Now, my only thing... It's a little bit of a scary turn, particularly if that arcane had come through and you didn't have to shackle the Rip Through Reality. That right there would have been like a really difficult situation, I think. Yeah, it's interesting that we also haven't seen a Stubby Hammer's turn sort of present itself. And this is the thing, we have left the Genesis alive. So having Genesis alive means he draws a card, puts something in Soul, makes a Spectral Shield. So that 1 is essentially now 2, which means you can't just try and force through arcane damage anymore. But I think regardless of what happens at this point, if you're Chane, you're sort of just like... You just take the damage. You have 1 turn left because of your hands getting banished. But instead, we're going to make the second Spectral Shield. Just pass it over. Last 3 cards getting banished. And look at this beautiful pitch stack here. Bounding Seeds. Has another Seeds in hand. This is right here. He's had a card in Arsenal for pretty much the entire game. So I'd be curious to see what that card is and what we're actually going to rip off at it. Few good blocking cards there as well from Lim. But yeah, now we're going to do it. Now we're going to break the Stubby Hammers. And this is where all of a sudden those cards in this turn gets a little bit scarier. Seeds of Agony 1. That's going to take care of at least 1 of the Spectral Shields here. We also have the ability to play the Aether Iron Weave at some point in this turn. Sea Tremor of I don't know how to pronounce that. Irathel in the hand. We're gonna have the Bounty Demigod. So this one is going to be for, so it looks like it's a yellow. This one didn't come from the banish zone, so it's going to be 2, 3 and 1 arcane. So the Spectral Shield is going to go. Oh, and then there's the Arcanic Crackle in the hand as well, which is sort of gonna, I believe, seal the deal here. Needs to remove the Spectral Shields. One of them is gone. The only other thing is whether or not he has any other way of interacting with it. If he has a soul food, that's a way. But also if he doesn't close the chain, then it won't matter. Yeah, so what will be Seeds of Agony into Arcana Crackle. And that's going to come through with the Arcana. That is going to be game G. G's coming through. Really well fought there. Prism into Chane as Justin Lenahan is going to be taking that over Justin Lim. Real close though, and that's the thing. Didn't see any of those power cards until a little bit later in the game. Players sometimes have a bit of a chat together, but there's going to be round number 4, our first draft round here at the Australian Flesh and Blood National Championships for 2023. We're going to take a very short break, and after that, in about probably 15 or so minutes, we will be back with round number 2. So don't go anywhere. Grab yourself some snacks, get some water, and I'll be back with you guys in just a little bit. BRB. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It looks like we're pretty much back into game straight away. We're a little bit ahead of schedule, which is fantastic. So game number 2 is going to be right up on your screens. We are still in the Australian Flesh and Blood National Championships for 2023, hosted in Sydney, Australia, as we are coming into round 2 of the draft, round 5 for the entire evening. So we're getting into it, and we are going to be up against our number 1 seed and our number 1 table, Hayden Dale versus Fahad Rahman. Hayden Dale, our first ever Australian national champion, drafting obviously, which will be here, going up against Fahad Rahman. Hayden is from New South Wales. He's on Chane, and Fahad on Prism from Victoria. So another Chane versus Prism. The first one we definitely saw had a little bit swaying towards the Chane side, but that's not what the heroes represent all the time, as the players are jumping into it as we cut over. Let's see. Let me just update this too.
The cheese.
I'm on
Hayden versus Fahad. Fahad rocking that beautiful Aether Iron Weave. Sorry. Crucible the Aether Wind. Playmat, what an absolute delight that one is. That is just so pretty. I am a little bit biased towards Kano in fairness though. An excellent player, someone that I've played previously, and Hayden Dale needs no real introduction. Previous calling champion, as well as a previous Australian national champion, multiple time calling top 8, Pro Tour, high placing player as well. So interesting to see how this one goes out. And looking through Fahad's deck, as it gives us a little bit of an insight, and we're seeing a lot of heralds, a lot of those big herald attacks, trying to decide whether or not he wants to keep them in. A couple of spicy little tech cards as well, and that is one thing that I do really enjoy about this, and about how the sets are created, which is that you're going to find these really niche tech cards that you might not necessarily use all the time within the game, but you're finding a lot of stuff that certainly is really good in the draft. So you're obviously not going to play a card that only works. What's Hayden playing this meta? As in Classic Constructor, Hayden was on Dromai. Hayden played the Classic Constructor rounds on Dromai, which I think is really, really cool. A deck, again, that we don't see a huge amount in regards of like mass popularity, but is always a strong deck. It's just quite complicated. Getting the leftovers ready for us here, getting into it.
I was like, wow, Hayden.
It's round number 5.
As I was trying to get back to 20.
I was like, that's going to be an interesting game.
I was trying to get back to 20 minutes.
7 bubbles are imaginary.
Looking over as well. I do love that playmat a lot. I've got to try and maybe get myself one. That's good. But yeah, once again, Chane versus Prism. It's going to be interesting to see how much equipment is actually going to be presented, whether or not how much of that spell void is going to come into play as well. Luminaris, though. Oh my god. Well, we want to talk about piece of equipment drafted for hard. Coming in with a incredibly terrifying card. And if you're Hayden Dow, you're a little bit worried because as you and I saw, there was a little bit of Heralds, and there was a lot of yellow there. So Luminaris being drafted, pitching a Herald Rebirth. Oh my god, we're playing Classic Constructed. It's a War Tune Herald, pitching a yellow, giving this attack go again. And Hayden kind of needs to have a popper here, because this is a 1-4-7. And look at this, 3, 6, 7. The piece of equipment thrown up already. Pitching a Spears, and that's going to be just, I believe that's a, ooh, forget the name. Spear Shadow is going to be there for the block spear. That card, yeah, Stony Warthog. So that's by less than 2. Yeah, so it has plus. It's a 2 for 7 if they don't block with 2 cards. So leaking 2 damage. But yeah, the Luminaris and the fact we have a red War Tune Herald and a yellow at the very start of it, that shows you what kind of deck this is. And we talked about sort of how this matchup isn't what that first game is, and obviously 2 incredible tier players. But Luminaris is just one of those things that can be enough just to tip it over the edge. But in saying that as well, we do notice only the 1 piece of Spell Void, which is the Dreamweavers, for the side of Bahad, and doesn't have as much. He does have the Iron Rot legs. It's going to be a Void Wraith coming in from Hayden. This is a 1 for 5. Sorry, 2 for 5. Is going to have going in because of the Soul Shackle. And this is the thing, right? Like, we can talk about how powerful some of these cards are, but particularly when you give them Go again. But it is one of these things with Fahad where he still needs to be able to present damage. It is 20 life, and that's not a huge amount to play around with. Oh. Now, we were talking a little bit just before about some of the tech cards that are sort of introduced in these sets, and that's definitely one of them as well. I believe if my mind recalls, and again, you're going to have to bear with me a little bit here, just some of these cards I haven't seen in a very long time. But yeah, that is Lunatide Plunderer. It's a 3 for 7, but you can banish a card from Soul. Less important here, but if that's the sort of things that we're seeing, it is going to come back. Hayden, look at this as well. With Chane, the interesting thing is that you are pitch stacked because you know you're going to be banishing cards. So you can actually count down and figure out which cards are going to be banished versus which ones instead going to be blocked with. Oh, sorry, going to be drawn. But it looks like just a pass back here. And this is the thing. Is Fahad going to commit early to this almost fatigue game plan? It is going to be a bit challenging. But it is the thing where it is possible. Hayden is going to be very aware of this as an idea into Chane that you can just try and fatigue it. So you notice counting the deck, trying to figure out where it's going to go. There's a couple little techniques that you guys can actually use as well with these sorts of things when you have 40 cards in your deck, where you can actually do a little bit of math to figure out where it's going to go. The math itself is a little complicated for me to explain midstream, but it's something we can maybe talk about a bit later on. But this is sort of where it gets interesting with the Chane deck, because often you can't actually utilize your entire hand in something like this in draft, because you just don't have the go again resources. Ooh, interesting. Oh, we want to talk about powerful cards. Soul Reaping, banishing the Ghostly Visit, shackled up as well. This is going to be Warmonger's Recital as well, so it's going to be +3. So this is 9. Okay, just to put it in perspective, this is now a 9 damage go again for 0. Gain a resource, put a card into banish that you can play next. On hit, put this card on the bottom. Warmonger's Recital is a really great way. He's taking 2, meaning that the Soul Reaping is going to go back onto the bottom of the deck. And that is a terrifying sentence for me to say. There's a reason why. Oh. Yeah, sorry. A bit of a conversation there. There is a reason why this card is a legendary card, and you can only run 1 of it because it is so powerful. And using that resource gained off the Ghostly Visit, it's now going to come in for 4. What a turn. And as we sort of seeing with sort of how Heart's playing, he might not be able to pump back as much damage, or he's just looking for a really good turn where he can pop off with it. It's going to take the damage, go to 9. And the thing as well is that we might still get back to this stack. We're not 100% sure. But, you know, versus Prism, it is a thing. And just the Wartune Herald. 1 for 7. Just great card economy. Technically, as Go Again, has nothing else to do with it. And that's totally fine. And this is sort of where Hayden needs to figure out if he's going to trade life or whatever. Can he put back the pressure? I think in draft, it's kind of hard to sort of rely on whether or not you're going to banish things off the top, because the percentages are a lot lower. So you could sort of just structure it, and then if you have the opportunity, you send it. But regardless, still just taking some time, looking through the grave, and sort of identifying what cards he has left. Because with Chane, you've seen a lot of your cards already at this point. Pulak's coming through, red Bounding and a yellow Ghostly are going to be the 2. Hayden looks like he also has a hell of a deck. Passing banish 1. Oh, red Seeping Shadows and the Seeds of Agony. 2 hits off the top. Now, that Seeping Shadows, I would be surprised to see whether or not it's played this turn. But knowing that it's there essentially means that we can now set up for these really large turns. Hayden has 17 life to play with, plenty to sort of go around. Stubby's still available and has the Time Skippers. So red Bounding for 3 and 1, I believe. Didn't come from banish, so it isn't getting that +1. Spectral Shield can be made, or the Dream Weavers can be popped as well. And Fahad's going to be thinking about the card Rip Through Reality. Yep, so taking the arcane damage. So Rip Through Reality is turned on if it's around. Blinding Light coming through as well. So it is blocking the whole thing out. Oh no, instead just going to swing the sword. And like I said, though, 1 card in the bin, which is that Sweeping Shadows. Yeah, the Seeping Shadows is the scary bit now, because Hayden, regardless of what he sort of has, is going to be able to have at least 3 cards wide, assuming he finds it. Because it now allows him just to pass back 1, 2. A Void Wraith is going to be there. Ooh, that's a really interesting card, actually. A really, really great option. The Red Vexing Malice, again, we talk about the Arcane being such a big commodity in draft, but regardless, probably okay with how it's going, considering we still have the Void Wraith, we have the Seeping Shadows. Three Shackles, still has the Stubby Hammers, plenty of cards left in deck, and also still has the Rip Through, the Soul Reaping available as well. What a powerful card. Soul Reaping. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Now, again, Fahad isn't completely out of options for any arcane damage that comes through. Dreamweaver's still available. Has the Iron Rot legs as well, so he can, like, make a shield by pitching a blue and use the Iron Rot legs. If he... No, sorry, not Iron Rot. Iron Hide legs, should he be required. So that's pretty efficient when it comes to it. So it has a little bit of ways, but the thing with Soul is you kind of want to... You kind of need it a little bit to keep stuff around. If he's able to make some shields as well, because he has the Luminaris, you know, it is one of these things that he can sort of start Kanaching at Hayden, but Seeping Shadows will be the start. So the next thing that costs 2 or less is going to have it go again, and that's going to be this Void Wraith. So now coming in for 6. with it go again. Hayden still has the ability to shackle here, so he can definitely at least shackle sword. Closing the chain up when you activate shackle. Back in the day when reversing Oldham, one of the hardest things was figuring out how to do it. A second one is going to come through. This is another 5 damage with go again, followed up by the sword. And the sword will be coming in for 3 with a potential arcane hit on the end as well. I love Chane, man. Gonna double block this one out. Takes the 4 because of the single arcane. Is gonna have to pass it back again. And this is where it starts to get scary because now all of a sudden we're going back. Hayden counting up exactly where it needs to be. And the Prism just has to pass back. Has 1 card in the arsenal, but hasn't been able to maintain a singular card in a very long time. Riftbind. Oh, Spew Shadows. Oh, Shadow. What is this deck from Hayden? We're talking about the people playing. I think people should have been drafting Chane. Shadow of Ursa, one of the most powerful cards in the entire deck. 0 for 2 go again, but if you banish a card. But when you banish cards in the Chane deck, it allows you to actually give them their additional abilities. Plus the yellow Riftbind sitting there as well. 4 cards in hand. Stowy Hammer's also available with the Time Skippers. I hope for hard's sake that there's not much going on in Hayden's hand, but I want to see this Luminaris do some work. I want to see the big double Herald turns. But Fahad knows what's in his deck as well. He could be trying to play to an out. Try to keep his life total as high as possible. But it's down to 4. Taking a bit of time, and this is sort of the moments where when you're on the receiving side of Chane, it's just you sort of have to sit and pray a little bit, just sort of think through what can happen. You need to sort of... The interesting thing is if you start looking through Hayden's graveyard and stuff, you haven't seen any of the things like Rip Through Reality, but we've seen a lot of those other really big powerful cards, so you have to sort of always have that in the back of your head. Does he have ways of giving go again if I let this arcane damage through? How do I actually lose this game, and how do I start pulling it back? Double Heralds, like 2 1-for-7s, is definitely a good way of doing that. But even then, I'm not sure it's enough, and even if he can keep enough cards to do so. We see in the hand is a blue Captain's Call for Hayden. Has the other 2 cards in the graveyard as well. So it has a lot of ways of giving go again this turn. Doesn't even necessarily need to banish a card with the Bounding Demigod. Another Rifted Torment sitting there. Just taking a moment to think now. Consider what's going on. The Stubby Hammers is going to be broken first of all. So everything's getting a little bit of a buff here. This one here. So we're going to have the Shadowverse will probably be the first thing. Banishing that Rifted Torments. This one's coming in for 3 now. Because of those Stubby Hammers. Herald of Ravagers. That's a good card that you want to see being blocked with. But one of these things, this deck from Fahad, has got a lot of stuff going on with it as well. Has plenty of damage that he can put in the tank. Closing the chain as well. What's he playing here? Is that Spew Shadows? Is it Spew Shadows? It's going to be really funny if it's not. I think I'm going to call it Spew Shadows. It is Spew Shadow, yeah. Next action card, 2 or less in Banish Zone, play it. So yeah, he can pick a card out of his Banish to play it again. It's going to be the Vexing Malice as well. That's so smart. So it's now coming in 5 and 2 Arcane with go again. Because he's shackled as well. It's also targeting a light hero. So yeah, so that's why he gets the +2. Blocking for 5. Taking a bit of a moment here just to consider. But the important thing as well is the Dreamweavers was popped. Now Hayden does have the ability to pop the Aether Ironweave here to gain a couple of resources if he wants to get some stuff out of Banish. But I guess the question is, does he need to? If that card's a blue, he can get both of the cards out as well, because he can gain an action point using the Time Skippers and then do it. And I think that's like a bit of a scary situation, because he only has 1 card in hand. Hayden, counting his deck, knows the Soul Reaping is going to be coming up. I think, if I'm tracking correctly, the Soul Reaping is either going to be the first card banished or the last card Hayden draws. Aether Ironweave is getting popped here. 2 resources available. This is the thing. Using all that equipment on this big stubby hammer's turn. And it's just going to be a Void Wraith. Just a 5. Just 5. It's a 2-block, and that's going to be a Haydendale taking it down. Again, just these oppressive chain decks, just absolutely pumping out the damage the whole time. And this is the thing.
Usually the technology makes it when you could, either then that's something that we'll see or just slightly with everyone else. I was planning to go Sapien.
I was thinking, in hindsight, I probably would have preferred second. Got back for you. I mean, you would have taken 10. If you look at the game state, what if you're on 6? So what? You're still.
It is true.
tempo.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah. I needed them in ours.
Well, the problem was your turn 1 unit.
Yeah.
That was the biggest. That was the biggest thing.
The turn was just complicated.
Yeah. If you had anything else, like if it was. Because I'm not gonna be able to fight back.
Yeah. Yeah, because I'm like, okay, what if somebody
And my only saving grace was then potentially making shield and Lexi.
Yeah.
And then just like walking for just smoking, but.
So you were the top of it. You were feeding it.
Hearing from the players a little bit there as we go through. That is round number 5. Haydendale taking it with another incredibly oppressive chain deck, having cards like Soul Reaping, Shadow of Ursa, and just the ability to recycle some of them as well. Really, really excellent stuff. Just excellent, really, really great stuff coming through these chain players. But I want to see some Levia. I want to see some of these Prisms actually do the thing, because the Luminaris was there. He had the ability to sort of start absolutely smacking people in the face. But that is not for this. He's definitely still in it. I believe he's now going to be 4-1 for hard, so definitely not out of the tournament. And it needs to stretch the imagination as Hayden continues forward. That was round number 5. So we're going to take another short break as the players finish up the round, and then we will come into round number 6, which will be the last round of this draft pod. Then we'll go into another draft pod and do our final 3 rounds of the day. But my name is Matt Brandwood, bringing you the Australian Flesh and Blood National Championships for 2023. Remember, buy at flukeandbox.com. Use OzNats on checkout for 5% off all of your purchases. And we will be back in just a little bit, guys. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Australian Flesh and Blood National Championships for 2023. My name is Matt Brandwood, and I'm here to guide you through the third round of our first draft pod, so round at number 6, before we cut to a kind of extensive break while the players get themselves resituated and draft a second time. But we have seen two absolutely dominant chain decks run their way through a couple of prisms, and in fairness, we've definitely seen some things. We've definitely seen a lot of soul reaping. We've definitely seen a little bit of a shadow of Ursa coming through from the previous year's national champion Hayden Dale. But we are looking like we're about to cut into the next round, and this will be again round at number 6 before we jump into a couple of other little things a little bit later on. You guys are having a good time. I hope you are. I am having such a great time watching some incredible Flesh and Blood, and I am super excited to see what the rest of the rounds entail. Now, the wonderful thing about draft portions is they only do them in blocks of 3, as I've sort of said before, meaning that even if their draft deck isn't the best, or they have a draft deck that is, you know, the equivalent of playing a blitz deck, which is some of the stuff that we've seen, they have to draft again after this. So we might see the same players on playing something different. Pardon me. We can sort of see it, and if I actually cut to the camera, you can kind of see it looks like we're sort of huddling around a couple of smaller groups of people. So it might be that we've actually gone to time in a couple of games, which I think is really interesting. We were sort of talking a little bit about fatigue as well in these matchups, and how with Chane in particular, there are some strategies that involve just going to fatigue. And I think that's sort of like a really important thing to know as well, that unlike a lot of other things where it's a little bit more situated, like the decks are obviously bigger when we talk about Classic Constructed, but even in Blitz, every card is just so high quality that it's a lot harder to fatigue these decks. But when we're talking drafting, we're talking decks that have been put together from combinations of like generics that you don't necessarily want to be running but have to because of what you drafted just to have the blue count. We get down to that second cycle, particularly for Prism, who doesn't have a weapon. It's definitely interesting, and we definitely get to some really challenging spots, particularly for a lot of these players. Now, one other thing to note, and I was reading about it before, just while we're on a little bit of the break, is that Prism is, I believe, the only one that doesn't have a weapon. The one thing to note is that Ravenous Meat-Axe can always swing. Even if you draw a discard and you can't draw a discard, it just means you don't get the secondary effect, I believe. So that's something interesting to know when we talk about Levia or Levia and fatigue. So just something else to consider here, guys. But tell me, what have you guys been enjoying? What decks do you want to see more of? What would you be drafting if you're in this situation? And tell me, how would you deal with double Soul Reaping if it came back around to it in that previous Chane match? Certainly something interesting to go. One thing I would love to see as well, personally, so I really want to see some Icelander. Particularly tomorrow, because tomorrow, for those of you who don't know, if we jump into the schedule, tomorrow, which is going to be the Sunday, where we're starting bright and early, once again at 9 o'clock, we have 3 rounds, and those rounds are classic constructed, and then we go to a bit of a break, and then we jump into the top 8. Sunday, tomorrow, we get a lot of classic constructed to come around, which is awesome. I guess the thing to know as well is that while we will be having the Nationals on this broadcast, it's the only thing that we will be having on the broadcast is just the fact that there is also a couple of other events going on at Nationals. There's a Super Armory, there's a Blitz PTI event, so there's plenty of stuff to do and plenty of stuff to be doing. So if you are in Sydney and you wanted to check out some of the best Flesh and Blood in Australia, head on down, just Google Australian Flesh and Blood National Championships, and I'm pretty sure there's a couple of events you might even potentially be able to enter even if you didn't qualify for Nationals, which is pretty wicked. We love these sorts of things about these events. All around the world, though, we're definitely looking at a heap of them. And what we'll do is I'll give you guys a bit of an update, perhaps of the US Nationals and what the sort of breakdown looks like for them. If we take a bit of a look, oh, that's a bit bright. If you missed it before, I'll let you know what we're looking at here in regards to the stuff that we actually have. So, in our classic constructed portion, we have 21 Lexi being the most dominant and represented deck that we currently have. We also have 11 Bravo, 10 Icelander, 13 Drom, and then 8 Levia. And then from there, you sort of go a little bit into a Briar at 8 as well, Katsu and Dash at 7, Boltyn at 4, Kano at 5, Azuri at 4, Viscerai 2, Prism 5, which I think is really interesting. New Prism getting some love, which is awesome. 1 Arachne, 3 Azalea, 3 Fire, and 4 Rhina. One person we're not seeing is Vincent, and that does make me a little bit sad. Because Vincent, one of those decks which I really think is cool, and I think it's one of those decks that's just like super close to being like ridiculously powerful. We just haven't broken it yet, and I think Prism very similar. I think both of them are just incredible design, and I love the sort of space for them. A really awesome thing just about this national championships as well is that everyone will be getting who is competing does actually get a cold foil Prism. So they will have the cold foil of the new Prism. I'm pretty sure is a participation prize from the last time I checked. What they're playing for as well. So the winner obviously walks away with that beautiful national championship trophy, as well as a gold foil legendary and a world's invitation, not a PTI, which is important. It is a world championship invitation. We also have then 2nd through 4th is gold foil legendary with the invite, and then 5th through 8th is just the world's invitation. But we are now coming into it. We have round number 6, our 3rd round, and we've got current reigning national champion, Mr. Nick Butcher. Whoops, sorry. Current national champion Nick Butcher. Going up against, I'm not sure who we're up against. Let me find out. Both from New South Wales, and we are Taufik Indrakasama? Taufik. We'll say Taufik. But obviously, Nick Butcher. Yeah, cool. Sorry, I'm just making sure I got the cameras and the names right. Nick is going to be on Levia, and then Taufik is going to be on Boltyn. So we're getting some different ones, which is great. Nick, also a calling champion and again previous national champion. So definitely going to be some incredibly high quality flesh and blood coming through. The Ravenous Medax coming out for Nick. Both these players coming from New South Wales, so probably know each other pretty well. Just getting it down to the correct life totals as well. Boltyn rocking both of the swords. So didn't find the the Raiden. I'll say Duskblade. Didn't find Raiden. Duskbane, I believe is what it's called. I'll just double check that. But yeah, going to be interesting. This is our 3rd and final round of this draft pod. And like I said before, we'll then take an extended break and go from there. But very exciting. Ooh, look at this. We have we have a Magic the Gathering World Championship tournament in Canada playmat from Nick Butcher here. So we're seeing all sorts of playmats today, but this is obviously flesh and blood that we've come to compete in at the moment. Using the Dragon Shield Pro Team sleeves. Looked like Nick actually had like a the pad that he had with how it sort of was on the stage looked like one of those like A3 like artist pads, which I think is very funny. But we're looking into it. It does have the Hooves of the Shadow Beast, which is a really important card in this matchup. And also has 2 blocking pieces of equipment, which in a Boltyn is very important, particularly because when we're talking about Levia as a hero, she is the sort of hero that does only really use, like, is predominantly attack action cards, which means that Boltyn's ability will get turned on pretty frequently, which is definitely a big part of it. Invigorating Light sitting in there as well. Taking a little bit of time, and this is one of those matchups as well where there's not, it's like, Levia has some matchups that are like really skewed towards it, in particular Prism matchup. Like I was sort of saying before, just because of sort of like the popping of the cards. Blinding Light is going to be the card here on turn 1. This is one of the heroes that does like to attack on turn 1 with Boltyn, just because it likes to have a way of charging its soul. Not going to opt to actually give it go again. Instead, just wants to keep it in the soul, allow it to sort of build up, and then passing it over. Pitching Smash with Big Tree. What a card, ladies and gentlemen. Just the first card being played by our current reigning national champion, Nick Butcher, is the Smash with Big Tree. What a card. So it is a 3 for 7 no block card, but it's just, again, we're talking about just efficient attacks, and the really important thing here as well is he's not turning on his blood debt. I don't know how much blood debt we're sort of drafting here. We've seen a fair few generics already, but not turning the blood debt on, I think, is really important. Just because it is one of those things where the later in the game it goes, you kind of want to turn that clock on, I guess, as late as possible. Because the later you turn it on, the less damage you're going to take overall, and the less chance you have of just bricking and accidentally taking your own life to blood debt. Lining up some blocks here. A little bit of damage. Just the 2's going to leak through. A 3 block and a 2 block there. It's Taufik. Just going to do it. Sets up an Arsenal card for Nick Butcher. And passing it back now. Ooh. Alright, so we're seeing already a fair few charge cards. So it looks like this one is going pretty well. Bolt of Courage, the charge going in. If it hits, it's going to draw a card. And obviously Boltyn's ability does have the way of giving it go again if it would like. Nothing to pitch though, so I doubt, unless it's a 0 for 4 in the arsenal, Nick just kind of has to decide how he wants to do this. But in fairness, the deck that he's playing is kind of happy just to play these smaller hands and play these sort of like efficient block and strike and block and strike. I think I saw an Endless Maw as one of the cards he's potentially looking to block with, which is one of the most powerful sort of cards for Levia. Endless Maw, just, again, one of those really above rate cards, but not fantastic until later in the game. You kind of want to use it as a way of stripping cards, and yeah, it's going to be 2 Endless Maw, a blue and a red. And we're just going to come in with, is that Raging Onslaught, I believe is what it's called? Sorry, Rally the Rear Guard. This is one of those cards that I think is really, really key in Levia, purely because with a card like Rally the Red Guard, as we saw with like Smash with Big Tree and that sort of thing, you've got a lot of these cards that don't have an inherent block value. So Rally the Rear Guard allows you to get value off of those anyway. So essentially you're trading, and it is a positive trade. You're still trading 2 for 5, but it means that you can't brick a lot of the cards. And I think it's that a Bolt of Courage that I saw potentially being lined up here. We talk about really powerful draft decks here. Sorry, Beacon of Victory. See what it sort of lines up with, but the Deadwood Rumbler being the card blocked with Nick Butcher. Yeah, it is Beacon of Victory. So, and Beacon of Victory. Oh my god! And then it also has. Oh, we want to talk about some M's there. Some stuff, and yeah, 3 for 7 here. And just look at this, just the way that we're playing. Very reminiscent of how I know a lot of those like value orientated plays, we're just sort of blocking and trading. We're just trying to minimize the amount of damage we're taking while sending back a threat. So things like Stony Wooten Hog. Is that, yeah, I'm gonna say Stony Wooten Hog. It's essentially a 3 for 7 unless it's blocked by 2 cards. Another really great card that's just good value there. I think Nick should be a little bit lower. Ravenous Meanax is going to hit a red Redwood Rumbler, so it comes in for 5.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there we go. I was going to say, yeah. So it takes the additional damage. So 18 plays 19, and this is one of those ones where we could sort of get to a point of like potential fatigue, and I don't actually know who wins that race, because Boltyn does have the 2 weapons but doesn't necessarily have ways of giving them go again without soul and without blocking. So Nick Butcher sort of fanning out his graveyard here, sort of identifying the key cards that he has versus the ones he doesn't, and that card there that you see him pitching to the bottom of the deck is a really important one to sort of consider. One of the really sort of strong cards, the Underworldly Bellow, +4, but it turns off Blood Debt for 1. So it means that like you can pitch a blue, play the Unworldly Bellow, turn off Blood Debt, and then swing, you know, a 2 for 6 or whatever you sort of have access to at the time. Blocking for 5. Yeah, we're just sort of swinging back, and both of these decks have like a weird resource that you build up. In the case of Boltyn, it's the soul, but in the case of Levia, you need to. You heard here, the big numbers getting sent in here for 3 damage, so it's crashing through. But yeah, both decks sort of require a little bit of setup. The Graveyard's the big one for the Levia because it wants to make sure it has enough to banish over and over and over again, and sort of just make sure it can keep chaining stuff together. Boltyn needs to pick the soul, and with this Rising Solar Tide, if it hits, it is going to go into the soul. Rather than Beast Hulk is going to be the one that goes from there. No Boltyn ability, so because it was not. Because no charge had actually gone through this turn. Rather than Beast Hulk is a big ender card to the Dominate. Zealous Belting coming out here though. So 5 with go again. It is a red one. Nick Butcher really taking some cards out of his regular decks as well. He's just going to come in and start trading off some damage.
No.
5 damage being traded here, no blocks, and this is the first time we're sort of seeing a big bit of damage leak through. Yeah, as you say, just pitch the additional card. Let's give me another red. It's going to come in for 5 off the Meadax. So nice 10 damage turn here. Really is a good way of like establishing. He's going to throw some of the equipment, using the blood drop to actually pay for the headpiece. I'm just going to take another 3 here. Give me the Ironhide helmet being traded off. But looking at the hand here, we have 4 cards available. Take Flight, one of them, so we do have some ways of giving go again. But this is always sort of like the scary thing with Boltyn if you don't... Oh, sorry, Express Lightning is the card. So it's just another 0 for whatever. The 4-3-2. Oh, but here we go, the Resurgence. So this is the same card we saw. Play +3 on the combat chain. And also if the attack hits, we'll then go through with the Warmongers at Recital and the Express Lighting charging. We have the 3, so Celestial Cataclysm is turned on. So if he has managed to draft one of those, it's a 0 for a ridiculous amount of damage that comes through at the cost of 3 cards in Soul. It's a 0 for 7 with go again, but you have to banish the 3. So that has been enabled, and Nick has to decide whether or not he wants to block this out. It is going to be buffed up if he blocks with attack action cards is a key thing. So might choose to overblock for 7 if he wants to block it, or just crack back with a lot of damage. 19 plays 10. Boltyn took a lot of damage to set this up, but it is one of these things where that is a Celestial Cataclysm inside the graveyard. Inside the graveyard. Inside the Arsenal zone. It is definitely representing a lot, but no, just going to take it. Going to banish to give it go again, and that's just because it does have more than its base based off of the Recital. So it goes to the bottom, and then probably going to look at either swinging an axe. No. Ooh, here we go. Valiant Thrust. So because we've charged, and it is a yellow card, it is going to be +3. So this one's 6. And then we go to, all of a sudden, a lot of damage. Trading off a little bit of the life there, 10 to 10. Ooh, and another big hitter here as well. Now, oh, yeah, so we're starting off that Blood Debt clock. That's going to be a Hungering Slaughter Beast. So 2 for 6. has some more cards in hand as well, so wouldn't be surprised to see whether or not we actually have the Who's crashed. So 2 for 6 again, just big numbers. That's all we're sort of after here. We're trading off resources, trying to get those big ones. 2 cards left in hand as well, and a really scary card that I did actually peer into there. If he does actually look at cracking it, the Who's. Well, he can't actually, because the Who's only trigger off when the card is initially put into the graveyard. So it does look like he's just coming in for the damage. So maybe that play isn't actually worth it. So yeah, just going to take 6, goes to 4, I think. Yeah, it goes to 4, sets an arsenal, passes the turn. And that's sort of the awkward thing with Boltyn, is that he didn't want to block additionally with other cards. We had to like a little bit of damage, just because otherwise he can give it go again off the card. That's the take flight now as well. Take flight coming through, charging up that soul, and the soul is sort of like the really important thing. This one naturally has go again, so Nick's less afraid here to just block it, because the only thing it's representing is damage. So because take flight was charged, he's got go again, 2 resources floating, and I think the best thing that he can actually sort of pull here is the other Valiant Thrust, like if he has another one, because then that's going to be another, 10, 11 damage turn. Or he's just going to swing maybe the hatchet and potentially have a way. He's going to block here, finally using the hooves. He's going to take 3. Probably indicates that he may actually want to use the hooves later. But, ooh, what is this instead? Just another 0 for 4. Now, this one here, he does have to be a little bit careful of blocking. Just because, again, by blocking, it turns on the ability to sort of give it go again and that sort of thing. Throwing both the pieces of equipment, then blocking yellow. Getting really good efficiency out of that yellow to block for 4. And then, yes, another Hungering Slaughter Beast coming through. This time we're going to... that Blood Debt clock is on. This one is a 2 for 7. So we're really going to start pumping up the pressure here from Nick Butcher. Wants to sort of swing every single turn. Didn't really care about the Illuminate hitting towards the end of that one either. Going to pop the hooves as well, because the card went into the graveyard, and so it has to break there. Sort of a little bit telegraphed, just because of the block sort of available. But you got to get value out of it somehow, because if you've got 10 block worth of equipment but you're at 0 life, what's the point, right? I think the other thing that he has in his arsenal is a Lumentide Plunderer, which is another one that rips a card from Soul. So again, Celestial Cascade gets turned off. No, it is just the Hungering Slaughter Beast into the Graveling Ground. Yeah, so just the full blocks coming out here, taking damage. And this is the thing, Nick set this up really well, where he's taken a little bit of damage, but he's still managed to maintain a card in arsenal, meaning that even if he'd had cards ripped from his hand here, he still would be left with a way of actually turning that Blood Debt off. And I think that's the big thing, and the way I really like how Nick was playing towards the early game, just the fact that he was blocking a little bit and then like putting a bunch in graveyard, so he doesn't have to worry about all of the Blood Debt looking at killing him. Boltyn, though, hasn't really charged Soul, so he can find a little bit of reprieve, and the boots are one of the really big ways that the Levia deck can get a lot of go again. And this one here, just going to be a 1 for 6, banish some cards. Really does have to hit off the Blood Debt here. I don't think he has many misses, which is lucky for the side of Nick Butcher, but yeah, the Boneyard Marauder, 1 for 6, just does a lot. Oh, did he actually hit a card there? I didn't actually see. I don't know if he hit a 6. No, he did. Sorry, he did, because it was a red. It was a red card previously, I believe. I was just thinking as well, but yeah, no, the rally of the rear guard definitely was a red. So that is a 6. So luckily turns it off. But the other thing as well, if I did see that correctly, yeah, Howl from Beyond got banished, meaning that now we sort of start this sort of recursion engine where Nick can play Howl from Beyond from the banish zone. To buff up his next attack, and then if he gets something along the lines of like a way of giving it dominate, be it a naturally dominating attack like the Writhing Beast Hulk, or he has another Convulsions on the Bellows of Hell, we're starting to look at these really big things, and with only at 2, Hatchet coming out, and I mean, like, look, if you're Nick here, you probably want to look at blocking if you don't have the efficient way of doing it, and you sort of concede the fact that if he gives it go again, sure, but then he's playing off of no arsenal anyway, or he's losing stuff. Lumentide. Not giving it, even though it got buffed up. Half of one coming out, and then we're going to come into this Dread Screamer. Now, it's a blue Dread Screamer, so it comes in for 4 usually, but with the buff up, it's 7 go again. Cool. Yeah, hits a 6 attack as well, so it does have go again. I believe he's got 2 pitch flow.
7.
Yeah, you should have 2.
Put it on the field now that it's
Yeah, and that's a really interesting thing you have to do with Levia as well, which is whenever you are resolving non-attack actions, even though a lot of the time for the ease of like game state, you leave the non-attack actions on the battlefield. You actually have to put them in the graveyard because when they resolve, they go to the grave, and it means that they can get banished off of Levia, off of the abilities of Levia, which is why you'll often find that when we're talking at these sorts of decks, all of the equipment will be in the same sleeve for Levia players, just because you can't. The equipment also goes to the grave, and you can banish that instead of a 6 attack. So there are times where sometimes you'll block with a piece of equipment to get the 3rd cut into the graveyard. Gonna block for 2, take 1, goes to 1, and then come in with just another smash for Big Tree. The 7, but yeah, it doesn't look like he's got any.
so close to whipping metal. It's just
anything.
basically impossible. Yeah, no, I have 26 powers, and I whipped in that last round to lose. Like, when it was game. This deck is insane, but it's Monarch. Monarch is just the worst.
Hearing Nick talk a little bit there.
It's just like, oh, my 2 power cards that don't really work well together. Now I have to block with them because it ends up. How many win?
Love hearing the players talk a little bit about how they feel about the game and how it went. Nick talking a little bit just about how sometimes in Levia you just whiff and all of a sudden all that blood that you've put into your graveyard just comes back and bites you a little bit. But that is going to be the 3rd round, as we sort of saw already. They are unsleeving their decks just because we are going to go back into another draft in just a moment. So as if we take a little bit of a look at the schedule here, that is our 6th round that we're coming into. So as you can see, we've got a little bit of time. So we've got a little bit of time to kill before the next draft round even starts, and then from there they've got a draft, and that draft usually takes about an hour. So what we're going to do, I'm going to cut it to a very long break. We're going to come back in just a moment once I'll sort of reintroduce everything, allow us to get back into the drafting. And then we'll give them a break for about an hour for that draft as well, draft deck construction, everything. We've seen both of our previous national champions, being Nick Butcher and Hayden Dow. Nick able to clean that one up towards the end using some really efficient attacks from Levia. But there's still plenty of time to go. Still plenty of rounds left, and even then, was also day 2 as well for some of these players to progress forward. But my name has been Matt Brandwood here with the Australian Flesh and Blood National Championships for 2023. We're going to cut to a little bit of a break. I will then bring us back in, introduce everything into that next draft, and then we'll cut to a longer break. So if you've got to get some food, go get it now. Get yourself some water, get yourself some snacks. This is empty. I've got to get some more, and we'll be back shortly. Thanks so much, guys. We will be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Flesh and Blood Australian National Championships for 2023. Back with your host, Matt Brandwood. Guys, I've done a little bit of math, and we are going to take a bit of an extended break here, just so we can make sure that all the players get situated, make sure they've got a little bit of a rest before the next draft pod, and then also give them enough time to actually do the draft and go through and do that. So, what we're going to do, if we check back, whoop, that's the wrong button. Sorry, ignore that one, everybody. If we actually got back into the schedule, as you can see, our draft actual games are supposed to commence at about 5 o'clock, which has been about an hour and a half. So what we're going to do, I'm going to throw up a little bit of a pause just while we wait. We're going to give them, like I said, about an hour and a half, hour and 20 minutes. So if you got some stuff to do, now's definitely a good time to do it. I, for one, I'm going to go for a little bit of a walk, stretch my legs, have a little bit of a lie down as well. So we're going to give them a little bit of a break, but we will be back after that with our final pod of 3. When we will go all the way through and we will play some of the best games of Flesh and Blood that you're going to see for the remainder of the day. Remember, www.flukeandbox.com for all of your singles needs, as well as sealed product and slabs. Use code OZNATS for 5% off for all the purchases on there. My name has been Matt Brandwood. We're going to check back in just a little bit. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today, guys, and we'll be back as soon as we can with some more fantastic games. We will see you all very, very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Australian Flesh and Blood National Championships for 2023. We finished up a little bit early, so it looks like players are about to start getting themselves ready and about to start jumping into their games. How did you guys spend your break? Did you all have a nice time? I, for one, as you can see by my bed in the background, I had a bit of a snooze. I got myself a little bit ready to make sure we can really jump into these next games with all of the energy that we can. We have 3 rounds left in day 1 of the event. Oops, sorry, I'm just readjust my camera. 3 rounds left in day 1 of the event, and this is our last draft pod as well. So this is the ending when it comes to the draft section of the Australian Flesh and Blood National Championships, which is very exciting. For those of you, let's have a bit of a look at the schedule. As you can see, we have 3 more rounds left. We're a little bit ahead of time, it seems, which is great, meaning that if these games go a little bit longer, that's totally fine and everything like that. Obviously, there are still rules and everything, but it just means that the day is progressing nice and well. I hope you guys are all having a great time. As for tomorrow, like I said, we're going to be back at 9 o'clock sharp, and we're going to start the last 3 rounds of Classic Constructed. We've got round number 7 just about to kick off underway. We're looking for whoever our next sort of set of people is. We're going to have 2 more chain players. So we're actually going to have a chain mirror match coming up in just a moment. Let's have a bit of a look as I start to adjust everything cutting through. We're going to have Will on chain and Pat on bottle. Sorry, I've misread that. We're going to have Will Bucknell versus Patrick Watt. We're going to have Boltyn versus Chane, which will be really good. As we can see, people are just starting to get themselves set up in the background there and get ready for the games to come along. Just waiting for the players just sort of get themselves situated. As we see them start to come over now. Just a moment, sorry. Sorry, everyone, that was John calling me because I told him I was going to have a little bit of a nap and he wanted to make sure that I had woken up. So shout outs to Fluke and Box. Obviously, use code OZNATS at flukeandbox.com for 5% off when it comes to all of your purchases on the website. So having a look here, like I said, on your left, we are going to be seeing Pat on Boltyn. And on the right, we'll be having Will on chain. Let me just update this one here. Beautiful. Oh, no, sorry, I've got that wrong. Have I? No. Yeah, I have. There we go, and then Pat is on the other side. Wonderful. Chane vs Boltyn, not a matchup we've actually seen yet on the stream, which is good. This one here, it's another really interesting one because Boltyn kind of needs multiple cards in hand to sort of get things going, and if the Chanes are sort of playing in the way that we've seen Chane play so far on this weekend, we could see some really big bits of aggression. So it's definitely going to be an interesting matchup. The wonderful thing, we're seeing another suit player, and I am all for that. Loving the suit coming through, really representing themselves. Multiple people we've seen actually in the suit, and this one with the tie as well, very debonair. I'm a fan of it. Interesting though. What round is? We are currently in round 7, so the first round of our last draft pod for the day. So this is round 7. I'm going to try and get you guys some standings as well. But obviously, judges have other jobs than just trying to get stuff for me. But regardless, we'll see what we can get for everybody. But yeah, round number 7. And we're going to go from there. Really liking these goose sleeves currently being used over on the side of Will. Boltyn using the axes. Thank you. Making sure the axe is the correct way. That is one of those things. Sometimes you do it to like annoy your opponent. You put the axes or the kodachis or whatever on the other side, which is definitely interesting. Oh, leaking some DMs here. Be careful. You know you're on camera. Certainly an interesting matchup, though. I know. I remember Boltyn is certainly a deck that can really just pump the pressure on pretty early, so I wouldn't be surprised to see whether or not this game kind of goes down to the wire. And again, we have to see whether or not what equipment's being presented on either side to see if we've got ways of dealing with that that arcane damage. Shuffling up here. Some cards we haven't really seen. Alrighty, an interesting no equipment on the side of Boltyn, and we have stubbies and the time skippers for Chane. So not the best bits of equipment, but stubbies, as we've seen been used, can just sort of be the thing that pushes you over the edge, and no equipment for Boltyn at all. Is interesting. Probably didn't just find any that he needed, or was just finding more power cards. So when I look at a person that doesn't have any equipment on their side, I am either going, they didn't see any that sort of fit, or their deck is absolute gas because they were passing on the equipment instead. Seeds of Agony yellow going to be the first play. Just start off. It's a great little way of just sort of establishing a little bit. Plays the Bounding Demigod as well with the shackles. So it's just going to be 1-on-1. Chip a little bit of that arcane damage in, and then there's an Arcanic Crackle in hand. My bet probably though, just swing the sword, put that other Seeds of Agony on the bottom of your deck, and then probably Arsenal that Arcanic Crackle. Lining up some blocks. Oh, we're actually seeing a reaction. We haven't seen a huge amount of those reactions coming through from our Boltyns that we've had on stream so far. So it's good to see that some of those have been passed around. And then, yeah, just put that Seeds of Agony and just Arsenal that Arcanic Crackle. Setting up for the 5-card hand is real important in these aggro matchups, because it means, one, you can set up for those really big turns if you need, just pump the damage through, or it allows you to sort of have a bit of liberty to block from a hand and then sort of just trade back and forward just a little bit, and sort of get up on that winning turn cycle. Which is definitely good, but both players are going to draw back up. The 5-card hand available. And look at the gas coming through. We've got an Overpower on the side of Boltyn, as well as Express Lightning and a couple of other little goodies there. That was second swing we saw before. The second time you attack, you get it. Take Flight, charging a card into Soul. Nice little way of just sort of establishing, getting a little bit of damage through and allowing for some setup as well. If you're Chane, you're just going to look at taking that. It has the natural go again, and then, yeah, just the axe swing here. No go again currently available. Blocking with a non-attack action card, so no chance of giving it go again. And that's a Seeds of Agony into the graveyard. It's going to be drawing up. And off the top, 4 seeds seen already, as this blue Seeds of Agony goes into our banished zone, allowing us to sort of turn on some stuff. Dimensional Gateway is going to be the next play. This is the yellow, so we're just going to opt 2 here. And again, if we find that Runeblade card, deals an arcade, and find the Shadow card, you can banish it. And that's why if you find Shadow Runeblade, it gives us a little bit of both, which is awesome. So yeah, the red Bounding Demigod, that's definitely a great card. So yeah, 1 arcane damage is going to come through. It's a 0 for 4 with the ability to give it go again off of Chane's ability. Rip Through Reality is definitely a card that we could be looking for here, quite potentially. And this is where you sort of start to think, if you're Chane as well, is you have a card in hand. So he might want to look at playing that out. Ooh, okay, this is certainly interesting. He's activated the Chane ability here on Seeds of Agony, and it'll be interesting to see if it gets picked up on, because technically this shouldn't have go again. Because what actually happens in this instance is that and he's reading it now here, the Chane ability gives the go again to the Seeds of Agony, but it doesn't actually double up on that ability. So, so the shackle's on the seeds, which means that the Bounding Demigod doesn't actually have the go again here. So, not the biggest deal. It's not like it's going to end the game or anything like that, but definitely a good catch. Really great attention as well. from Pat, because yeah, that is technically it's a legal play, so it means that it is going to sort of pass its way through. We've all done it. All the Chane players have done it. I remember doing it myself, and it quite literally ended up costing me a game. So we sort of get it. But yeah, so it's a 4-1 now, currently with no go again. See here, now that we know it's only 4-1, there's no chance of the go again. You can kind of really map out the turn here and see whether or not you just want to tank this and start trying to put the pressure on Chane. And don't get me wrong, putting pressure on Chane is a bit of a challenging thing to do. But no, just going to commit 2 cards to block here. Take the arcane damage, trade a little bit of damage back. Now we'll just see 1 card left in the hand. So it is a little bit of a feels bad, but definitely not something you can't bounce back from. As Boltyn back over here. Oh, that's a card we haven't seen yet either. All of these sort of niche different cards, the generic ones. It's not Seek Horizons, the one that we're looking at. I'm not even sure what that card is. Is that pound for pound? No. Ah, Surging Militia, I see. So for each non-equipment card defending it, it gets +1. So it's just coming in for 5 though. Yeah, taking 5, not surprised. Double banish off the top, and we're going to see it's a blue Seeds of Agony here. And that's another card that we haven't really seen so much. I don't believe that one has Blood Debt though. Oh, sorry, Piercing Shadow of Ice. Yes, that does. If you've dealt arcane damage, it gets +2. So this is the sort of thing paired with something like Seeds of Agony. There's the Arcanic Crackle in there as well. Really would have loved some sort of way to have like just a natural go again way of dealing that arcane, but we can shackle the Arcanic Crackle here and then come in with a Rift Reality into the Pierce, and that's always really scary. Now, not going to make the same mistake again, shackling the first thing, and it's going to be that Arcanic Crackle. Ooh, maybe not. This is that thing as well when it comes to these cards that are conditional. Also, one of the reasons why Vincent, I think, has a little bit of a game as well, where Minnowism. So this one's not going to get eaten because it's not a Shadow or a Runeblade card, so nothing to stress about there. And we're just going to pump a little bit of extra damage with that yellow one. This is now coming in for 6, I believe? Or is it 5 and 2? With the yellow. They'll show us in just a moment. So taking the 1. Yeah, taking the 1 arcane, and then I'm pretty sure this is 5. Cool. So now this Rip Through Reality is going to... No, we're just pitching it this time instead. Going to come through with the Howl from Beyond. Really wants to just get the stuff out of the banish zone, I think. And then, yeah, it's going to pitch this red here. No, it pitches the Arcanic Crackle instead. Just going to come with this shadow... with this... Piercing Shadow of Ice. This one's coming in for 7 now. Plenty of plays available here, but wants to sort of keep the Arsenal card available for him. There we are. Throws the hand, equalizes that life total, and this is one of the things as well. When you're playing like Boltyn or Levia or something that does block pretty well, you're kind of not afraid to sort of take some of these turns and block out, but when we're banishing like this, it's definitely pretty good. Seeds of Agony, Bounding Demagon, and the third Rifted Torment coming through as well. Plenty of options here. 5-card hand as well. Has Time Skipper, is going to play the red Seeds. Plays it first before shackling, so has learned what's going on. Going to pitch the blue. Coming for a Brandish. Brandish does have that natural go again, which is great. So this one being the red, 3 for 1, but if it hits, it pumps up that weapon attack as well. So the Arcane is going to come through. Seeds of Agony will affect that. A little bit of a block, so he just wants to really pump it through. Shackle. Ooh, very nice. come through, play that Rifted Torment. I think he was trying to like move the shackle up. I had the sword, so yeah, Rifted Torment here. Coming in, also going to pump in a little bit of Arcane. This is a scary thing when you don't have any of that Arcane barrier. That all these little incremental things, not only is it turning on the other effects, but it's just very slowly draining that life total down. This is coming in for 5 with Go Again as well, plus another card definitely going to come along the way. Could just be the Bounding Demagon for 2. No, he's just going to do the second swing. Yeah, wants to clear out this Banish Zone. Has an Arcanic Crackle. I like the fact that that's what he's arseling, because it means it turns on some of these bigger turns. And that's actually going to be for 3 as it's a yellow Bounding Demagon. If you're Boltyn here, it's kind of a little bit of a challenge because you're leaking damage every single turn because of the presence of the Arcane. But you need to be able to just pull something back and sort of swing back. And it's just going to block. So again, trying to sort of not play the slower game, fatigue him out. It's been shackling pretty aggressively. And it does have enough to actually look at potentially swinging something back. It's just going to be an overload. This one's just for 3. It does have Dominate and is a really powerful card in a deck like Briar, where it has the ability to give it, you know, the bonuses and that sort of thing. But here, just a little bit of damage back. Chane willing, I think. Yeah, Chane looking like, yeah, willing to block with the Riftbind. Didn't charge, so there's no way of giving it Go Again. And now we're going to look at Banishing again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wow, we are hitting off the top. The only one there doesn't hit. We've got Seeds, Rip Through Reality, and a Void Wraith. 3 cards in hand, 1 in Arsenal. Still has access to the Stubby Hammers, and with 10 life, it's pretty close. It looks like there's just been a lot of sort of back and forth, and even through all of that, the life has been real close. Now it's up to Chane to sort of construct how this wants to go. Seeds of Agony is definitely a great way to start. Shackle after the fact. That way there's going to be a red. And this is a really interesting interaction. So what happens is the Seeds of Agony is going to trigger first because it's 2 cost on top of that Piercing Shadowvice. And because the Seeds of Agony triggers first, it is going to buff the Piercing Shadowvice up to 6. So the Arcane damage will come through first, buffing it, and then just sort of allowing that to happen, unless he has any way of interacting with that Arcane damage. But no, instead just going to block for 4, take 2. Should be actually at 7, I believe, because of the Arcane damage. Now, because of that Arcane, that Rip Through Reality is an online. And we do have 1 resource floating as well, I believe. Yep, there we go. So, could play out the Rip Through Reality to get another Go Again card. And then depending on what he has left, you know, if he has a blue in hand, he go Rip Through Reality into the Void Wraith. He could play the card out of Arsenal with the Arcanic Crackle. Or he could just sort of look at, nope, just going to manually close the chain here, I think. Break the hammers here. Excellent. Yeah, so it's a yellow in hand, so he's not going to get the full value. But it does have Go Again. So yeah, Rip Through Reality now is coming through. This one's for 4. Or is it 3? I believe this one, no, sorry, this one will be... yeah, this one... no, it is for 4. Ooh. And the Yinty Anti. It's going to be another one for 4. Leak another 2 damage there. For 5, actually? Oh, no, we do control an aura, actually. So it is, because of the shackle, we're controlling an aura. So it gives it the +1, plus the Stubby Hammers as well. It's going to take 1 off of that Void Wraith. I think he's might have 1 extra life. I'm not 100% sure, but regardless, I'm sure the judge at the tables make sure that one. I think I might have actually done the math wrong. 2, 3, 4, 5... 2 hits this time, but still has that Void Wraith sitting in the arsenal. So, not a huge deal. But this is the thing. We're seeing a lot of cards in this deck come through with some of that guaranteed Arcane damage. So, you want to talk about cards, though. It's been the sort of the all-star so far, which is that Soul Reaping. Soul Reaping is just going to present that 0 for 6 with Go Again. But the wonderful thing about it is that there's no real way of actually, unlike Prism, Boltyn kind of has to take it. Boltyn can't get rid of that thing from Banish, so it naturally is going to have Go Again here, which is what makes this really scary. Seeds of Agony first. We go to the belittle for 3, no reveal. So it's just 3 and 1. Yeah, and then it goes. Yeah, this is where it starts to get real scary because. Yeah. And once you see that he asks about if he has anything in soul, that's when you start to, as you can see, look at the smile on his face. Well, he knows the card that's coming. He knows what's in his hand now here. And Pat, a little bit nervous now as that soul reaping's been a little bit telegraphed. As it is going to come through now without the requirement of a shackle, and that's when it starts to get real scary. And look at this soul reaping, banish a card, so you go to 2 resources here. Yeah, so banishing a blood deck card is going to go up to 2 resources. Arcane damages have been dealt, so he can then proceed to rip through reality into that bounding demigod. That is just so much damage. We're getting wide enough here that it looks like a blitz deck. Instead, doesn't have many cards left in the deck, but you know, has 3 cards left in hand at 3 life, and you know, we have at least 1, if not 2 more attacks coming on this chain. Going to take 1 more. Can now play the rip through reality. Hasn't even shackled yet. It's the scary thing. Take a little bit of time to think here. This is the thing, like we were sort of saying before, Boltyn is most definitely a card that can just absolutely start slamming through the damage, but it needs time, it needs that setup, and when we're looking at chains that are sort of banishing in the way that we're seeing, or these decks that just have these power cards turn after turn, coupled with the fact that Arcane Barrier is just such a limited commodity in this format, being it's only available as Spell Void. We'll see the Bounding Demigod come through. Block, take 1, and then, yeah, just anything will do it. Swing the sword, and that's going to be GG's coming through as this.
That happened to me, and I said, I'm just going to yell at that. Like the only way I can use it is to take it if I get lucky. Like really, so of course, like somehow I lived on this team, like I did.
Yeah, just hearing the players just talking a little bit amongst themselves. Talking a little bit just about how the arcane damage affects these games. And it's one of those things where it definitely sort of it gives you a game plan as the Runeblade player, just to sort of play towards an end game where you don't really need to be presenting these like huge combat chains, where you can just present like something that deals arcane, or like a Seeds of Agony into something else that deals arcane. It's eventually going to get to the point where they need to be blocking the physical, but they can't deal with the arcane. It starts to chip them down slowly and slowly. So really great stuff coming through there. Will able to clutch that one out with the chain. Boltyn didn't really get anything started, but doesn't mean that they're out of the competition just yet. Plenty of rounds left to go today and tomorrow. But we've got 2 more rounds of draft coming through. We take a bit of a look at the schedule here. We've got a little bit of time now between the next round, just a little smidge. We are ahead of schedule though, so we don't really want to be going anywhere in particular, but really looking like it starts to set up to a really great day. Not much left to go. Tell me, guys, what have you been enjoying so far? Anything you'd like to see on from the stream from tomorrow? I'm going to have a co-caster with me, which is very exciting, I believe. But anything else you guys would like to see? Anything? We're going to try to get a card viewer up, and that's going to be something that's a little bit easier for me to sort of navigate when it's not just being by myself. But yeah, I hope you guys are all enjoying the stream. Thank you all for joining us as well. I really do appreciate it. And I know Fluke does as well. FlukeandBox.com. Use the code OZNATS for 5% off any of your orders as well. Plenty of amazing stuff on there. Plenty of kind of interesting stuff as well. Not just, you know, your legendaries and that sort of thing. We've also got some marvels on there, graded cards, stuff that's a little bit hard to find as well. So definitely check it out. We're going to cut just to a really, really short break as we let the rest of the players finish out their round, and we will come back in just a moment with round number 8. Don't go anywhere. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, with round number 8 of the Australian National Championships for Flesh and Blood 2023. Our players are very slowly starting to get situated into their seats. We're starting to pull some people over, but get excited as we have 2 more rounds to go of this draft battles. I'm just finding out who we're pulling up onto the stream. Got a couple of our players sitting down, getting ready. But guys, this is the second to last round. After this, we have 1 more round of Flesh and Blood to bring you today inside this second draft, as I'm getting a message now of exactly who we're looking at, as we'll cut back into it now. Wonderful. Start to update these ones now as well as we go along. Excellent. We've got some people from WA. We have Ben Ryan, who's playing Prism, versus Liam Bennett on Chane. So let me just... Let's go Liam here. And then Ben Ryan on Prism. Awesome. As we jump back into it here, we're on table 11, so we're still towards the top. As we're starting to get into it, we're looking at Chane versus Prism, like we were sort of talking about before. We see a little bit of equipment on the Prism side, which is great. Things that we definitely want to be seeing in this instance. As we start to jump back into the games, Iris of Reality. One of those weapons as well that I found it really interesting that we were actually starting to see a little bit of play. The Iris Drom list that was floating around for a little bit, something that, again, generally speaking, these token weapons aren't as powerful as some of the Majestic counterparts, but Iris of Reality in particular, such a strong weapon. Levia will sometimes also use the Ravenous Meat Axe for some matchups, like Kano and Icelander and that sort of thing. But yeah, really, really interesting stuff. Players starting to shuffle their ways up. Seen this matchup just a little bit, the Prism versus Chane. And we have 2 of our WA players here as well.
I wasn't talking to you, bro.
I'm so bad. Have you seen me say?
Bro, good deck shit player, you'll be fine.
A little bit of trash talking here coming from Fluke here. I think the camera's actually taking the audio from the computer, which is probably why it's a little distorted, but we'll get that one sorted for you tomorrow. Look, there's plenty of equipment though. 2 sets there coming through. 2 sets of the Iron Weave equipment in there. Sorry, 2 sets of the Iron Hide equipment. Also then attached, we have that Aether Iron Weave, and then the Dream Weavers and the Halo of Reality coming through as well. Halo really, really powerful in the Prism deck. It's a really good thing to do just to sort of get it started and get yourself going, which I think is really cool. Alrighty, players are drawing up. Oh, we're actually seeing a Dread Scythe coming through. That makes things a little bit different. Talking about weapons, kind of flashed the Galaxy like before, but no, we're presenting a Dread Scythe here. And that changes a lot of the math. Luckily, we have at least a Halo, so it might not actually be wanting to pop because the Dread Scythe costs 3, comes in for 3, but it deals an arcane damage every single time. And then obviously there's the effect of unable to gain, but Parable of Humility going to be the thing that starts us off. And then yeah, the Dread Scythe, definitely a way that we can look at actually just sort of attacking on a different axis. That's, I mean, technically, if we were to think about it, it's a 20-turn clock. So I mean, yeah, we can go from there, but yeah, Parable, definitely something that sort of makes a lot of these breakpoints, particularly on these draft decks, just a little bit more challenging to deal with. A little revealing the Bounding Demagon, so we're going to go off and find ourselves one of the Minnowisms. Find the yellow one. Yellow Minnowism. While it's not often used back when it was legal in our constructed formats, it is definitely something that gets a lot of value when it comes to looking at draft. It just has that really nice sort of like increasing up a little bit, makes some of these 4s into 6s, and again, still pitches for 2, which is great. So this is Belittle coming in only for 2 because of the Parable of Humility. We see a Soul Shield in hand here. Oh, sorry, Prismatic Shield. We're going to pop the Halo just to start us off. So 2 resources floating, put something into the soul. It's going to be a Red Herald. I believe that's the Herald of Triumph. Again, sort of like the Parable of Humility on a Herald. Draw a card, make a soul, make the option of making a Soul Shield now. But that is all your Arcane Barrier gone. So no option here for no option here when it comes to blocking some of that arcane damage. Cool. Have a bit of a judge question there, just handing the card off, trying to figure it out. Pitching. We're just going to come in with the Dread Scythe. Don't want to shackle. Don't want to start like stripping the cards away as much as we can. And I do like that decision. You don't necessarily need to shackle every single turn, particularly in something like this. It's going to come in for 4, go down to 14, keep a card in hand. And the thing, like we were talking about before, shackling sort of lets you get... shackling kind of lets you sort of fatigue yourself really quickly. So it's definitely not something you want to be doing. Not necessarily something you want to be doing every single turn. But we'll see what happens here. Parable of Humility on the field as well as the Spectral Shield. So regardless of the cards in hand, we can just pitch to Iris twice here and swing for 4 and then 4. So it's going to be the Spectral Shield swinging for 4. Now the interesting thing with doing that, less prevalent here, but you can actually technically, if he had something like Invert Existence, if there was a graveyard full enough, you can actually look at popping that and ending the turn early. But now it's going to be a Red Herald of Protection. Now the other thing as well is there are no cards available to chain unless they've drafted something a generic. But there is no like Runeblade cards here that can actually pop this because of the Parable of Humility that's on the field. This is going to be 2 for 7 here, leaving a card that we can potentially arsenal for our Prism player, and also threatening another Spectral Shield. So we talk about the ability of making the arcane damage. This one here, this sort of stops 2 of it. And you got to think, every time a Spectral Shield is created, it's essentially the equivalent of gaining life, if that life can also then be weaponized and start smacking your opponent in the face. So... just thinking about it here. It's a bit of a challenging block. We sort of talk about the options when it comes to everything. Oh my god, we're throwing the fridge out. Oh, that's so unlucky as well. Look at the Parable. This is the interesting thing about keeping that around. That Parable, that Herald of Protection could have instantly been popped, but instead we're spending a lot of resources. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 here. Oh, sorry, 6, 7, because I believe it's only a 2 block. To close that one up, and that shows you just the power of these Heralds when they're not poppable. It just essentially means that yeah, you're in an instance of you're trading 3 cards for 1, and that's just like such high value. Here we go. We're going to start this off. This is always a great way to start when you have the shields available. We're just swinging for 4. Pitcher blue, swing the shield in. These 2 play very frequently. Interesting. It's always funny when you go to an event like this where there's people from all across and you pair up against your teammates. But taking the 4 damage here just to start us off. No shackles have been implemented as well. So Chane, not really a risk of fatigue. And out muscle's going to come out here. Just like, again, we're trading this value, and out muscle, if it's not defended by a card with equal or greater attack, it does have go again. So really threatening here. Luckily, we do actually have the ability to block that coming through from our chain player. If that card is a red version of the Stony Wattenhog. Oh, he's going to block. with Ray the rear guard, discard Seeping Shadows in order to do so. Take one. Does then give the out muscle go again. It's going to pitch come in. Oh, look at that. Another red herald coming across. Going to look at popping this one though, and I like that decision though. Instead of just like giving it go again, if you have the read of that, what he's doing instead is looking at just sort of trading backwards and forwards and popping the herald, so he can't just like arsenal it and play a 5-card hand next. Just going to run out the Arcanic Crackle. So Arcanic Crackle is 0 for 3, leaves himself with an Arsenal card. That Spectral Shield will be going away here. So does find a way of clearing it. This is more of that sort of, I guess, controlling version. But no, he's going to shackle the attack though. So loses the Spectral Shield, comes in for 3, and then it's probably just going to swing the Scythe for another 4. This is the thing, when the Scythe is in play, it really changes how a lot of your math and the way you think about the game works. Because in Blitz, sorry, in these sorts of like draft setups instead, yeah, just going to swing that through. And when we're talking about draft here, you're sort of playing around the one weapon, sort of how we saw the Luminaris at the start as well. Makes a lot different. Goes to 9 for Prism, but keeps 3 cards in hand, and this is where we might start to see a lot of damage come through. Oh, Spears. 2 resources left. 5 with go again. Does have Phantasm though, so the Spears of Serenity. Surreality. Sorry. Locked out by the yellow bound Demogorgon. And another red protection. Red protection. Seeing this Prism really drafted some great cards here. This red protection, one of the most scary heralds available in the game because of what it threatens. Particularly when we're talking about Iris of Reality here. That essentially represents, you know, like a 4 damage weapon that can just be used with go again. And yeah, I don't blame him. Throws the hand. And if you're Chane as well, you do have the chance of banishing a 0 cost here. Probably can't play it because most of them require... Oh, Piercing Shadow Vice. Piercing Shadow Vice is going to take the one off the Blood Debt, but at least he has the card there. Has to draw it back up, and look in the hand. We have this... another few heralds. Is that a Herald of Erudition I spy? The second card in? Maybe not. No, it's a red. I take that back. But yeah, Soul Shield. Oh, sorry, Prismatic Shield. Definitely seen some power cards though from our Chane player. Just not really had the opportunity. Prism just putting the pressure on. Ben just able to sort of constantly apply this outgoing pressure. Prismatic Shield in this matchup is also very, very strong. Okay. Yeah, so disregard. It wasn't the Herald of Erudition because Herald of Erudition definitely very strong. Less strong when it doesn't have go again. But instead, I have to check what that one's name actually is. It's been so long. Herald of Tenacity. So if it hits, it just goes to Soul. Just sort of one of the more filler ones. Takes the damage though, going down to 5. Yeah, I'm just going to instant out this Prismatic Shield. So he's going to make 3 shields here, so gain 3 life as well. Which certainly... adds a bit of fear here now because you've got essentially a 3 life buffer, technically 4. Also, you have the way of the Dreamweavers. Does rip the Riftbind off the top of the deck though, so could be looking at a pretty explosive turn here if we're on the side of Chane. Belittle reveal as well at the second Riftbind. Liam's going to go fetch his Minnowism. The blue one as well, so it does actually have the blue, meaning plenty of resources to sort of go through this turn with. But I guess the scary thing is that with the life total that he's at, if you're the Prism player, you just keep a blue card and you can constantly just swing 4 damage every turn. Minnowism goes to hand. Now, if you're sitting here on the side of Liam, you want to try and just go as wide as you possibly can. Present as much damage as you can. There's a couple of little tricks you can technically do here where you can like, yeah, shackle. You can technically present the Scythe, but none of the Arcane is going to get through. So the Rip Through Reality is really just sort of sitting dead in your hand. He's going to come through with the Scythe here. So the first one's just going to get eaten up. And the 3 damage. And I think if you're on the side of Ben here, yeah, you really want to try and protect those shields because they're going to be the thing that not only stops you dying to a whole bunch of arcane damage, but also just becomes your weapon. But Piercing Shadow Vice coming through, playing from Banish with the shackle being made. He's going to present another 6 damage here, and 1 blue left in hand, so he can block some of it, but then it doesn't. But then he loses the shield, so it's just kind of like maybe you take the 2, make a shield on the end of turn, and then swing. It's such a challenging situation though. Chane also is left with 2 cards in hand, 1 card left in his Banish as well, and that's a Riftbind. So you know for a fact, regardless of what happens, he's going to have an Arsenal card, he's going to have a card next turn. So it's going to be really challenging to rip everything out to the point where he can't present something back. Oh, just coming in for the 4 though. Interesting. Of course, Piercing Shadow Vice is another one of those arcane sort of specific cards that you need. The draw up though from Prism. 1, 2, so 2 whiffs this time. Not a big deal when you still have like such a massive hand. And I do like the fact that he hasn't just been proactively shackling for no reason, which is definitely the thing that pulls you through on these sorts of games. We do see the first Seeds of Agony coming out here though. Go. Seeds coming through. Seeds essentially at this point reads remove a Spectral Shield, unless again he wants to pop the Dreamweavers just to keep it safe. Has a Captain's Call in hand as well, so it really does allow him to go through. Shackle's going to come out. Unhallowed Rites, I think, the play. If he plays the Unhallowed Rites, he can return this, the Seeping Shadows that he put into his graveyard before. Yeah, pitch the Captain's Call here. No, instead he's just going to put the Seeds of Agony back on the bottom. A little bit cheaper to play. Doesn't really need the mass go again with how the game is going. And it's a 1 for 4. One of the better cards in the Chane deck when it comes to 1 for 4s, because it's unconditional that you actually get the card back. One of the best play patterns you can do is like you can go through, particularly when you don't even already have anything inside that Banish zone. You can do Howl from Beyond into it because of how the chain works. You return the same Howl from Beyond back. So that first one's going to get eaten up by the Spectral Shield. Lining up a block here. Look, there's an Otarath in hand, so we can't block with every card in hand at this point as well. So probably going to be looking at taking a little bit of damage here inside of Prism, and we do have another one of those Heralds of Protection in hand. So it has a little bit to play with. 9 life. Comes down to the 4. He spears the Sterility, so the 1 damage would leak through, but the Spectral Shield will be going. Pitching a yellow here as well. Probably going to swing the Scythe. It's going to be the card from Arsenal. No, it's just going to be... Ooh. No need, not allowed to pitch for something you can't play. Really just taking these moments to consider. Worried about the card in Blood Dead as well, and I think that's completely fair. Blood Dead is going to tick him down to 3 if he leaves it there, but it's only going to be coming in for 2 as well. So it's one of these things where it's like, do I trade damage for myself versus damage for my opponent? And with the lifestyle, I think he just has to push. So yeah, Scythe's going to come out. It's going to deal the 1 Arcane. Drop him to 8, and then 7, 6, 5. But even then, I definitely think it's not the biggest deal if you're on the side of Prism here. Yeah, keeping a bunch of cards in hand. Otarath is available, and Otarath actually presents a really interesting play line. Well, you can play the Otarath and make a Spectral Shield, and all of a sudden, you're looking at the situation where like you can start dying to your own stuff. But no, it is just going to be, yeah, pop the Dreamweavers, coming with the Herald of Protection for 6. It's one of these things where it's unlikely for Chane to have a popper, but it's not like it's a Levia deck where you need that. But there's no point taking a risk here. Has another card as a Memorial Ground as well. It's probably going to allow him to return one of those protections, or depending on if it's a yellow or a red, can return a protection back from his graveyard onto the top of his deck, and then just sort of start chaining these heralds together, which is definitely very scary. This is obviously a must block for the Chane. Liam just trying to figure out how he wants to sort of structure his turn going forward as well. It's one of those situations where we're sort of coming to the end game. And looking at his hand, it looks like it is full of 2 blocks. So he knows for a fact it's unlikely he covers up the whole thing. So he's going to let a little bit of that damage leak through. Has a Minnowism, as well as a Lumentide Plunderer. So that Lumentide Plunderer there is a little bit unlucky. Definitely could have looked at popping if those Dreamweavers weren't used on that action. So, really heads up play there from Ben. 1, 2, 3. Whiffs completely. And that's where things start to get a little bit challenging now, because you've just got the Riftbind in the banish zone. If you don't have the non-attack action, it's kind of a bit of a feels bad. It's a 1-for-1. Minnowism's going to be the start. Activate the Shackle. Yeah, he's going to get that Riftbind out because it's just going to slowly start killing him. Yeah. Riftbind's going to come out. This one's now going to be... Oh, it's a red though, so no follow-up play unless that's an Arcanic Crackle, I think, actually in the Arsenal slot. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is going to be coming in for 4. With Go again. If he's shackling this, it's either got to be for a reason. Just going to cover it up a little bit. You can't die to Arcanic Crackle at the end of this. Yep, so 4 damage will go through. Pop the Iron Weave though. That's going to be 2, and that's going to be a rip through reality now. That's 4 with Go again. Now, no follow-up here in addition. That Prismatic Shield card in hand represents a lot of life gained. Or does he just decide to send it? You don't really want to go to 1 against Chane. That's like the #1 thing. You don't want to go to 1. Because then it just swing Scythe kills you. I guess you can make a shield, like, no matter what. But regardless, you don't want to be in that situation where arcane damage, they can just start, you know, bleeding damage onto you. This one here, yeah, if you're Prism, you have to sort of decide what the rest of the landscape of the game looks like. Are you going to try and grind out the Chane player just by sending 2 for 6s, or do you need to take the slightly riskier approach and come in for like this Prismatic Shield? This is the challenge, right? Because Chane has started shackling, and even if you can strip a bunch of cards from the hand, if you can't kill them, they've got 1 turn. And that 1 turn, regardless of whether or not someone's dying, be it to Blood Debt or to you, taking too much damage. And as we know, is going to just take it. Goes to 1. Now, can Chane survive this turn? Because if Chane can survive this turn with 1 card, We start to get a little bit worried now. So one Prismatic Shield is going to come through. Going to come through, and it is just going to be another Red Herald of Protection. Probably the best thing that he could have found. Because the Red Herald of Protection here is going to put you in the situation where... Yeah, I was going to say, you have to commit to the block here, because otherwise they're going to essentially go to 3, and that sort of turns off a lot of your win conditions of how you're going to do this. You need to keep a resource card, block it out, and this is one of those situations where the power of Chane and also the fear of Chane comes through, which is where off the top, you can rip 4 cards and absolutely go to town, or you get nothing. And if that happens, the water starts crumbling down. Instead, is he just going to block with 2 cards? He's going to block with 2 cards, keep a non-attack action, so at least he can try and do something crazy. But he is going to leak a damage, go to 1 here. And we did see an Otarath inside the deck as well, so if he finds that Otarath... No, smart call. Blocks him out, because yeah, if that Otarath comes through... And that Spectral Shield is going to pop, then you just die. And look, not many cards left in the deck. He's very close. He could actually find that Otarath off the top here. And if it is, then he just plays Otarath and kills the 2 Heralds. Does he find it? Not many cards left available, but the Dread Scythe always just sitting there. The fear of the Dread Scythe. And yeah, he's going to play the Memorial Ground now. That's an interesting call here, because the Memorial Ground has 2 options. One, it guarantees you that you're going to have a 3 block in this next hand, because there are some non-blocks, but it also means you're 1 card less at finding this Otarath out. I like that. Finds a blue card. That's a 3 block. The Blue Herald of Ravagers, because it means then, again, he has a resource card on the next turn should it be required. But I don't know if we're getting to a next turn here. 4 cards drawn up. Well, hang on. Yeah, Shackle first. Yep. There you go. Bounding. Minnowism. Seeds. Oh, and a Captain's Call. So 2 hits there. Not the best, but not the worst either. Does have a way of pressuring with a little bit of arcane damage. Now, he can make a second Spectral Shield as well. So he's not just dead on board to arcane here. And again, does he find the Otarath? That's the scary question. He didn't find it. But is that a Spectral Shield that I see? A Prismatic Shield I see in his hand? No. Enigma Chimera. It's going to pop on that arcane damage now. Goes to 1. Again, though, does have a way of creating another Spectral Shield. What is the card in hand is the question. Enigma Chimera is going to come out. He's just going to swing the Scythe here. Now, has to make a shield in response, then has to block the card. So he's only going to be 1. And again, this game is getting to the point of being so grindy. Shield's going to come through, block the arcane damage, block with the second Enigma Chimera. And that's just going to be it. Passes back over. 2 to 1 life here. Look, no cards left. 3 cards left, just the Herald available. Throws it in the arsenal, passes back, and now you have to try and grind it out. But the thing is, you have no way of making a shield. Has to find Prismatic Shield here, otherwise he's just dead. And he does, he gets it. The stack has come back. Prismatic Shield off the top. Keeps him in this game. Shackle. Just swing Scythe. 3 and 1. Has to play the Prismatic Shield. We wait with bated breath. There's a Prismatic Shield sitting there and definitely not dead on board, but how does he do it? How does he navigate the situation? The Prismatic Shield is going to come out, makes 2 Spectral Shields here. So the arcane damage is not enough. It's not there yet. 1 shield left, going to block with the physical, but still, he has shackled. He does have the ability to do something else. I think he needs to. He needs to strip this card or he's dead. Arcanic, is that an Arcanic Crackle? No. It's a Lumitide. It's just going to be for 2. And look at this. The Spectral Shield's still sitting there. Passes it back over. And it's still not over. He's going to draw back up. His opponent's going to draw back up as well. Look at the cards left. There's nothing left. Where's the gas? And the Otarath is available as well now as well. Oh my god. But look. He's drawn a bunch of no blocks. 2 Prismatic Shield, the Otarath, and the Herald left. Does he have the line? No, he's a resource short. He can't actually kill him with it. What can you do here? Prismatic Shield's going to eat it up. You have to block with that card. And then what? You play Otarath, draw back up, and make some shields? There are so many different outcomes here. Oh, that Dread Scythe, though. He's actually been the thing that's keeping inside this game, but the interesting thing, and if he'd just thrown the attack action, potentially, I don't know. But here's the thing, right? I don't think you can Arsenal here. Yeah, you have to keep it in hand in case he has an attack here, and he does the Herald. But again, we're looking at this Otarath. He can actually swing. Oh my god, he can swing the Herald in, and if he pops it, flash in the Otarath in response. When it pops, makes him a Spectral Shield, deals him the damage, and he has to just kill the Otarath. But that kills him. No, Otarath, I'm thinking of the wrong one. Oh, this whole time I've been thinking of the wrong thing. I've been thinking of Merciless Retribution. Otarath is the one that makes it scary. But no, all this does, it just means it deals an additional damage. It does give us all his attacks go against. We can flash in towards the end, but doesn't have the resources. So Otarath's just going to get pitched. Makes him... He's going to swing the Herald. Pop it. Puts in the Arsenal. Not many cards left in either player's deck. We've got one left. The only thing he can do is Scythe. But that's it. Both players. Nothing left in deck. Plenty to block with. Shield is available as well. I think it's over. Blocks with a 3-block. Makes a shield. On the following. Makes a shield from Arsenal. On the following turn. Swings it back. He's forced to block. See the nerves sort of settling in. Prismatic Shield. It's a blue one, though. It only makes one. That's very important here. Because he has to pitch the other Prismatic Shield to do it. Absolutely down to the wire. But the scary thing is, right, he wants to try and keep that Herald. Because if he keeps the Herald, the game is over. But it's a 2-block. He has to trade the Herald here. Yeah, so he has to block with it. Oh, and he just calls it. Is that it? Oh my god, what a close game. The 2-block in hand, has to throw the Herald away, has no way of attacking back in the next turn. Didn't have enough to make a shield and pass because the Scythe's coming in every single turn. And so he has no way of sticking a weapon on the board. And that's the thing with Prism. It's very hard to fatigue because you don't have a weapon available. What a tight game, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my god. In the closest game that we have had so far. What an ending. I can't believe it. The Dread Scythe gets there. Oh, the single damage every single turn. It had so many ways of making the shield. But it was an Otarath, not a Merciful Retribution. He didn't have that out. And now those players are talking, trying to figure out if they did anything differently. But my god, ladies and gentlemen, what a game. I'm shocked. The Dread Scythe gets there. And ladies and gentlemen, we have one more round of day one. That's it, one more left. So we're going to cut to a very short break. And then after that, we're going to come back with the final round of your Flesh and Blood National Championship 2023 for Australia, day one. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our final round number 9 of your Flesh and Blood Australian National Championship for 2023, brought to you by myself, Mr. Matt Brandwood, and Fluke and Box. Remember to use code OZNATS for 5% off all weekend. We've got our final game, where we have Ryan Taylor going up against Josh Lim. Ryan Taylor on the right there. Whoop. So we swap it over. Ryan, representing South Australia, my homie. I will try to be as unbiased as I can, but I do play with him a lot, so excellent job. Coming in from South Australia, it's our first South Australian player. And we also have Josh from Victoria as well. So we've had some really great representation as well. And we're going to be seeing the two Shadow Heroes battle it out. So we have Ryan here on Levia with Josh sitting on the chain. Gravitas Medax going up against, I'm going to assume, Galaxy Black. A matchup we haven't actually seen yet. So none of those little tech cards that we've seen so far when you're attacking Shadow versus or Light here is going to be apparent in this one. So as the last game of the night, it's going to be nice and interesting. Finally, a matchup we haven't yet seen. We haven't seen the Light Heroes go at each other as well. But this is the last game, everyone. This is game number 9, and we'll have our standings going into round number 2. Day number 2 after this as well. But also, this is our last part of the draft portion, as tomorrow we'll be seeing 3 more rounds of Classic Constructed and then cutting to our top 8. So get excited as the glorious Goose Eves has returned. Players getting themselves situated as we're into this final round. Tomorrow, just remember, we'll be starting at 9 Australian Eastern Standard Time for that first round of Constructor Stream. Will go up just a little bit beforehand. So make sure you're here bright and early for that one. I'll be here, joined, of course, by a co-caster most likely. Is there a blue pitch for the Dread Scythe in the next turn? Yeah, the last card there was a Dread Scythe. The last card in there was a blue card.
I haven't seen the new one.
Yes, this is also our 10th table, so both of our players definitely having a good record. I know Ryan currently is 6-2, so comes into this is going to be 7-2 going into day 2. Really good spot to be in. Players starting to get ready here. So we've come into this final game. Nerves have got to be high. I believe both of these players are locked for day 2. I'm not 100% sure. We have no confirmation of that, but regardless, you want to try and get as many wins here as possible because you want those breakers coming through. Ryan choosing to go second with Levia here. Wants the opportunity to just fill that graveyard nice and early. And it's just going to be the Galaxy Black coming out. Hooves of the Shadow Beast is available for Levia. Plenty of equipment on the side of Chane though. Full armor suite available, including the stubby hammers. Plenty of block as well. The Arcane Barrier, not really important versus Levia, but definitely that physical equipment's going to be important. And Ryan needs to be aware as well of that constant pressure from the arcane damage. Unlike our Prism in the last match, has no real way of dealing with it. So it needs to just sort of swing big and swing hard.
Oh, yeah, I'm doing well.
Players getting situated. It's a lot of pressure when you start by sitting down on the feature match table. Seeds of Agony are going to be the initial play, and again, regardless of whether or not you're worried about filling up the graveyard, that any sort of leaking of that arcane damage is always quite powerful. Where it's going to come through, and it's just going to be a ghostly visit here. So 4 and 1. That first piece of damage is going to be going through, and does have go again. So sometimes you'll actually see Levia players ditch their entire hand for the first attack, but needs to be a little bit here. And I would not be surprised if we don't actually. No, we are just going to see the swing. So we're going to see the swing. Going to allow Ryan to fill up that graveyard, get the 3 cards in there that he needs to turn on most of his really big attacks. So 1 damage did leak through, but interesting. Ryan's probably not going to be too upset about that. Keeps a blue Dread Screamer as well, so knows for a fact he's got go again on demand should he require it. And also has the ability just to make sure that he has ways of going through. Now, looking at the cards in hand, there's definitely some really intense stuff. But no, doesn't want to turn that Blood Debt Clock on just straight away. Over pitching for the Ravenous Medax. Knows for a fact that turning that Blood Debt Clock on early is just so scary, particularly versus a deck like Chane. Really wants to make sure it's nice and full. 3 cards available. It's going to hit the blue. Yeah, going to hit the blue there. Now, the interesting thing about that is because it wasn't a 6 attack, it is just going to be an attack for 3, but I don't think Ryan really cares that much. The Writhing Beast Hog does have Dominate, so definitely a card that he would have probably preferred to keep in the deck. But yeah, just going to punch in for 3, fill the graveyard ever so slightly, and set up the arsenal. And Chane, looking at his hand, does have a lot of gas there. Does have a lot of damage available, so may potentially just choose to take it. It's 3. Like this way, taking the time, sort of figuring out what the plays are going to look like. Just going to take the damage. 3 damage going to be marked down. 17 plays 19. We'll arsenal a card here and we're going to pass it back over. Now remember, there is a shackle available, so we are looking like we're more on that proactive shackle strategy. Just a little bit of a judgeful coming through, and this is something you can definitely do. Was going to go away from the table, but Ryan just insists he's going to plug his ears instead. Means less moving around. Ooh, first shackle. Always a good start. When you're playing Chane, it's always a good start when you know that first shackle, you're going to rip something of power off, and that one definitely is a power. That Rifted Torment. Anything with the Arcane is just slowly chipping away. Doesn't matter how good you are at fatiguing. 20 points of Arcane and you're dead. Shackle initially. Means he's going to come in with that attack action first, and yeah, just Torment coming through. It's going to mark down that Arcane because it does come from the Banish Zone. It's just going to be 4 damage. Oh, and look at this, the Rip Through Reality coming out here because the Arcane damage has come through. It is a yellow, so it's a nice, clean, simple block. But even so, that's the power of not having that arcane barrier. Turns on all these go again enablers, and we want to talk about these big enablers. Yeah, throwing the whole hand there, piercing Shadow Ice coming through, and Ryan only leaks through that arcane damage, so really well blocked by him. Just gonna pass it back. I think Ryan already sort of committed himself. Just committing himself to blocking here. With the proactive shackling of Chane, definitely not afraid to just sort of go late. Knows for a fact that he's got power in the bottom of his deck. He's already pitched away a red Dread Screamer with a blue Dread Screamer, so knows he's going to be able to sort of get to that second cycle if he needs to, and will have enough if the Chane runs out of cards. But again, it's really going to depend on whether or not the blocks line up for Ryan, whether or not the damage comes through, and how much that arcane. Another Rifted Torment coming through, certainly going to help our Chane player in Josh. Shackled Rifted Torment, so 2 take the arcane. Ryan's sort of considering his blocks here. Ryan's deck looking really strong here as well. Convections from the Bellows of Hell. Figuring out the life tones. Convulsions from the Bellows of Hell. Really great card again towards that end game, but doesn't really need to get there if the opponent's going to deck themselves. Just going to come through. Yeah, we're currently in the draft portion of it. And just going to be the Galaxy Black. So a little bit of reprieve here for Ryan. And I think Josh correctly identifies along all of this that Ryan's going really for this strategy of just trying to fatigue. So wants to set up the 5-card hands now. Ryan, this is the thing. I wouldn't be surprised just to see him swing Meat Axe here. Yeah, doesn't want to turn that blood debt clock on because the game plan he's committed to already is just trying to fatigue you out. So he's happy to fill the graveyard. When he needs to turn the corner, he can. But he doesn't want to turn that blood debt clock on immediately, because if he does, he's just going to start taking damage and there's no way you can get fatigued. Dreadwood Rumbler, so it's just going to be for another 3. So chipping in a little bit of damage. Oh, no, sorry, that one is for 5. I forget, that card is ridiculous. So the blue Dreadwood Rumbler coming through. Going to take Blink a little bit of damage here as the Ghostly Visit's going to put itself in front. Ryan just content passing. And I think the interesting thing would have been if that was a 2-block, I wouldn't have been surprised to see Ryan actually pitch that away as well. Arcanic Crackle. Ooh, double. So Howl from Beyond and Rip Through Reality red. Now that's a scary combination of cards. This is where sort of the fatigue strategy is going to get tested. Because when you have the ability, again, to constantly apply that pressure and make Rip Through Reality just say, has go again, it means that card is significantly scarier. That's where the Chane player has to take a moment just to think, figure out how exactly he's going to start to structure this turn. Really wants to get the most value out of those stubby hammers as well. If he needs, has the Avenfold available just to ditch it away. Doesn't need to worry about using the Spell Void. But no, it's just going to be that. Half from Beyond. Smartly doesn't shackle before. Shoutouts to myself for losing a game. With it. Oh, reach for the stubbies there. So might be trying to take this as the turn of push, but instead knows he can actually present enough damage without it. There, so yeah, 4 with the 1 Arcane. So Ryan has to take the 1. That turns on the Rip Through Reality here as well. Just going to take the 2 damage here. Leaks just a little bit. That's okay. None of those scary on-hit effects or anything like that. Comes in for the 4 now. This one's going to have go again. Pitching away this last card. It's a Riftbind. Has a Ghostly Visit in the arsenal. So can also pop the Aether Iron Weave if he wants to try and push damage here, but I wouldn't be surprised if he just leaves it in there and saves it for a rainy day. Ooh, Ryan declaring no blocks here. He's going to take this as opportunity to turn the corner. Knows for a fact that it could have potentially been a really scary turn with that 5-card hand. Probably a little bit afraid of what's in the arsenal here. Considering cracking the Ironweave, Ryan's sort of telegraphed that he wants to keep cards here, so maybe considering this is the opportunity. But the problem with that is that he's had an opportunity to use it for block value. So it's always in this awkward, just going to pass it back. Wants to keep that block value for those big dominate attacks he's already seen, or just to be able to turn the corner here. Pulping coming through, and I love this again. Look at what Ryan's doing. Isn't afraid here. Regardless of the card, he's got 1 pitch floating, so it's going to be 6 damage. Even if it doesn't have Dominate, Ryan doesn't care, because he can then just sweeten the Meat Axe. No Blood Debt turned on once again, and still pushing through that damage. Dreadwood Rumbler, so it's going to have Dominate here, so 6 Dominate go again into the Axe. We appreciate the attempt, right? I can hear you, so it's all good. Yes, this one's going to have the Dominate with the go again. Broken Shield representing that for us here. Yeah. So that's unless that's a D-React in the arsenal, there's no way that he can disable this Dominate here. So it wouldn't be surprised to see him take 6, and then the Meat Axe will come through unless Ryan decides to play out something from his arsenal. And that's when you start to get really worried. If that's like a swing with big tree or something along those lines, that's when the numbers just start to dwindle and you start to really just eat that damage. In response? Oh, okay, he's going to even fold here. So he's going to banish a card to draw and just see if he can find something. It's an interesting choice here. Maybe he wants to put something in the... Ooh, okay. That changes a lot of math. Invert Existence and revealing that here. I see. So he wants to use it with the blocks here, just so we can have the efficiency of the resources here to use that equipment. But the Invert Existence essentially means Ryan isn't at 9, he's at 7. Now, there's definitely non-attacks and attack action cards in there. And this card just essentially is such a game changer. It's going to take 4. No, it just swings the Meat Axe instead. So it is going to be a 6 attack. It's going to come in for 5. Now, I would not be surprised to see if Ryan tries to turn a corner here, because knowing that Invert Existence is there shaves so much time off of his clock. But I guess the other thing as well is that I wouldn't be surprised to see him just rattle it off here, because otherwise that's just going to sit there in Blood Debt. I don't think there's any reason to ever keep it for like doing anything in response. It's not like there's any like Reckless Swings available right now, because it's not printed in this set. There's no way for the Levia to do instant speed damage, so get that out of the Blood Debt, I reckon, as soon as possible. Just going to take it. Yep. So just going to use the efficiency and just invert him here. So Ryan's going to drop to 7. So 7 plays 6. Now this is a really interesting point. Yeah. He's actually, he's got... Now, this is something that you could consider here. Okay? If he gets the non-attack action, it's going to deal the 2 arcane damage. But instead, an option that you can go for is actually... Banish... Yeah, so he gets them both. What he could have done instead, and this is just an alternative thing that you have to consider when you are playing Levia, and I think it's correct here, like absolutely, just to deal the 2 free damage. Oh my god, Ryan. Okay, this is super fascinating here. So what's happened is he, on his end step, has inverted and banished a card, which has 6 or more power. In response, Ryan has cracked his boost to gain an action point, and as a result... Levia's Blood Debt is turned off, and I believe he actually has the Graveling Growl, which is the 1 for 7. He has 1 card left in hand. Oh, he has 3 cards left in hand. Okay, so he's going to have to commit some blocks, and just like that, using the fact that he had a card banished off of the Invert Existence to then punish and take the 7 damage. So yes, he was trying to be as efficient as possible. Look at this, his turn is gone. He has to get lucky off of the banishes now because otherwise Ryan's just going to crack back. And the Blood Debt's been turned on. His hand has been forced. He knows now he can't just block you out. He's going to try and swing as hard as he can into you every single turn. The other thing that I was going to say as well is he didn't need, like, he could have also put a second Blood Debt card in there and turned on his Blood Debt clock even more aggressively. I don't think that's correct, but that's a good start. Even better as well. Third card off the top, triple. The fourth one doesn't count, but has the way of giving that Rip Through Reality go again, but it's so expensive. He needs to have a non-attack action and an attack action so he can pop that Aether Iron with, because Ryan's found a lot of cards here. They're going to allow him just to start smacking real hard. So he's going to is he shackling? No, he hasn't shackled. He just wants to leak a little bit of damage here. Doesn't want to start decking himself. So just going to be for 3. Checking the graveyard now, not trying to figure out how many misses that he actually has, because that's the thing that really is going to put him in some problems. Wants to try to see whether or not he has the ability to give himself go again and just try and start slamming into this chain. Because I think at this point, your Blood Debt clock's been turned on. It's not part of his strategy, I don't believe, but sometimes you're presented with a situation you just have to adapt. Yeah, puts in the Beast Hulk. Yeah. Look at this. Left the 2 cards in the graveyard, and the Writhing Beast Hulk, I mean, it wasn't going to kill. Like, that is the number one thing. It definitely wasn't going to kill. It would have taken him to 1, though, and forced him to take all the things out. So I think, Ryan, you heard him say, I missed that. If he'd kept the card, it was a 6 dominated attack, assuming that it hits. And then it would have been the situation of, if he didn't have a 3 block, you put him to a life total where he has to kill you on the next turn, or he just dies to the cards in his grave, in his banish. So maybe a little bit of a misstep, but that's okay because he's still coming in for a big old 7 here, and he's now gonna start grinding him out. 1, so it's a hit. Blood Debt is disabled. Whiff, and a hit. So now this, yeah, Blood Debt's off. Coming in for 7 here. I don't know where the card's actually gone. Hungering Slaughter Beast. I was just really efficient 2 for 7s. This is where you start to get a little bit worried as Chane, because it looks like he doesn't have a huge amount of ways of giving go again. He needs a way of actually dealing the Arcane. I think he's sort of relying on getting some good banishes, but the scary thing with good banishes, so you have to get them all out. So he's going to 1. Goes to 1. And this is sort of the turn here. The scariest thing for Josh here actually is he rips 4 Blood Debt cards off the top. 1, 2, ooh, 3. This is the turn. 4 Blood Debt cards have been pulled off the top of the deck. So he has 6 cards currently sitting in Blood Debt. 2 cards in hand, 1 in the arsenal. Ryan at a relatively healthy 6. So this is it. He needs to push the damage here. He needs to get through. Ryan doesn't have any equipment, so that's going to help. So the Stubby Hammers are going to be used on this turn. I can guarantee you that, ladies and gentlemen. Spew Shadows first. Yeah, so Spew Shadow is going to pick something from the graveyard, or something in his banish zone. a little bit of confusion. So Spew Shadows is a card where you have to pick something in your banish zone, and it means you can play it. I'm a little confused how we picked the Rip Through Reality here. Because it's choose a card in your banish zone. Unless, okay, the Rip Through Reality was put into the graveyard. Gotcha, okay. Stubby Hammer's been cracked, Shackle's activated. So he's going to try... He's going to play something along the lines of a Bounding Demagon. Yep, so Bounding Demagon's going to come through. It's coming in for 4. Then he's going to play the Rip Through Reality into something else. The card in the arsenal is probably the thing that's scaring Ryan the most. So they're going to leak a singular point of damage here. He has no arcane though, so he's going to crack these. So it goes up to 3 resources. Chane's been broken as well. Yeah, it's not often you actually have 3 resources. Rip Through Reality. And this currently doesn't have Go Again, I don't believe. Because no arcane damage has been dealt this turn. So yeah, Rally, and then he's going to discard, I believe. Yeah, discarding a non-block. Has 1 card left in hand. No damage leaking through. Does the card have Go? I don't believe it has Go Again. Where did the arcane damage come from? And as we go to the cleanup step, he's going to die to the Blood Debt. And just like that, Ryan is going to be your victor. Coming from South Australia, I am definitely not biased in the slightest, but it goes 7-2 in day 1. Really, really excellent play from both of them. That little invert turn, that was the thing that really did it, I think. That little play off the invert really just takes him aside. Something that doesn't look like Josh has seen very frequently. And that's it. As we go through, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you back to me now. And just like that, we have Ryan Taylor as going to be the victor of that last game. Really, really well played. Nice and tight. And was able just to clutch it out in the end as well. It's one of those things where when you're playing Chane, you usually just want to see as much of that Blood Debt come through as possible. But in that last little situation, just, yeah, it's a really challenging one. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, that has been round number 9 of your Flesh and Blood Australian National Championships. The final round on day 1. I'm going to try to see if I can get the standings now. Just so we'll keep it open for a little bit, see whether or not that can be provided to me. But if not, we've had an absolutely fantastic day of Flesh and Blood. Some really incredible high-level matches. Lots of Lexi coming through, but we've also seen some of the unique decks. You know, the Arachne, the one Arachne in there. We've seen some Katsu, we've seen some Levia, we've seen some Boltyn. A lot of stuff. Even that's before we've seen these... before we've actually seen here what we're going through in regards to the draft portion. But that's it for draft. No more drafting coming through for the rest of the tournament. And we are going to have just CC left tomorrow. So, a couple of little things just to shout out once again. Remember, tomorrow, if you have a look at the schedule here, we are going to be starting at 9 o'clock Australian Eastern Standard Time. So stream will go up just a little bit before that. So please, if you want to watch some of the best Flesh and Blood available right now, please make sure you're there for that. Furthermore, just remember as well that the stream today has been brought to you by FlukeandBox.com, a fantastic place to get your singles, your sealed product, and as well slabs if you're into that sort of thing. Remember to use the code OZNATS for 5% off all your orders over the weekend. And just remember as well that we're going to be here tomorrow doing some incredible stuff. My name has been Matt Brandwood. It's been my honor, and it's been such a pleasure to guide you guys through the day today. We've done it. We've got through. Day 1 has been finished. I'm going to leave it up on the player cams as we close this one out. It's been an absolute pleasure, guys. Please find me wherever you want. Twitter, Instagram, whatever. The name is just Matt Brandwood. Have a lovely rest of your afternoon. Have a good rest of your night. Get something nice to eat for dinner. That's an order. That's an order. Make sure you eat well tonight, because we'll be seeing you bright and early tomorrow. Take care of yourselves, guys. Peace.